Let me apologize to everyone up front because by going into my main stream scene, you'll have to see my freshly trimmed facial hair, which makes me look like a fat baby. But it's the decisions I made. I have to live with them. My life is a struggle, much like Max. We've both had it hard. Greetings and salutations. If you're wondering, hey Craig, why are you randomly playing Max Payne? Well, because one, there's a relevancy to the channel. Two, because I just played Alan Wake 2, so I have Remedy on the brain. And three, you know when you get a new computer and all of those, like, over time, if you've ever wanted to replay an old game, you've already gone through the process of fixing it, patching it, updating it, downloading files. Yeah, when you get a new computer, all that shit gets reset and goes away. And the other day I was like, man, I have to go back and fix Max Payne. I have to, like, get it and fix Max Payne. And I did that the other night while also realizing that Pandora Tomorrow no longer works on a fucking Windows 11 machine. I am so annoyed. Anyway, so I fixed it and was like, why not? Why not run through it? Boy. By the way, allow me to point out, someone in the chat said, like, oh, to the person who said Alan Wake 2 is a disappointment, I say no you. Well, that guy's right. A small disappointment. It's Alan Wake 2 is a quality game. I enjoyed it. Still kind of a disappointment. Anywho, Let me launch this video game called Max Payne. And there's the dog. No, he's not interested in me. I don't have food. The review. Yes, I do think that's a part of the problem, is that all of the reviews for Alan Wake 2 were like 10 out of 10. It'll change your life. No, it won't. Oh yeah. So here's the thing. Back on the old computer, the sound fix was replacing sound files and running like a batch file. The batch file no longer works. So I replaced all the sound files, and then I downloaded something that is supposed to kind of equalize the audio, because modern computers want to do surround that the game didn't support. Sound might be a little weird still when I like ran through the tutorial to make sure everything was working. It's not that the sound is broken and missing, it's that like if I'm facing someone and I turn a little to the left, their audio is over there somewhere. But it's not a big deal. I can live with it. I know what happens. I know what they say. I know that they're remaking Max Payne. I'll get asked that question 50,000 times. Which, look, I understand. We live in the era of remakes. We can't stop them. It's a tsunami that will never end. They're gonna just keep remaking the same stories and the same games and the same franchises over and over again until another decade passes and they can remake the remakes of the originals, right? I would ask Remedy, please, because Remedy, hey, they're a cool company, right? How about you also patch Max Payne 1 so that we don't have to go through a lot of hoops to make it work? just install all those patches and sound fixes and patch it on Steam so it just works. Please? Please? That'd be pretty cool. Anywho, I'll just go ahead and also I don't think this was available when I played it for my video. But now on PC Gaming Wiki, there is a file you can download, because apparently the adaptive difficulty in Fugitive is bugged on modern machines, because like the highest it's supposed to go and the lowest it's supposed to go, they're supposed to be set and they're not, so it just keeps going up and up. Whereas and there's like a patch you can download that I don't know if it worked or not, but will like make sure that those min maxes are there. But we'll find out. They got a multi-stream. Probably not. I don't want to have to pay attention to two chats. I just pick and choose what I stream on which. If it's more relevant to the channel, I'll usually stream it on YouTube. Or if I know that people will be interested in it, I'll go for YouTube.
They were all dead. The final gunshot was an exclamation mark to everything that had led to this point. I released my finger from the trigger, and then it was over.
God, I've heard that line so many times.
To make any kind of sense of it, I need to go back 3 years. Back to the...
Oops, sorry. I hit the wrong button. The patch, the widescreen patch, which I remember to apply. Some people got mad at me for not using the widescreen patch in my review. Shut up.
To make any kind of sense of it, I need to go back 3 years. Back to the night the pain started.
What you drinking there? Tito's and Diet Coke. Yeah, I accidentally broke it. Okay, we're good.
I was still on the force back then. NYPD, Manhattan, Midtown North
God,
Precinct,
Sam Lake looks so
Hell's
much
Kitchen.
younger.
So when are you coming to work for me, Detective Payne?
You'd make me work undercover in some hellhole. Sorry, Alex. Michelle and the baby come first. See? My last smoke. It's bad for the baby.
That's you, Max. A regular Boy Scout.
See, Alex.
Still on for poker Thursday night, right?
Like taking candy from a baby. Life was good. The sun's setting on a sweet
By the
summer's
way,
day.
to give him credit,
Smell of freshly
having finished
mowed
Alan Wake
lawns,
2.
sounds of children playing.
Understanding
House
that
across the river
Sam
on the
Lake is
Jersey
speaking
side. Beautiful wife and a baby girl. The American
Finnish?
dream come true.
whatever language that is.
Honey, I'm home.
So I
Dreams
can't
have a nasty habit of
so I
going
can't, like,
bad when you're not looking.
accurately say like, oh, his acting is
The
great
sun went
because
down
I
with
don't
practiced
understand what he's saying
bravado.
and having a.
Twilight crawled across the sky, laden with foreboding.
I think Sam Lake is actually a pretty solid actor. Like, he actually sells the scenes where he is not playing, where he's not being dubbed, where he actually
Michelle.
is playing.
Honey, anybody home? I didn't like the way the show started. But they'd give me the best seat in the house. Front row center.
Hey, his daughter's not dead yet. Yeah, Remedy is based in Finland, if I remember right.
What the hell? Something ugly had been tattooed on the wall. A map of things to come. It was a poison syringe.
stop
A magic tag full of
mouthing the
diabolical
lines.
meanings.
That face, that beautiful, perfect face. You're right, yeah. The Xbox version of this game is completely fine. The PS2 is considered the weakest, but I think that's because it has, like,
Listen,
choppy
someone's broken into my house.
technical
Call
stuff, but it's not,
911.
like, broken.
Is this the Payne residence?
Yes, someone's broken into my house. They're still here. You have to.
Good. I'm afraid I cannot.
Max
help
Payne
you.
2 is where,
Who is
like,
this?
the PS2 version is considered
Hello?
significantly worse than Xbox and PC. But on... Yeah, you're fine to play Max Payne on console if you don't want to go through the fucking headache of getting it to work on PC.
Michelle!
Now the baby's dead.
Michelle!
And there goes Michelle.
It's coming.
Freeze! NYPD, drop it!
I'm gonna hurt you.
No, please, God, no.
Is this like one of the first big games to have a dead child in it? Might be. Like, I remember this being like, holy shit, back in the day. Granted, I was 11.
No, God, no, please, Michelle. Oh, baby.
Yeah, my first exposure to this was at my best friend's house when I was a kid. He was a piece of shit. He was like, look at this game on my dad's computer. And hence.
No! That was 3 years ago. Everything ripped apart in a New York minute. The killer junkies had been high on a previously unknown designer drug, Valkyr, V. After the funeral, I told Alex I'd be transferring to the DEA.
Like, I know that these comic panels, they were a
It
budget
took us 3
thing.
long years to get a break in the Valkyr
And all the
case.
actors in these things are
Then, finally, 2
developers,
months ago, a
friends,
dime dropper
family,
tipped us
random
off that
people they
Jack
pulled off the
Lupino,
street.
a
God
mob
damn,
boss
is
in
it
the
charming,
Punchinello
and it
crime
still is
family,
charming.
was trafficking. I went undercover, infiltrated the worst mafia family in New York. I came in from the cold and the dark. Outside the city was a cruel monster. I've been slowly working my way from the small time.
Well,
to
in
the big
this,
fish,
even if you're not holding a
trying to get to
gun,
the
his
source of
model
the drug.
is going like this.
Alex and BB were my only contacts in the DEA, the only ones in this decrepit city who knew I was down here.
BB here. Something urgent has come up with Jack Lupino. You need to meet with Alex immediately at the Roscoe Street station.
I hadn't had a face-to-face with Alex since I'd gone undercover.
So because of the way that scene is
Outside, the mercury
framed,
was
the
falling
bottom of
fast.
that coffee
It was
mug
colder
looks
than
like
the
a
devil's heart,
thought
raining ice
bubble.
pitchforks as if the heavens were ready to fall.
It's
Everyone
always
was running
looked
for
so
shelter
weird to
like
me.
there was no tomorrow. It didn't get any better when I got to the subway. The feeling hit me like a point-blank shot straight in the face. Something was not right about this.
I played the
My
Duke Nukem
Beretta stirred
Restoration.
nervously.
No,
under
I
my
haven't.
coat.
I just watched
Train
Civvy
doors had
cover it.
already shut behind me, and I was in for the ride. Next stop, Roscoe Street Station, and Alex.
What do you think of the Max Payne remake? Like most remakes, I think it's unnecessary. If you're gonna make a remake, fine, but I would also prefer Remedy goes out of their way to patch this game on PC so that it works on Steam just out of the box.
The station was drenched in gloom. Alex was a ghost, nowhere to be seen. I'd have to look for
Although
him.
at this point, Rockstar owns the IP, so I guess they would need their blessing. But, like, it would be nice to not have to download a bunch of patches and do a bunch of shit to get this working right. On top of a remake, but,
Death was in the air.
thing
at
is,
Roscoe
as I
Street.
understand
I'd have
it,
to find
unless I
Alex
have
fast.
misread what they've said, they're not remaking Max Payne 1 and then remaking Max Payne 2. They are remaking both games together as one thing. I don't know if that means they'll release one game where you can launch one or two, or if they're just literally
The pills will
combining
ease the
them all
pain.
into one video game. The only thing that worried me is when they originally announced it, Rockstar said we have given Remedy the budget of a of one of their AAA projects to make these two remakes, which to me said you're giving them one game of budget to make two games. But the script, I guess, is done already, and you have the structure, so maybe you don't need as big a budget.
Take care of this? He and Mickey are having too much fun taking care of the cop up there. Oh, what's the plan? Simple. Yo!
I hit the wrong button. As long as you don't count Crossfire X, which I consider that contract work and not a true Remedy game. Can't even play it anymore. Then, like, Remedy has never made a bad game.
Yeah, he's dead, all right.
They've made games that are better than others, sure.
Hey,
But I will maintain that Remedy has not made a bad game yet. Their weakest is Quantum Break, and Quantum Break is still alright, it's still fine. Plus, also, yes, to their credit, Remedy, if anyone can stretch a budget, I bet it's Remedy. Thank you, Clever Fish.
hold it! That's bad.
I think Control is their weakest game. Remedy... not Remedy, sorry. Control is a little uneven, and it had terrible technical problems when it launched on consoles. My biggest problem with Control is that its main story, with Jessie trying to find her brother and everything, is kind of meh.
While looking for Alex, I had ended up in the middle of a big-time crime operation.
The thing that Control does really well is just having this, like, X-Files, like, every place you go to has this new weird supernatural paranormal thing story, and, like, those are all really cool individual things. It's just that Jessie's main story isn't all that interesting, searching for her brother. The gameplay evolves pretty alright as it goes on.
Kiss it goodbye.
Wee! Wee!
You saved me, man.
What's going on here?
A massacre.
I didn't think that would
Those armed thugs
translate.
just appeared from nowhere. We need to get help. I can make the call from the control room one floor up. Can you take me there?
Sure. Sounds good. Follow me.
Random question about Max Payne. For Max Payne 3, do they still use Timothy Giggs with me? It's very clearly, there's James McCaffrey's face in there, but I have seen people say that it looks like a combination of, like, they took Tim Gibbs as the base and then morphed James McCaffrey features on there, but I would say Max Payne 3, he is more modeled after James McCaffrey. I'm not saying that Timothy Gibbs is missing completely, but you can see him and identify James McCaffrey, who is the voice actor, who they weren't originally going to use because Rockstar is dumb sometimes.
Home free. This way. Hey!
There's a donate button in the description, but don't consider that something that has to be done. And then there's super chats, although keep in mind with super chats, I get 70% of that. So if you give me $1, I get 70 cents, because YouTube is taking a cut. But no obligation. I mean, I'll take it. I like money. You know who likes money? This guy. But I'll never suspect it. Expect it, not suspect it. I'll never expect it. So I heard a little bit of audio issues in the bullet time, like effects kind of overlapped and canceled it out, and it got a little... It's nothing game-breaking or anything, but I noticed it. Is Max Payne 3 the last game Rockstar made before GTA 5? Yes? I think that lines up.
The train lit up like a Christmas tree. The power was back on.
You can give me 75 cents if you want, but if you're broke, you might want to just hold on to that 75 cents.
Being subtle.
How would you feel to use the same shooting mechanics from 3 in the new remake? I would be okay with that. Max Payne 3's shooting does feel great. I do kind of want the games to feel... I'm actually curious what they'll do. Because Max Payne 1 and 2, while mechanically similar, feel very different. I mean, 2 feels more polished, and the bullet time is overpowered as hell. I'm guessing if they're going to combine those games into one cohesive experience, they will try and find like a middle ground where you're not as overpowered, but you also, they'll probably have the things where you can shoot on the ground like Max Payne 2.
The rusty door led to an abandoned part of the station, closed off since the early 40s. Something big was going
down. Can I ask why everyone is assuming it's 2 games now? They've been kind of unclear.
To meet me here.
They have said that it is going to be
one way or the other. I was going to find out.
I assume everyone knows about the rat Easter egg, which I can't do now without cheating. But, so the reason why they have officially said that the remakes are going to be released as one SKU, like one game, that you buy one time. Now, we don't know yet, I don't think, if that means, okay, launch the game. Do you want to play Max Payne 1 or do you want to play Max Payne 2? Or if it's just going to be one cohesive thing that you play through from start to finish, 1 and 2. They have not been that clear about that. But also, I'm going to say the Max Payne remake stuff is in early development because they were finishing Alan Wake 2. So, big fan of your work. I said when you upload a video, reviewed every Hitman. That's where a lot of people subbed. My most viewed video now. Like, I was always referred to as the Splinter Cell guy, but technically I'm the Hitman guy. Rat Easter egg. So if you don't know, you see this hole and you hear the rats inside? If you cheat to give yourself an explosive, like a grenade right now, you can throw a grenade in this hole. That will change the level objective. I don't remember how to check objectives. Give me 1 second. Of course, the way to check objectives is to hit... some key... Pause? No. Hold on. There it is. So you see on the top of the screen how the objective is I need to find Alex, right? If you, I'm not going to cheat because I also don't know if I have to enable console commands or something on PC. So if you have an explosive, if you have like a grenade, you throw it in that hole, goes boom. The objective at top will change to I had declared war on the rats. And then all of the enemies from here to the vault will be rats holding jackhammer shotguns. Like literal, like on the ground rats holding. That is. I'm not making this shit up.
Did you hear something? Nah, take it easy.
Go ahead and do a YouTube search.
What the? Hey,
Damn it. Yeah, look up Max Payne 1 rat Easter egg. It's very funny. I didn't make that shit up. You think I'm clever enough to come up with that on my own? Hope they release the remakes separately. They're not releasing them separately. They are going to be one thing you buy once.
The station's not secured.
They announced that. But that's what made me worried when they announced it, because they said we are giving them the budget they expect for these remakes. And it's like, so you're giving them one game's worth of budget to make 2 remakes. But Remedy knows how to stretch a budget, and also, technically, you know, since they're remakes, there is some, like... There is a bit of pre-production I imagine is sort of done for you already, because you already have the blueprint. There's no reason not to trust Remedy. Rockstar owns the IP, but Remedy is developing the remakes. Like, there's no reason not to trust them. And no, I haven't yet, Tay. I'll probably do that tomorrow.
what the hell was that?
Hold on here. Give me the detonator. What are you talking about? The detonator. I thought you'd bring it. You were supposed to bring it. Yeah, right.
Yo!
The door had been welded shut ages ago, and the bomb was missing a detonator.
Hold it!
Well, the MGS release is just a lazy port. Like, the new, like, it's not that those collections, like, seriously, imagine this thing holding a fucking jackhammer shotgun. Lost my train of thought. Where did it go? Where'd my thought go? I had it, and it just flew away from my brain. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. It's not that those ports are, like, broken, horrible pieces of garbage. It's that they are just lazy cash grabs.
So stick to the plan. We've got our own private exit route. In and out, do your thing. Wham bam, thank you, man.
Quantum Break is not terrible. Quantum Break is fine. Well, they know I'm here somehow.
Hey,
Alan Wake 2 has the weakest gameplay. I mean, Alan Wake 2 has the slowest pacing of most Remedy games. Its horror aspects are kind of weak, and the only trick it has to scare you is to go in your face, and it's very fucking annoying. The meta stuff is cool. I mean, Remedy has always done meta stuff, but Alan Wake 2 is their most meta of all time.
We come to you now live from the crime scene.
Who is this?
Right back at you.
Alan Wake 2's gameplay is just Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Cease your criminal activities and surrender
So-
immediately.
Sure thing, Jim. Me and the boys have been talking, and everyone's real sorry. They'll never do it again.
Who the hell is this?
Being placed at the scene of a bank robbery wouldn't have tipped the odds in my favor.
It's not bad. No, of course not. It's not bad. Alan Wake 2, I was disappointed with the start. As it went on, like, I never went to, like, oh my god, this is amazing. I don't understand how that game gets 10s. When you have,
The bank robber's score lay on the table.
When you have such easy to replicate game-breaking bugs, like in a mechanic that everyone has to engage with,
bonds.
I don't know how you give that a 10.
Success story had
I don't know how you give a
recently
game a
been on every
10.
channel and on the cover of every magazine.
That doesn't, like, you know, actually wrap up the fucking story. I don't know how you give a game a 10 that moves unnecessarily slow at points. I don't know how you give a game a 10 where exploration after you've gone through an area once, if you want to go back and find the other stuff, is kind of really slow and painful.
The bank robbers had left their tools
Like,
on the table.
that's not to say, like, I don't, like, Alan Wake 2 is not, but it's by no means a bad game. It's good. I like it, but I really do think a lot of the 10s come from, like, wow, the meta stuff, this one scene or these two scenes, really cool. Wow, what original, innovative ideas. Sure, that doesn't fucking make a game. Doesn't make a game a 10. A game where playing as Saga and fighting her enemies is significantly better than playing as Alan and fighting his enemies.
Judging by the detonators, the
Anyone
crooks
wanna
had
fight
brought
me on
enough
that?
explosives to send Lady Liberty into orbit.
I think the gameplay in Saga Sections is better. The combat in Saga Sections is better than Alan's, because the enemies are less annoying in Saga Sections. So also, here's the thing about Alan Wake 2. So, like, they kind of have a stealth element in Alan sections where, like, there's shadows wandering around. I still don't actually know if, like, you can aggro the shadows and they become real enemies, or if there are just a handful of real enemies dotted in between the shadows. That's not really made clear. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just stupid. I could be stupid. That is a car alarm sound game. Yeah, Alan Wake 2 was a little disappointing. Also, at launch...
Jesus, you almost gave me a heart
Yeah, that's an audio problem.
Nearly shot you.
I tried to fix it.
I'm glad to see you.
What the hell's going on? There are more corpses here than at the city morgue.
It's an armed robbery. A tunnel job straight through
what
the
was I
Roscoe
saying?
Bank vault
Oh,
from the old station.
Obvious audio desync and
This is
problems that
Lupino's
I
game?
think they've since
This
patched,
is
but
Lupino's
it
doing?
launched that
Lupino's
way.
men? Really?
You sure know how to pick a place. Can you get through?
No, it's locked. We gotta get out of here. If it's Lupino, it's... Alex? Alex!
Would you say the first one is better? First one is more cohesive.
There was nothing I could do. He was dead.
Like, Alan Wake
I could
1 is a
tell by
pretty
the
consistent
empty,
experience from
accusing
start to
stare of
finish.
his eyes.
Its combat gets kind of old by the time the game wraps up. But still. Also, man, if you didn't play the DLC for Alan Wake 2, for Alan Wake 1, sorry, you're probably very confused with the story of Alan Wake 2. I do like how narrative stuff works out in Alan Wake 2 overall. Like, it's one of those games that does a good job of, like, here's the answer. Oh, wait, well, it wasn't quite the answer. This is the answer. Actually, the first answer and the second, they were kind of right. They were both kind of right. Like, it kind of... Yeah.
Let's get the hell out of here.
We'll be fine. Just take it easy.
I'm allergic to sirens. We gotta get moving.
Shut up, okay?
Hey,
Oh, hello. How are you How are you alive? Scratch was in the second DLC. There was a doppelganger in the first DLC, if I remember right. In the second one, they identify him as Scratch. And then American Nightmare, I don't know if that actually mattered at all. You need to play... You don't need to play Control to understand Alan Wake 2, but it helps, because when they mention the Federal Bureau of Control, you're like, what in the shit is that? Alan Wake had an Xbox Live Arcade game called Alan Wake's American Nightmare that was $15, $20? But it's on PC now. You can play it on Steam. Oh yeah, I need to hit a switch, don't I? Yeah, this man's body is blocking it a little bit. Alan Wake 2's story is like Alan Wake's writing is a little is sort of kind of nonsense.
Alex had kept me
it just kind of makes up the rules as
it
goes along.
Now I didn't know how I felt. Somehow he had stumbled upon something big and ended up stepping on Jack Lupino's toes.
Yes, Control has Alan Wake DLC that is directly referenced, which I didn't play, but I just looked it up.
Sleazy hotel in a slum block of tenements. The NYPD was closing in. I could hear the sirens. Their wail was a crescendo. Lupino thought he could get us by taking Alex out and leaving me to take the fall for it. All he had gotten was my attention.
Also, keep in mind that, like, you know,
I went for the hotel
Max Payne
first.
is in Alan Wake 2.
It was a sad old thing with flickering lamps.
But he's just not called
colors,
Max Payne.
Cheap mobster punks and tired-eyed prostitutes. I walked straight in, playing at Bogart, like I'd done 100 times before. The place was run by a couple of murdering
hey,
mobsters
no,
with shark
he does
smiles.
not sound like JD.
The Finito brothers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Pain in the butt. Pain to the max.
You're killing me.
He's a better actor
You
than
got that up
JD.
yourselves, you get some wino downstairs to come up with it.
James McCaffrey is so much better.
Don't answer that. A rhetorical question. I got something for the boss. Lupino around?
That kind of depends on who's asking. A friend or a junk squad plan. Don't answer. It's one of them, how do you put it, rhetorical questions.
That guy in the back is having a
Lupino
ball.
ain't here, but he said bye.
This guy's having so much fun.
Lupino wasn't in his cheap hotel. Instead, I ran into the Finito brothers. My cover had been blown. The door slammed shut behind me. And then I was dodging bullets like raindrops.
Pain in the butt. Ha ha! Pain to the max. Junk squad pig. Got a ticket to Marble City for you. Eat first and lying down. Friggin' A.
Uh-oh. Well, this is awkward. That was closer than it should have been.
A letter on the desk caught my eye.
Bosses, everything.
I'd met Lupino.
No,
only
I played
once.
Max. I made a video on
Gangster
Max
ran all his
Payne.
rackets
The
through his
trilogy.
right-hand man, Vinny Gagniti.
I played this game a
Gagniti was a
bazillion trillion
high-strung
times.
whiner on the verge of breaking apart, like an overamped Energizer bunny.
Second one's the
He
best
had
one.
the brains to run the business, but he
I
lacked
think it
the
was Splinter Cell
balls,
Bits and the Ubisoft
always
Netflix show.
falling
I didn't
short,
watch it because
taking his frustration out on underage
'Cause-
addicts and call girls.
not
The V
interested.
deal goes down at your hotel. Jack's exact words, quote, Vinny, you're in charge of this one, unquote. Rico Muerte's coming to see it through. Anything goes wrong and everybody's gonna get dead. Goes double for you. Treat this guy real good. Anything he wants, you give him. Don't screw this up.
When
or
it
your
came out,
Finito
this was like a
goes-
9 out of 10.
A V deal meant added security, locked doors, and lots of
It's
nerve
aged a little
spells and
bit,
itchy
but it's
trigger
still-
fingers. I'd seen
still
nothing
a
coming in,
damn
but that
fine
didn't mean it
game.
hadn't been there. Rico Muerte was a regular Kaiser Soze, a spook story told to keep the apes in line. 313.
The developer updates
The
for Radio
Finitos
9.
had
I
scribbled
have.
Muerte's room
It's-
number on the note's margin.
It really seems like they're just,
Bosses,
you know, getting everything done and releasing a 1.0 with just a massive launch update.
wait for them. We gotta go in now. Bosses, we're coming in.
There he is.
To be fair, this guy wasn't my fault. He got shot by his buddy. I don't know if Max Payne 3 sold more because it had so much. It had such a massive marketing push and also a much bigger budget. I would bet that Max Payne 3 sold more units, but it also had a lot more money to make back, so it might not have been as profitable in the grand scheme. That'd be my
In
guess.
his press conference today, the mayor stated that Valkyr represents a clear danger to New York and called for drastic actions to eliminate the problem. On today's top story, The Valkyr crisis worsens with the murder of DEA Special Agent Alex Balder. Special Agent Balder had been shot repeatedly from a point-blank range. The gunman has been identified as Max Payne. The noose is sure to tighten around this fugitive criminal as more NYPD units join the search to apprehend him.
I had just gotten my 15 minutes of fame.
Nice. What do you think will win Game of the Year? My guess is Baldur's Gate 3. It is an easy, goodwill pick. Everyone loved it. It was a phenomenon this year. I didn't beat it, but my guess is that Baldur's Gate 3 will win.
Yeah, something's wrong with the bosses. Payne's there and they're not answering. Let's go already. Payne's...
Hey, what the hell?
Oh, hello. That worked out pretty well.
Hey!
Was there not? Thought there was more. Play the original, and I'm stuck where the scientist is trying to lead you to the elevator. He's stuck in the elevator door and won't respond. I don't know if I've had that happen. Especially if you're playing...
Lords and ladies. Lady Amelia, Marquis Valentine.
Especially if you're playing a,
Thank you, Lawrence.
like backwards compatible Xbox version or just the
And
Xbox version.
now, an all-new episode of Lords and Ladies, brought to you in part by Acer Corporation.
My lady.
My lord?
My lady, there is a matter of great importance I must bring to your attention.
My lord, there is?
Indeed, my lady, there is indeed. From the very first moment we met, upon that distant forest path, there has been sunlight in the autumn leaves blazing like the colors of your hair.
Oh, my lord, you should not speak so.
But my lady, I must.
My lord, no, I forbid you.
I mean, I prefer Lords and Ladies as presented in Max Payne 2, because one of the greatest voice actors of all time plays a role in it.
Yes, my lord, we should
A
both
voice
be
that
dead,
most
for
people
this shame is too
don't
great for the
recognize
living.
until I point it
My
out,
lord.
or they already know. But I could have sworn people bust through this door. Well, now I just look like a goddamn fool.
V-head junkies could go off without a warning. I had to be careful.
I'll leave him alone. Fuck him. Kevin Conroy is correct. I point out that fun fact every time.
There he is.
Yeah, Kevin Conroy does a voice in in the Lords and Ladies TV show in the second game, and he covers his voice up pretty well. You don't necessarily notice it's him, unless you know that it's him. Scream from the junkies scare the shit out of you. Oh, do they?
He's coming.
Yeah, I get it. That's a scream. This would be an achievement in a modern game.
Piece of crap.
Oh, careful. It might kick back. Indeed.
There.
That was embarrassing for you too. The one thing that always is weird about going back to Max Payne 1 is that you can't shoot while laying on the floor. Like, your mind expects you to be able to do that, but that's a Max Payne 2 innovation. Well, someone already turned this one on.
Tonight, the city's fight against the nightmare drug Valkyr took a turn for the worse as DEA Special Agent Alex Balder was found brutally slain at the Roscoe Street subway station. A suspect was seen leaving the site only moments after the shots had been fired, and the NYPD is currently in pursuit of Max Payne, a repeated felon believed to be armed and extremely dangerous. And now the weather. The worst winter storm in
Alex
recorded
Casey is on a tear.
continues to pound the city. Out on Max Payne.
You always kill the junkies. I think after the first run, you just run by them, because as long as you don't bump into them, who cares?
I think I died. I think I'm dead. I think I died.
But now that you pointed it out, I mean... To be fair, Max Payne 3 was approved by Sam Lake, but what is he gonna do? Like, Rockstar comes to him and is like, hey, we've written your sequel, and he goes, no. Like, are they gonna rewrite it? I doubt it, but... It's not that Max Payne 3 is written poorly, it's that it's just... It's just the Rockstar... It's written like a Rockstar game, which is just this weird tonal shift from the first two. I mean, there's parts of 3 I'd argue are poorly written, or at least not as fleshed out as they should be, but... I covered this in my video. Go watch. Reviewing every Max Payne, parentheses PC, because I didn't review the Game Boy Advance game, and I knew people would bring it up, so I put parentheses PC on the end of it. It's written like a GTA.
Found Muerte's room. Muerte had received a letter.
Whack the sucker!
I think that adaptive difficulty patch I did is doing its job, but I also, it's still early. Maybe I just wouldn't know yet. Oh, hold on. I don't know why, I love this line, that's why I put it in my video.
Our investigation had turned up nothing to link Angelo Punchinello, the head of the Punchinello family, to Valkyr. All tracks had ended with Jack Lupino. The letter in Muerte's room was signed by the Don himself. It was the first hint that the Kingpin knew what was brewing inside his syndicate.
The trouble you got into after the Chicago screw-up. The Punchinello family bailed you out. You have been waiting for a chance to pay us back. One of our trusted boys has a monkey the size of King Kong on his back. We need your special skills for backup on a major deal.
Collecting evidence had gotten old a few hundred bullets back. I was already so far past the point of no return, I couldn't even remember what it looked like when I had passed it.
Oh no, I riled him up. Over here. Let's play over here. Let's play over here in view of the camera. Let's play over here in view... Okay, you're just gonna run around the couch? Okay. Sucks Kevin Conroy's last performance Suicide Squad. Sure is. What a bummer. This guy was in Alan Wake 2. This is Sam Lake, the writer of Alan Wake 2, and every other Remedy game, pretty much. And the voice actor is James McCaffrey, who's been in tons of Remedy stuff, and Alone in the Dark. He is the one who said, quote, I don't have your stone, and fuck you anyway. And also, I'm the Lightbringer. I'm the fucking universe. I do not believe he is in Silent Hill, no. Sorry, do you think Starfield, Final Fantasy 16, and Hogwarts got snubbed? So, Starfield doesn't deserve any fucking awards. The fact that it's nominated for anything is annoying. FF16 I didn't play. It kind of came and went. I feel like people... Like, it came out, some people were like, this game is amazing, and then no one gave a shit 2 weeks later. And, Hogwarts, I don't know if... Like, there was no way Hogwarts was going to get nominated for anything because Jeff Keighley doesn't want Twitter to be mad at him. But at the same time, Hogwarts Legacy is, like... it's like a 7 out of 10 game. Like, Hogwarts Legacy for Harry Potter fans is a magical journey, but it is a very formulaic standard open world game at the end of the day. So I wouldn't nominate it for anything, regardless. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it got snubbed. It's a better game than Starfield. So I've already made the Twitter people mad.
Damn, I thought it was a bomb for sure. Nah, the Russian wouldn't dare. This has been waiting to happen. I thought it was a bomb. Yo!
That was dumb of me. Don't land in the fire, Max. Please, God. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Dead Island 2 is totally fine. Like, there are people who are like, "Oh, Dead Island 2 is garbage." No, Dead Island 2 is fine. It is Dead Island, which was kind of refreshing to have something just simple, straightforward, knew what it was. You know, didn't try and like reinvent the wheel. It was just like a solid game, and also the fact that Dead Island 2 was a solid game after what had to be a decade of development hell is a miracle. But I wouldn't have nominated it for anything. Personally, I don't know why Hi-Fi Rush isn't in every goddamn category, because it is the game of the year. God damn it. Like, look at that game of the year list, the 6 things that are there. Throw Spider-Man. Spider-Man's fine. Spider-Man's totally fine. Throw it off. Hi-Fi Rush. Fuck, man. Throw Alan Wake 2 off.
The hooker had left her diary on the table.
Hi-Fi Rush. God damn it.
The diary belonged to a hooker named Candy Dawn. The read would have made a vice cop blush.
Had talks with the mystery hag over the phone again. Sent to the latest One-Eyed Alfred tape. As long as the hag keeps paying for the tapes, the old man could come every day for all I care.
You will agree with me. Dan should play it too. Everyone should play it.
Flicks of her clients and selling them to the highest bidder.
Tim.
It would get her killed.
Let me make something very clear to you. Let me just remind you of something. I'm me. I hate everything. I'm a cynical piece of shit. Hi-Fi Rush made me love video games again as I was playing it. I then came back to Earth later. But Hi-Fi Rush was a magical fucking journey. God damn it. So Alan Wake 2. I was a little disappointed by Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is a quality game. I enjoyed it overall. Took a while for me to start enjoying it. But any game that has an easy to replicate soft lock that a lot of people can and will run into, yeah, I'm not giving that game of the year. Nice. I'm at SM2. Didn't get needed. SM2. Oh, Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is fine. It is a, you know, quality Spider-Man. Like, it's fun to swing around Spider-Man. They nailed that formula years ago. Insomniac did a good job of replicating it. The first Spider-Man game was quality. Miles Morales was solid, but felt kind of rushed because it sort of was. And Spider-Man 2, like, it has gameplay improvements, but its writing is sloppier. And it also had less polish than 1. It wasn't a disaster. It wasn't like a broken piece of garbage or anything. But Spider-Man 2 was definitely less polished. It needed, like, another month or so to hash stuff out. Well, goddamn. I thought you were a bad guy. Thoughts on Miles Morales taking over Spider-Man? I mean, Miles is fine, but here's the problem with Spider-Man 2, right? There's Peter Parker, there's Miles Morales. That game is Peter's story. Miles is just sort of there for 75% of it. He just kind of shows up to help a couple times. Otherwise, he's like helping out at school and figuring out if he's gonna write an essay. And like, okay, it's fine, but it's Peter's story. And then at the end of Spider-Man 2, they're just like, Miles is taking over. It's like, you didn't really earn that. It's not that I have a problem with Miles taking over, but it doesn't feel earned.
The old
if that is the
elevator
direction they're
rumbled down
taking.
to the bowels of Jack Lupino's hotel.
Like, I will put Miles... Or, not Miles, sorry. I'll put Spider-Man 2. I put it on the same overall level of quality as the first game, because, like, here's the first game. Second game. Gameplay's a little better. Writing and polish are worse. So...
And in the middle of all this, there we were.
God damn it, I wish I had a grenade or a Molotov.
So what happened? Nothing happened. We got the explosives, dumped the cargo, we were home free. Jesus.
The Bill Clinton guy was last year, if I remember right. But then, idiots rushed the stage again at his Summer Games Fest, although their attempt to gain the spotlight completely failed because the internet mocked them. One guy wasn't standing, who had the YouTube channel that he wanted to promote on his shirt. He wasn't standing in camera frame, so whoops. And the other guy bumbled and fumbled over his words and didn't even get the fucking thing out right. So, like, if the game... At this point, just put a firing squad in front of the fucking Game Awards stage. Like... Put airport security people, whatever, in front of, like, with body scanners to make sure people... Because at some point, it's going to go from ha-ha funny troll to someone with ill intent. Like, legitimately.
Get him!
Like, at least Bill Clinton guy... Like... It was cringe. It was awkward. But at least Bill Clinton kid... Like, did a really good job of just... You know, what's that saying? You know, act like you've already... Or act like you're meant to be there. Something like that. He did a great job of just walking on stage. He did a fantastic job of just inserting himself. The other two guys, dipshits. I mean, the Bill Clinton kid is a dipshit too, but like I respect the grift he did, because goddammit, he was a little Splinter Cell. He was a little stealth man. He Agent 47'd his way onto that stage. How did I miss the second canister? See, I don't mind remakes getting nominated for Game of the Year as long as they're like actual remakes. Like remasters and remake mean different things, and people still don't understand that. And it still annoys me that people don't understand that.
Hold it.
But as long as it's an actual remake, like if I kind of like if back a couple years ago when if Spyro that trilogy, if that had gotten nominated, I'd be annoyed because
a dead man tied
it's
to
a remake,
but
it's just kind of a one-to-one same game.
That boy has an unbeatable track record in superhero death matches. But a six-pack of root beer gets me every time.
The murder weapon was a baseball bat.
The Game Awards absolutely don't matter. The Last of Us 2 year proved that. But
baseball bat boy comic strip.
The main problem with the Game of the Year awards, right, is that you can predict every category with like 95% accuracy. And if you're wondering, oh, Craig, how do you do that? Okay, look at what the Game of the Years are. Look at the other categories. If it's in the Game of the Year list, it's gonna win the other categories. Because if it doesn't win the other categories, how the fuck is it in the Game of the Year list? Like, oh my god, I wonder what the best RPG is. I bet it's the one that's in the 6. Oh my god, what's the best action game? I bet it's one of the 2 games in the 6. Like, it just kind of, you know. That's why I used to love Giant Bomb's Game of the Year discussions. Because, like, it was like this true debate. Like, they would come up with categories and debate them, and you would listen to the podcast where they debated them. And then when it came to Game of the Year, the way they did it for several years that I loved, that they got away from, because, oh, it's too heated and toxic. That's why we are listening. Is that everyone would like throw games on a list, and there'd be like 50 games on a list that people wanted to be in there, and then slowly they would start knocking games off. Like they would go around the table, what game should we knock off? And if someone was felt strongly, and if there was a fight and a debate, they would leave it alone and leave it. And then, but they would go through this list and just start knocking them off. And it was fucking fantastic. I loved how it was done. Whereas now we have industry people that apparently make mistakes like not... I guess Dave the Diver isn't technically an indie game. I didn't know that. I would have classified it as one.
Take vampire movies. Why are they always set in LA?
But I guess it's not.
They can't even get a tip.
But then technically Baldur's Gate 3 is an indie game. Depending on who you ask, I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, and what would you eat? Suck blood from penguins? Nah, Eskimos, man. Eskimos.
Do they still do that? Sounds like... No, they got away from doing that because it was too toxic. Like, Giant Bomb is a shell now. Like, almost... I don't think anyone who was originally there is there anymore. Everyone left. Giant Bomb was the greatest video game website of all time, and then Ryan Davis, unfortunately, and suddenly passed away. And then it was never quite the same. They kept trucking along. They hired Dan Reichert, who I think added a great energy to that show. But then just people kept leaving. As the years went on, people left, and now there's no one there, and it's just, you know. God of War. I'm not saying it's a lock that something on the game. Well, wasn't Elden Ring and God of War both on that list, the Game of the Year list and the action game list? Therefore, it's kind of a crapshoot. Jim Sterling did not work at Giant Bomb. You're thinking The Escapist, unless you're talking about The Escapist conversation.
Chill with the guns. Trust me, you don't want to piss Muerte off. Gentlemen, let's do business.
Green for green.
Cheers at green-eyed angels. Amen.
Didn't realize how low my bullet time was. I mean, look, mad respect to The Escapist. I haven't watched or been interested in The Escapist in many years, and even when I watched Zero Punctuation. I watched Movie Bob before we all realized he was a joke. Jim Sterling was there back in the day, but I'm tired of him at this point. Them, her, whatever.
There was a key on the table.
I had a point, and I lost it. But mad respect to the Escapist crew. Mad fucking respect to the Escapist crew, where I watched an interview with the original guy, who, like, the executive manager. I forget what his exact position was, but the guy that was first fired, that started the chain reaction. He was making content, and then the suits came to him and went, "Hey, you guys are making..."
It was dirty money.
5 million views a month or a year. No, if you're a big site like that with multiple shows, it's probably 5 million a month. Hey, you're getting 5 million views a month.
The transparent cylinders glowed green.
Oh, that's great. Make it 10. And then they couldn't, because that was they gave them an unrealistic goal, and then they started firing management and the editing team and whatever. And mad respect to all the creators and the people at The Escapist that went, "That wasn't fair. Fuck you. We resign." And just, The Escapist is dead now. Like, there's no way that brand sticks around. It's too tarnished now. What's your opinion on Death Stranding? Do you think it's an overrated piece of shit Hollywood wannabe game? Look, I'm not denying that it's a Hollywood wannabe game. Death Stranding is Kojima the farthest he could possibly be up his own ass. I really liked Death Stranding. It was weird, it was unique, it was interesting. I don't know if I really want to play it again, but I played through it. I'm not saying it's not Death Stranding is very much one of those games. If someone comes to me and says, Death Stranding sucks, I hated it, it wasn't fun, it's pretentious, yada, 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 I will go, yes. I will go, you are correct. Wait a second. Huh. Do you think when Sam Lake wrote Alan Wake 2 and wrote the fictional character of Alex Casey as like a Max Payne kind of insert, did he look back and remember that he named a beer named Casey? I could see it. Huh.
Two mad dog killers, ready to murder each other. They step into the next
I played
room,
Alan Wake 2.
And I'm thinking,
I like Alan Wake 2. It's a little disappointing. Because all of the reviews gave it 10s out of 10s and said it was the greatest thing ever made, and nope. No, it's not.
With the Kung Fu fighting video game. I tell you, Candy, I was so depressed, I strangled them both with the video game cables.
Oh, Rico, you're so bad.
I am, ain't
I was 11 when I played this.
Rico Muerte, big-time hustler.
Who the hell?
It's that cop.
Muerte went for his gun.
Do something.
There he is.
Oh, God. Hello. No, no, not the baseball bat. Problems. 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 Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I think that patch I downloaded that eases the adaptive difficulty is actually working. Candy, you had sex before marriage. Burn in a fire of hell. In a fire of hell? That is not... I could have said that so much cooler. She did get it worse. Yeah, you're right. Oh, fuck, he had an Ingram. Just gonna go back here, just in case. Look, not everyone can one-liner, okay?
The antique switchboard was still in use. There was an old telephone switchboard in the back room of the reception area. Kind that made phone tapping child's play. It wasn't hard to picture a fat pimp sweating with headphones on, listening to his hookers talk dirty and fake orgasms over a web of party lines. The blood veins of New York. Right now, there was a different set of moans and groans going on.
Boss, Cornelia, this Max Payne. It came, started capping us.
I'm just saying, I don't even know how to follow a discussion happening in chat anymore. Love me some Metal Gear, love me some Kojima writing, but Death Stranding was his weakest writing.
A deadly virus.
Again, it was him. It was him.
Circulatory system.
It was him the most
Something wicked this way
up his own
comes.
ass.
Max Payne at large.
Now he's earned, I think, the right to crawl up his own ass pretty far over the years. But yeah, Death Stranding. Death Stranding's writing is not what I'd call great. It's interesting. It's weird, but it's not good. Do I win? God damn it, these things are rigged. Monster Energy drink is pretty cool. The thing that annoys me is that if you do a certain side quest in Death Stranding, the Monster Energy turns into beer and you can never change it back, and I didn't know that when I did the quest, and Death Stranding fucking sucked. Spider-Man PS4, quality game. I think I put it on my Game of the Year list when it came out a couple years ago because it was sort of just another Spider-Man game, but it was like the most polished and most well-written Spider-Man game. Better written than 2 is. Director's cut of Death Stranding has no monster. I was thinking of replaying that. No. They took away the monster? Son of a bitch. I'm not being sarcastic. I legitimately am pissed about that. My take on the completionist controversy. All right. My take on the completionist controversy is I think anyone that tries to act like Carl Jobst and Mutahar were acting in bad faith or are acting in bad faith are fools. It does help that it's not good that none of the money that has been donated over the last 10 years has actually gone to charities. Granted, it has just been going into a bank account and sitting there. So it's not like anyone was buying beach houses and Ferraris. The biggest... at this point, I'm willing to give... Because Gerard has never come off as scummy to me. He's always come off as genuine. I don't know the man. But, he's never come off as scummy. So I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt to a point in that he just, assumed, oh, that's all being handled. I don't think for the several years on live streams and he was saying we're working with this and we're donating stuff to this and yada yada, I don't think he was lying. I don't think he was like, ha ha ha, we're keeping all this money and I'm going to tell people. But he says he found out about it in 2022. It's been a year. You've had a year to correct this, and I don't know why you're dragging your feet. The problem... All right, sorry. I'm going to stop for a second. We're going to rant a little bit. The problem with Gerard at this point is that I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt all the way up to 2022. Because people are like, he's the president of the charity, or he's one of the biggest people in the charity. He should know everything that's going on. Gerard is spinning 30 plates at once. He's you can tell from the outside, he's incredibly busy. He's constantly playing, recording, scripting. I think he has editors now, so he's not doing that part. He goes to events, multiple conventions every year. He has brand deals with publishers to worry about. He has his fingers in 50 million pies. So, him being, trusting people on the back end, hey, you're dealing with the charity stuff. Once a year we do this amazing event. And it's going to get donated, and I believe all that. I believe all of that. That it was just, ignorance on his part. He didn't see it. That's fine. He found out about it in 2022. If it were me, okay, let's say I'm in charge of a charity. I'm in charge of a charity. And I find out that the charity that I've been a part of, been the face of, been promoting, and getting donations from for the last... 2014, 8 years at that point. I find out that none of the money has gone to the charities. It's just sitting in an account. Okay? Immediately, I would split that up into 3 big chunks of 200 grand each, because there's 600,000 some odd dollars in there. Split up to 3 chunks, 200 grand each. 200 grand goes to the San Francisco organization that I've been promoting over the years, the entire time, and saying are partnered with us. And then the other 200 gets, you look up a charity organization that's reputable, that the money is going to a good place and going to actual research, and then immediately after you do those bulk donations, you come out with a public statement explaining, I thought the money was being donated, it's been sitting in an account, I apologize for the oversight, there are things being made, there are steps being made to make sure this never happens again, and we promise that all donations from now on will go directly to the charities soon after being donated. And PR disaster avoided. You have a little PR stir-up where you're like, oh, fuck, there was this thing going on, I didn't know, I've corrected it, we'll do better. And after 2 days, no one cares. Right? That's how you handle that. But the fact that Gerard found out a year ago, and the money still hasn't been donated... And the fact that he had the Indieland stream, in October, September, and he kept saying, all money goes directly to the charities, we're working with yada, 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 when he knew at that point that the money was sitting in an account, I think that was him trying to avoid the PR nightmare while he... I was going to say figured stuff out in the back end, but, look. That was him trying to save face and pretend everything was fine, and then he got caught. And now it looks really bad for him. I do not think Gerard is evil. I do not think Gerard was pocketing the money. That Dexerto article was incredibly irresponsible because it made it sound like he was like, haha, I'm going to buy a beach house in Tahiti and all the Ferraris. It's not what happened. The money hasn't been spent on, fallacious shit. It was just sitting in an account, not being donated. Which you could donate it now, but then that's 10 years worth of research donations you weren't giving, and maybe if you had given that bulk money, research might have moved along faster for dementia or whatever. I doubt it, because research is slow, but you don't know. So I think it is just ignorance and incompetence on his part. I don't think it's malicious. I don't think he's a bad person. Doesn't look good. So at this point, and also I'll say this, it doesn't look good, right? That his brother. No. Completionist has been fine. I fell off watching when Greg left. The content changed because Greg was the comedy guy, and then Greg turned out to be a piece of shit who demanded that all of his content be removed from the channel, and he's an asshole. Greg's an asshole. I'm referencing the side scrollers. I think I listened to their segment on it, but the main issue I have with side scrollers is they tend to react to stories without actually looking into it at all. They tend to get very surface level and then just give opinions. Oh yeah. Oh, Tim, you didn't. So when Greg left, he left. He had some kind of huge, their friendship was destroyed, and he left because they had disagreements on where the channel should go. And then 2 years after the fact, Greg contacted Gerard and said, any video featuring me needs to be removed by this date, or I'm gonna strike your channel and destroy it or sue you or something like that. And despite the fact that Gerard was in the right, he instead of dealing with the headache, he acquiesced and then dedicated himself to re-reviewing every single game that him and Greg covered, which was the New Game Plus segment. But yeah, I don't think Gerard's a bad person. I just think I think he was ignorant. He was innocent thanks to ignorance for a while, but then he's had a year. And the excuse that Gerard had, I think, I understand in the interview that he did. I'm so sorry for not playing the game. I will get back to it in a minute. So they had a phone call, Gerard, Carl, and Mutahar. They had a phone call together, and Gerard kind of was defensive, and he was like, oh, you guys are kind of looking for a story, looking for drama. First off, these two have not behaved in bad faith to that degree, so I don't understand why you assume that. I understand why you're defensive, because this is your mom's legacy, and it doesn't look good, and you know it's an incoming PR disaster. I get it. But you have to check your ego at the door when you've been called out on something that you already knew was a problem a year ago. We need Gerard's statement. Here's what needs to happen, okay? At some point in the next week, I would hope, Gerard needs to first, before he says a fucking word, donate all that money. Period. I recommend splitting it into 3 nice, big, meaty chunks and giving it to 3 reputable organizations, and then you come up with a statement that explains in detail what the fuck happened. You don't have to name and shame employees. If someone on the back end was just dumb and did the accounting wrong and you need to fire them or reprimand them in some degree, you don't have to name them. You do not have to do that. You just have to say something has been done in that department. The big problem now is that Gerard tried, after finding out a year ago, and then sure, having the expensive itemized would help. I'm assuming if accountant just wrote expenses, that's something you can technically do, but I don't know accounting, but my understanding is that you don't have to give an itemized list of what your expenses are when filing like that. But if you don't, it opens you up to an audit by the RRS, because they're going to ask questions about what the fuck the expenses were, so you may as well just be specific. I know he has been asked to step away from his podcast with Skill Up and people until this gets resolved, which of course. But sorry, my big problem in all of this, right? I think it was just a back end issue. Then when Gerard found out a year ago, I believe his excuse for why it hasn't happened yet, he was like, we're still looking in to charity. We're trying to find a good partners to work with where we know where the money is going, and we know it's not just going into the pockets of CEOs. Okay, first off, you have publicly been talking about Partner San Francisco Group. Give them the money. Like, you've been publicly talking about this company for 10 years. Give them the money. But outside of that, guys, it doesn't take a year. It doesn't take 10 years to look into a charity and find out where the money's going. I've done some charity streams in the past. I haven't done them in a long time. I should probably do one every once in a while, but I suck. It took me less than an hour to, like, if I was like, oh, I want to find a cancer charity. Okay, here's one. Let me go to their website. Do they have a breakdown? Oh, they do? Great. Done. Work over. If I want to go further, I could look into their public tax IRS filings, but I'm not going to dig that. I don't personally dig that far. But I don't take that long. At most, if you want to do a deep dive on a charity as an organization and make goddamn sure your money is going to a good cause, it should take at most a week, not 10 years. No, he's not going to run with the money. He's not. I don't believe that. This is not a case of like a Logan Paul, you know. I very much think that Gerard was ignorant until a year ago, and then he became an idiot. Then he handled this really poorly. He kept trying to go behind the scenes, like I'll fix it later, or someone else will do it, or and then he got caught, and it doesn't look good now. But I don't think this is something that will destroy his career. I think this is something that it'll be a mark against him. It will hurt Indieland's future prospects and open hand. It'll hurt Open Hand's prospect, but as long as he, from this point on, after he donates the money and explains what happened and gives his side, as long as he is transparent and honest and all of that from this point on, I think he'll be okay. But it doesn't look great. Sorry. Yes, this depends how he handles the controversy from this point on, but you gotta get your ducks in a row, man. Show the account of the. Well, we know the money is still in the account. That's not a question. This is not a question of like, oh, it's in his pocket or it has been spent. We know for a fact it is still sitting in the charity's account. Sorry, no, I've paused for way longer when streaming on Twitch. But, you know, sometimes I just want to go on a rant and I don't want to be distracted, so. With difficulty. The game is on Fugitive, which has the adaptive difficulty, although I also found out that there's a patch you can download to make sure that the adaptive difficulty doesn't go above or below a certain point as originally intended. As opposed to modern versions of the game, which messed that up. But sometimes, hey, if you come to my streams, there will just be times where I sit here and I shoot the shit about a subject for a minute. Ever played Thief games?
Turn around, walk away, blow
I consider
town.
myself a fan of
That would've been
Thief,
smart
but
thing
I'm
to
a
do.
pussy.
Guess I wasn't that smart.
I've only played one and a quarter of the Thief games,
hang out for all kinds
and I'm
of
sorry.
sleaze. A liquor store, a pawn shop, a laundromat.
I
full
played
of
Thief
mobster
Gold as a kid.
bookies and loan
Played the
sharks.
first level
The list
50, 100
went on.
billion times. Had a great time.
how and
Second
why
level
was a
had
mystery
zombies
to
in
me,
it, and they
but they
scared
knew
me,
I
and
was
I
a
never
cop.
continued.
They knew I was coming, and they were going to get real trigger happy about it.
Yeah, I saw you did, Peanut, and I got distracted by the
Lupino's hangout
charity
all
stuff.
lit up.
I never played the second
turned
game, never
snow
played the
into
third
liquid
game,
gold.
and then the only
pillar of
Thief
fire
game I've
lifted the
beaten
remains of a car
is
straight up into the air.
is the...
The flames were highlighted on the hood of a black Mercedes-Benz as it coasted down the street real slow.
I'm sorry!
As if the driver didn't have a worry in the world. I got a good look at the man riding shotgun. It was Vladimir.
Hi, lead singer of Poets of the Fall!
Don Punchinello's soup.
That's the lead singer of Poets of the Fall!
The ringing in my ears.
Playing Vlad in the comic sections of this game. I know. When I played the Thief reboot, I thought that game was fine for like its first half, but the longer that game goes on, the weaker it gets. It's a mediocre. I don't think Thief reboot is necessarily like complete garbage. If you're a Thief purist and you compare it to Thief, then
bomb exploded inside the
maybe.
closest slum
But
building. It was a lucky break.
It's just mediocre.
The goons inside were spooked, but luck always came with a price tag. More bombs could still be ticking inside, and the cops would already be on their way. Jack Lupino's suite was on the top floor. At least it used to be, before the explosive makeover.
I don't know, man. I don't know about this.
Quit worrying, eh? Think of it as Christmas. The Russians are with Santa.
What the?
Well. Ow. Max is very much a... It's as Thief as the Tomb Raider reboot. He's Tomb Raider. So here's the thing. I understand the comparison, but like Tomb Raider reboot is like a good game. Its writing doesn't really work. The ludonarrative dissonance really kind of, you know, shoots it in the foot. But it is still a quality game.
The headlines were a depressing read. The headlines were screaming bloody murder. The storm was a screaming duet with the approaching prowl car sirens. It was all a scream when you were down for the count and wanted for murder.
Hey.
I'm dead. Well, maybe not. Ha 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 ha! Yeah, it takes some doing to get this game working properly. Yeah, those screams are a bit much. I'm sure the scream is from a library of some kind, right? Like...
The whole building was rigged with explosives.
Let's clean up the streets. Boy, that's fucked. But they were high, so they didn't feel some of it. Maybe. Don't ask questions. Say hello to Alfred Woden, everybody.
A beaten-up phone in the entrance hall was ringing. It could have been just a junkie in need of a fix, but it turned out to be something more sinister than that.
Rise of the Tomb Raider is great. It's the best of those three games.
My name is Alfred Woden. You must hurry.
Like, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Tell me something I don't know.
Tomb Raider 1 reboot.
You're there.
Shadow.
Wow. And what's it to you?
I will contact you again.
The cops arrived, sirens singing in the off-key harmony of a manic-depressive choir.
I'm killing
I had a
junkies
few minutes while the
because
SWAT team would go through their
drugs are
usual
bad.
routine. By the time they busted in, I needed to be long gone.
Max Payne, this is Deputy Chief Jim Bravura from the NYPD. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands above your head.
What would you say is your favorite Dishonored? I don't actually think that... I was going to say think that highly of Dishonored, but that sounds really negative. I only played the first one, and the first one is like a fine game that I get tired of long before it's over. I never bothered with 2 or Death of the Outsider.
Someone had left a letter on the there was a key on the shelf. Suddenly it all made sense. The bombs, the Russian mob boss making an appearance in person. Gognitti was his usual self, all talk and no walk.
After our hit, the Russian has only a couple of guns
If there was
left,
ever
and
a
they can be
proper
bought.
live-action
There's
Hitman
no
movie, what do you mean
freaking
there's
way
been
he has
2?
the guts to try
Which
anything
bold
after
actor
that.
would be most
As
fit
it
to
turned
play
out,
Agent
the Russian had
47?
plenty of guts. One thing you could count on: you push a man too far, and
I
sooner
don't
or
know.
later he'd start pushing back.
Because here's the thing, I like that first Hitman movie with Timothy Olyphant. I'm not saying he's the best choice to play Agent 47. That movie is written remarkably inconsistently by writer Skip Woods, who has a terrible screenwriting resume. But it's directed very well, pretty well. I'll say pretty well. The action in it is fun. I know Hitman isn't really meant to be action unless, you know, everything goes wrong and you mess up the stealth part, but the action is well made. It was your fault, not mine. And then the second movie is just garbage. Here's the thing. The second one, the second Hitman movie stars an actor I don't recognize from anything. I'm sure he's been in something. I'm sure he was big on a TV show, or maybe he's famous overseas. I just don't know who he is. He was originally supposed to be Paul Walker before, you know. Oh, you motherfucker! Before, you know, he decided to Fast and the Furious in real life. But, oh, man. Here's the thing I'll say about, by the way, Timothy Olyphant, like, especially after watching Justified, I love him. Like, I always liked Timothy Olyphant. I knew him mostly as the villain from Die Hard and Agent 47. But after Justified, god damn it, he's great. But, like, if you look up how Timothy Olyphant feels about Hitman, like, he was like, I had a lot of fun working on that movie. I don't know why I was there. Like, it's very much one of those, like, he took that role because he wasn't really getting a lot of work. So he took that role and he had a good time and he liked everyone involved with it, but he was also like, I didn't really fit there. And I don't think he did bad, but he's not my first choice. Thoughts on the new English Kiryu? Look. I respect Young, yeah. In terms of, like, a YouTube newsman, I think he does it very well. He's earned his status, he has earned his following, all of that. Okay? And as far as I'm concerned, I haven't played a game, I don't think, where Yang Ye was, like, in it, and I recognized it, but I've heard clips of Yang Ye's acting in other games, and he's fine. He totally fits as, like, a side character in something, or, you know, an English dub over an anime, or, you know, that kind of stuff. He's not Kiryu. He doesn't sound like Kiryu. He doesn't invoke Kiryu. He sounds like Yang Ye going like this, and, yeah, it doesn't work. Like, I know he loves the Yakuza game. I know he loves that character. He was excited to do it. It doesn't fit. He doesn't fit. I know his reaction hasn't been great. I also understand why. You know, this was his dream when he got into voice acting, was to voice like this, was to voice a major protagonist in something, and he got Kiryu, like one of his favorite characters. I'm like, that's awesome for him. But I'm sorry, it doesn't fit. It's not even so much. I'm not even going to say his performance. I've only seen sporadic clips. I haven't played the game. Yakuza is a series that I'd like to play more of after playing 0, Kiwami 1 and 2, but those games are such a goddamn investment that I haven't. And I don't want to jump into a newer one without playing the older one, even though I know I don't have to, but I want to, but I'm never going to. Anyway, it's the problem isn't that you recognize that it's Yang Ye. Steve Blum, you know it's him every single time you hear him. But it depends on the casting. If he's cast in a role that works, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you recognize the voice if he fits the character. Yang Ye's voice simply does not fit the character. Because Kiryu is supposed to be what? Almost 60 at this point? And he sounds like a 30-year-old going like this, and it doesn't work. It's not necessarily a fault of the acting. It's it was bad casting. They cast him wrong. He doesn't fit the character. But his reaction to all of this of just block, 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 block. Oh, you don't think I was good? Block, 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 block.
Office.
Terrible way to handle it.
The alternate route led there by way of adjoining rooftops.
Like, at least mute people, then they don't know.
It's never been this cold. Never ever. It's like the sky's falling. Yes, sir. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I don't feel fine. I don't feel anything. Not a thing. I'm freezing my butt off.
I continue to respect Yang Ye as like a content man, a news man, all that. And like I completely understand how like you have this dream of voicing this character, this lead character in a franchise that you love, a character that you love, and it comes out and everyone dogs on you. I get why you would be sour, but it doesn't look good at all. Ugh. Yeah, so here's the thing about I've seen those rumors about Kathleen Dever, who was in Justified. She was Henrietta in Justified. She did great. I don't see her as Abby unless she bulks up like 100 pounds. Like I actually agree with people who say like she kind of looks like she would have been a great Ellie. She's a bit, I don't know how tall she is. She's a bit too old maybe for that role now. She looks pretty close to Ellie. She actually would have been a great casting choice if she probably was like more close to the age. But
pizza delivery.
Never seen you before. Buzz off, Joker. What the?
a little surprised the junkies aren't losing their minds.
No, don't shoot.
You know the clowns at the laundry?
Me? No.
You're no good to me then.
What? No, the laundry, yeah. I know him, yeah.
Get me in there.
Okay.
What's Remedy's lesser game? Well, Quantum Break over Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 has a lot of interesting stuff in it, at least. Come on, buddy.
It's me. Open up. Let me in, quick.
Not so fast. The password. John who?
Come on. Oh, okay, John Woo.
All right. Come right in. It's a... There he is.
Hey, your twin was in here. Okay. That'll work out. Spider-Man 2 is kind of on par with the first game because its gameplay was better, but its writing and polish is sloppier. Spider-Man 2 is totally fine. I platinumed it. It was easy. Wow, he ruined my life. You. Thank you all for hanging out on this wonderful Wednesday evening. The writing and pacer were sloppier in Spider-Man 2. A lot of, like, basically, Miles kind of just is there for 75% of it. That game is Peter's story, and Miles is just hanging out for most of that game. He shows up every once in a while to do something relevant. But yeah, for the most part, Miles isn't very important, which means his scenes kind of feel like spinning of the wheels. Nothing wrong with loving Max Payne 3. I think it's the weakest one, but like it's still a very good game. Plays really well.
Crisis tonight, with reports of Valkyrie-related gang war in the streets of the Bronx. Apparently, Max
They're making a Max Payne
wanted
remake,
for
so
questioning in connection with the slaying of a DEA special agent earlier tonight, is waging a one-man war against his former partners.
how I feel about it is a little irrelevant.
Among the
because
list of
they're doing
casualties
it.
so far are notorious mafia members Joey and Virgilio Finito, as well as Rico Muerte, himself a fugitive from the law, and a suspect for several murders in the Chicago area. The NYPD has been placed on full alert. A citywide APB has been put out on Max Payne.
I don't need a Max
Deputy
Payne 4.
Chief Jim Bravura
Let him
has
rest.
promised to take whatever steps necessary to
3
bring
already
him to
felt
justice.
kind of unnecessary.
What those steps may be remains to be seen. For NY
Let him rest.
CNN TV News, this is Kira Silver.
Oh, did I miss? Oh, I've long since missed the Buffy Easter egg. God damn it. Whatever.
Sweep on Chris Unknown. I don't know. Only it's not me talking to the
I'm doing fine.
flamingo, but someone who looks the part down to the finest detail, except that he's evil. I'm hiding in the shadows, watching it all unfold. The flamingo speaks. He can speak here. It says,
Mirrors are more fun than television.
that's mirrors are more fun than television. Somehow I know this, just don't ask me how. And I, not me, but my double, nods and smirks at this like it was the funniest thing in the world. And then something goes wrong, and suddenly they know I'm there, hiding behind them, and they both turn to look at me with cold eyes. And the flamingo speaks again.
Threshold tolerant and stress.
I have no idea what that means. And that's when I always wake up to my own scream in that brightly lit white hospital room, strapped to my bed.
Right. I'm confused. Oh, you're right. Stuff's still exploding for a hot minute. Okay.
Red, blue, or green? It's always red or blue in the movies.
So, green?
No, not the green.
It was not the green. Uh-huh. I might have saved at a bad time, depending. I knew there was another one. I have not played... Oh my god! I've not played Ghost Runner. Yep, this was a day when games were more pure and were innovating.
What the hell are you standing around here for? They're bombing us. What are you doing? You're doing nothing. What are you doing? This is war! Freaking war!
Ingram's out, because I know.
Vinny got needy. Just the man I've been killing to see.
Payne? Freaking fed! I knew from day one there was something screwy about you. What do you think you're doing? You're a freaking cop. You ain't got squad on us. You can't just come in here waving your piece like it meant something.
Hi, Barry.
Yeah! Oh my god! Oh god, you shot me! Ah! You're dead!
Is that like the one time he uses bullet time in a graphic novel scene?
Kill him!
With pleasure, boss.
Gognitti bailed. I made like Chow Yun Fat.
Oh, don't worry, boys. We're fine. God bless the Ingrams.
A crumpled letter lay on Gognitti's desk. The letter was addressed to Don Punchinello.
I have not played
Vinny
on
had
Record
never had
6.
the nerve to finish it.
Jack's gone voodoo. Just the other night,
I know plenty of
he
people that
shot
liked
Dino
it.
'cause
It
he
just
wanted
seems
to
like
see
one of
what
those
his
games that
brains
I
look
personally
like
would get tired of
splattered on the
after
wall.
one like good
He's a
session.
freaking mad dog. We're running
A
out
lot
of
of just
men
circle
and
strafing and
business
shooting.
fast.
Gognitti had been living in
Robots.
mortal fear of his boss. Jack Lupino was a psycho. Vinny Gognitti was running scared. He could run, but with a bullet in his stomach like a broken bottle of Tabasco, he was quickly running out of time. He knew where his boss was, and I wanted to square things up with Jack Lupino. Gognitti would be moving fast. I don't know about angels, but it's fear that gives men wings.
Sam like had some real good fucking lines, man. Like for his first like write, I don't know. It's probably not the first thing he's written. Like he probably, you know, wrote some things that nobody like read or saw anything of. This window is a trap, by the way. If you jump out this window, you die. But it looks like the spot that the game wants you to go. But for like a first, you know, major project that you're writing, like this is, like Sam Lake did a damn fine job. Like I said in the video, it does have a first-time writer throwing all of his ideas at the wall.
This was my
Stick to
second
it, but
train ride.
he makes it work.
The way it started didn't promise anything better than the last one. Freezing wind tearing at my face like sandpaper and razors. Ice hard and slick under my hands and feet. And somewhere in the background, the wail of sirens. The city howling after me. New York sped by and fast forward.
Nostalgia-wise, the
Dark
first
rooftop
one's
water
up there.
towers and a dead forest
2016 is
and
great.
chimneys, all a blur.
Like Eternal's great too,
When
but
the
it's
train
also
was riding
not
slow
necessarily
down,
a game I feel an
Gognitti
urge to
made
play
his move.
again anytime soon, because you got to be in a certain mindset for Eternal. You gotta like grit your teeth for Eternal. I never vote in the Game Awards. My vote doesn't matter. Your vote doesn't either. It says on their website, like, 90% of the vote is based on... I think it's 90%. Is based on industry people voting. Like, we don't matter. It's not about us. I started playing the first Doom Eternal DLC, and it was, like, ultra punishing, and also... That DLC was very much made for people who had been playing Doom Eternal religiously for months and months. I tried to jump into it after months of not playing. Nope. And then the second one apparently was like so easy. Like they overcorrected and made it so easy that it wasn't even fun. But I didn't bother. I mean, I was never a religious Law and Order watcher, but it was always on, so of course I've seen plenty of Law and Order over my lifetime. Oh, right.
It's Payne! He's coming down the stairs! Shoot the bastard!
Okay, boss, you got it.
No problem.
Again, all of those Chicago shows, like, again, those are like, hey, they're on TV. I have seen them sporadically. It is weird seeing Chase from House be not Australian. Ooh, that was closer than it should have been. Goddamn, I'm hurting. I wonder. Okay, ammo's nice and all, but it's not what I need right now. I've never beaten a Witcher, but I've played a fair amount of Witcher. I played, like, actually 20 plus hours of Witcher 1 years after it came out, and, like, despite its jankiness, like, I actually enjoyed what I played quite a bit. Witcher 3, I put 60 hours into, and then I got on a boat, and I was on another continent, and it said, here's another continent worth of side quests and activities, and I went, I'm done, thank you. In Witcher 2, I tried to really like on multiple occasions. I think it's pretty boring. If I remember right. Yeah, if you shoot that car, the guy fucking stops and comes to kill you. Gang member, innocent bystander, who the fuck knows? I'm sure that Wolverine game by Insomniac will be totally fine. I kind of hope they go for something more linear. I don't want another open world game in my life with a bunch of fucking activities and side quests to do, personally. But it's a way to get to the what's the name of that fish that's in a bunch of id games? Because you can find that fish. Oh, hey, getting some sound issues. Dope fish, yeah. Boy, you'd be sure would be nice if you gave me some goddamn painkillers. Yourself a trophy? Not really. I used to be a bit of an achievement whore, and then I got past 100,000 achievement points, and no cocaine, pizza, or hookers flew out of my Xbox. So I was like, oh, well, maybe I should not waste my time at 2%. Like, I've gotten a handful of platinums in my time, but it was mainly just out of boredom. My first platinum, I think, was actually Spider-Man on PS4 because it was an easy platinum, and I figured, why not? Let's go for it. Man, you know what'd be cool right now? Painkillers. Shit, forgot about the fourth guy. And the fifth guy. Thank you. This way, maybe? I think it's around... No, maybe not. Maybe I'm dumb? Maybe I'm stupid? Maybe I'm not smart? I don't think I'm smart.
We're gonna be rich! Freaking rich! Even richer than that, wise guy. Freaking rich!
What's up, nerds? First platinum. No, that first off, that was on Xbox. That wasn't a platinum. That was just something I wanted for the easy 1000. Platinums do you have? I think like 9 or 10, but I think they also count DLC. So I think I must have gotten the platinum for 1 or 2 DLCs on top of the main game in order for it to double. Oh, yeah, here. If I remember right. No, this is where I have to go. Maybe not. Hold on. Maybe I'm a dumb guy. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am right. Maybe it is around here. No, I'd have to see the basketball court.
Max Payne has nowhere left to go. We are very close to capturing him. You'll get a full statement then. Right now, I've got better things to do, ma'am.
That was Deputy Chief Jim Rivera from the NYPD.
Hey, remember when Jim Rivera was played by...
This time.
Apart from his
Ludacris?
suspicious food habits, I figured Bravura to be one of the good guys.
Because that's hip?
Fate had just dropped us on different sides in this. But when it came to capturing me, he was way out of his league. I had already ditched the cops a couple of rooftops back. For now.
Why'd you have to kill this nice man?
I can hear it. Ready? Keep your guns pointed at the door. Okay, this is it. Any moment now, Payne's gonna bust through that door with murder in his eye. It's either him or us. I, for one, am gonna pump the SOB so full of lead, they'll need a forklift to carry the coffin to the grave.
Wait a second, I forgot. Oh, God.
Keep your guns pointed at the door.
Well, goddamn.
Pointed at the door.
See? It all worked out better. Yep, dual Ingrams are great. Until you get the Colt Commando later in the game. Dual Ingrams are the way to go. I actually don't know why they give you a bat and shit. Hey, buddy.
Open, goddammit! Payne! I'll kill you,
I'm
you
not.
lousy
I'm not there. I'm not on the ground there. Wait. What are you doing, buddy? Bad as OP when you need it. Well, yeah, because you just aggro everybody, and then you wait around the corner, and then bad times. Well, I could have thrown that a little better.
Gognitti ran out of steam in a dead-end alley with steam boiling out of the sewer grates like all the fires of hell were burning high beneath us. It was shakedown time. Where's Lupino?
Screw you!
Bad start, Vinny.
Police brutality!
I rate pretty high on that.
You can't just hurt me in cold blood?
Just keep telling yourself that.
I killed so many people.
Listen good, Candyman. I'm not gonna be anybody's fall guy. I want to know where your boss is hiding. There was no glory in this. I hadn't asked for this crap. Trouble had come to me in big dark swarms. The good and the just were like gold dust in the city. I had no illusions. I was not one of them. I was no hero. Just me and the gun and the crook. My options had decreased to a singular course.
I'll tell you, just don't hurt me no more. Lupino's at Ragnarok, the nightclub. Book me, take me home into the freaking jail, just don't hurt me.
Your rights will be ready at your funeral. Ragnarok.
Much like Mona, he was originally supposed to die, but then they made a sequel.
Theater. I knew what waited inside. V had junkies ready to explode in random acts of senseless violence, and Lupino's goon squad, the worst stone-cold killers this side of hell. Ragnarok was as inviting as a headache, flickering and flashing to a machine gun beat. The belly of the nightclub was a gothic theme park that began with bondage games and led to the nasty stuff from there. As subtle with its dark message as a cop killer bullet through the heart. Like father, like son. Just like Jack Lupino.
I need to run to the bathroom, so if you will all excuse me for just a couple minutes, I'll come back and we'll shoot some more people. How's that sound? Sound good? Sounds good. Hey, I did kind of leave everyone with a soundtrack, didn't I? AKA the menu music. Give me 1 minute. It dropped bottle cap on the floor. Excuse me. How could it possibly have gone that far? Where the fuck is it? Where did it go? I have a dog, so I don't want to keep a bottle cap on the floor, but it just vanished into the shadow room. There it is. Never played OGRE4? Sadly, what the fuck are you waiting for? I mean, you know, you can play it if you want. You know, I'm not going to force you, but do it. That was one of the things while I was reinstalling some old games and patching them, getting them all working right. I downloaded RE4, then downloaded the HD Project mod, reinstalled that. Was very happy to see that all of my saves actually transferred right over. God bless you, Steam Cloud. All right, put that. Okay, I know I have to open that, but let me. Any painkillers waiting around for me somewhere? No? Yes. Oh god, I hit Alt-Tab! Not Alt-Tab. What's the thing that brings up the Steam overlay? I hit that combo. So, like, I went to slow-mo dive, and I was met with a friends list, and I couldn't do anything. Shift-Tab. Uh-oh.
The book had never been a bestseller. Given the setting, I was surprised
I wonder how they
to find
found
that
James
somebody had been passing
McCaffrey.
time
I don't know if
reading.
that's ever been
The
disclosed
paperback was
somewhere.
entitled The Age of Murder and Storm. The blurb on the back mentioned Norse mythos and Ragnarok, the end of a Viking world with a terrible winter that covered the earth in ice, when vile crimes were rampant and all humanity lost. I could see how somebody impressionable might get it
DMC
into
one,
their
Arkham
head that
City
we
are
were
great
at the
games.
end of
I
time.
don't know why those are two
I was
being
also
compared.
beginning to see what the nightclub and its owner
How did
were
those two
all
get
about.
compared? Arkham Asylum is better. But sure. Arkham Asylum is a tighter game. Like, City is a quality game and it has gameplay improvements, but it does suffer from the fact that they bloated it out. Like the Riddler stuff alone, I think makes City kind of inferior to Asylum. Asylum is a much tighter, you know, focused, better experience overall, I think. I really like the RE2 remake. I do too, despite what everyone on the internet says. I remember there being some problem with RE2 Remake and 3 on, like, as stuff got updated, there was something you had to disable something to make those games work correctly, or turn something on or turn something off. I don't know if they patched that, if they fixed that with the remaster / updated version they released sometime later. I remember there being some issue, not at launch, but something that got introduced later. We had to maybe disable something like a USB or something. I don't remember what it was. It was something that caused like micro stuttering, if I remember right. Sure, every game in the Arkham series is worth playing, I'll give you that, but Asylum is the best one.
The room was stacked with light reading, such as Necronomicon, Witchcraft, and Paradise Lost. Old exotic titles like Malleus Maleficarum and De Umbrarum Reini Novum Portus. Books with pentagrams on their covers, all dealing with the occult and the infernal. Lying between stacks of horror videos and a couple of Ouija boards. The only thing I could take seriously was the thought of Lupino taking it seriously. He had been spending a lot of time getting intimate with the guy downstairs.
Origins was fine, a bit of an unnecessary prequel, but it was well made for what it was. Its gameplay felt just a little off, like there was just like this bit of polish lacking in the combat that is hard to describe without playing them back to back. It was like, hey, this wasn't made by Rocksteady, so it just felt that little bit off. It was like 5% off. But yeah. Is there not a switch I have to hit or something? You're not? Man, the odd ones out fell on some hard times. God, I'm so funny. I'm like hilarious. Imagine if I made videos. Oh, the switch is literally next to the door. God damn it. God, oh, nice shot. Credit where it's due. God damn you and your shotgun. Wait, really? I can't actually get to the balcony they were at? Huh. Upset, or are you happy or upset about the upcoming remake because Max Payne 1 and 2? Indifferent in that these games don't need remakes, or if you're going to give them remakes, Remedy, please fucking patch Max Payne 1 to just work out of the box on PC, on Steam, instead of forcing people to jump through all the hoops in the world. Like, just institute those patches and fixes and work around yourself and patch the game. But it's Remedy handling them, so I imagine they won't be disasters. But they're not necessary. You played the Rising? I've played all the Dead Risings aside from Off the Record because that one felt completely needless. It is literally the what if game.
It's too freaky. Full screen. It's been 3 days now. Don't look at me.
Hell no, I ain't got no death wish.
I'm just saying it gives me the creeps, especially now.
One of the rare times where you get a special camera when the battle's over. And I love how it looks. Even if I ran into a cardboard box. You're just gonna camp behind the barrels? Like... Drugs are bad. Gotham City's discussing who would want to live there. I mean, Detroit, though. Having played like 10 hours of RoboCop, I can safely say Detroit kind of sucks. Best known Edward Carnby and Alone in the Dark. I've also referenced that. Thank you for that $5 Canadian, which is like, what, 50 cents in American money? Send me Monopoly money over here. No, sorry. I don't have your stone, and fuck you anyway. I'm the fucking Lightbringer. I'm the universe. I think that I think that is supposed to be a pigeon. I don't know anymore. Alan Wake 2, good game, disappointing. It is not the 10 out of 10 that so many critics tried to say it was. I don't understand how you give that game a 10 out of 10 personally, unless you are just so impressed by the meta stuff that you just ignore all other problems.
That's very kind of you.
That was timed well. Nope. Ha! That was the name of Linkara's comic, wasn't it? Well. Boy, howdy. Just don't ever bring it up to him. He'll get mad. Remedy games are the only... The Max Payne games are the only Remedy games I like. You don't even like Alan Wake 1? Alan Wake... Come on. Come on. And, you know, this game also has occasionally a platforming bit. Granted, I guess 2 does as well. But in 1, they're a little more... They're a little more prominent. What's the style at the time? Worked out. Whoa, hello. God damn the Ingrams. I mean, God bless it when I'm using them.
That's very kind of you.
Oh, that's a good visual. I'll be honest, outside of, like, I'm sure James McCaffrey has been in plenty of stuff, but he's one of those things. I know that he was in The Following for like 2 episodes, that Kevin Bacon show, where everyone gets stabbed in the neck. He was in that for a little bit. He was technically in the Max Payne movie as like an FBI agent who shows up on screen for 5 seconds. And that was that. That was his cameo. I'm sure he's been in more stuff than I just recognize him from, and that's all it is. Oh yeah, hold on a second.
Karaoke never was my scene.
It's not that Marky Mark was bad, it was that he was bland and just kind of there. Like, there was nothing that invoked a max out of him, except for the fact that he was wearing a black jacket. I don't know where that landed. Okay. Over there. Won't hit him like that. That, alright. I got jump scared. I got jump scared just a little bit. Alright. I expect the GTA 6, whatever single-player offering it has, will be fine and polished. And then whatever online component it has or is integrated into GTA Online as it currently is will be the same live service shit show that it has been for a while. Like, to Rockstar's credit, when it comes to single-player stuff, they generally make stuff that's quality. It's when they get into the multiplayer live service microtransaction hellhole that it becomes a problem.
The hot air inside was like an invisible wall, thick with incense and something else, a sickly sweet smell that made you gag. This was the rotten core of the Big Apple. Lupino lurked somewhere ahead, like a spider at the center of his web, waiting. The vapors in the air started to make my head swim. Torn pieces of a letter lay scattered on the sofa.
No one has ever referenced Storybook Weaver to me. I know I made that video forever ago that is so terrible. Don't watch it. God, it makes me want to die. But back when I was trying to cover like, oh, like a bunch of like kid stuff from my childhood, and then no one cared. Oh, God, I can't watch those old videos. But yeah, man, Storybook Weaver, huh?
Punchinello had threatened Lupino in writing. The note had been torn to pieces, bloody fingerprints all over them.
Don't want you to think that one of my boys is not playing with a full deck. Shape up, Jack. We are running a business here. I'd hate to send the trio to strong-arm you.
The trio were the Don's notorious henchmen. It was obvious that Lupino hadn't been intimidated by the threat.
Another layer of my top... Huh? Well, whatever. I don't know fashion.
Lupino's notes covered the table. Jack Lupino was crazy, all right. The table was scattered with notes of demented arcane nonsense written in
Remedy
rusty
should
blood.
model the Max after in the remix.
Mishmash list of demons, devils, and dark gods evoked.
I mean, you have a high quality... You have a high quality Sam Lake model right there because of Alan Wake 2.
Blood given to
I would say give us the option.
He was after that
Right,
old
contact
Faustian
Timothy
deal.
Gibbs,
Your
get like,
soul for
you
power
know,
and
get
fortune.
his likeness,
Just
and
sign on
then
the
let us
dotted
choose
line with
between
your blood.
I would say, find a middle ground, or maybe like have Max Payne 1 still be Sam Lake and 2 be Timothy Gibbs, or let us choose. Do you want Sam Lake the whole time or Timothy Gibbs the whole time? I don't know, man. All I'm saying.
Lupino's notebook lay on the pedestal.
Options, man. Options. Or I guess just model it after James McCaffrey. That's fine, too.
Jack Lupino was
But
crazy,
options. Give us options.
mythic wolves let loose to devour the sun and the moon. Lupino is the wolf. I'm Mr. Beast, the big bad.
I was so proud of that joke.
I'm the end of the world, man.
When I replayed this and realized he says that, I immediately was like, I gotta put a Mr. Beast joke in here somewhere.
After Y2K, the end of the world had become a cliche. But who was I to talk? A brooding underdog avenger alone against an empire of evil, out to right a grave injustice. Everything was subjective. There were only personal apocalypses. Nothing is a cliche when it's happening to you.
I don't know. Don't remove it. I wouldn't remove or cut any content from the remix of this. I mean, basically, don't let Sweet Baby Ink write anything. You can kind of see the scant parts where they injected themselves into Alan Wake 2, but like, just don't let them write shit. Don't outsource Twitter politics to a different company and then insert it into your game thoughtlessly, please. Thank you.
Fallen angels, come to me all. Astaroth, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Baphomet, Lucifer, Loki, Satan, Cthulhu, Lilith, Ella. Blood to you all.
I don't know. Twitter finds everything problematic.
I've seen it. The corruption of flesh. It's close. It's coming. You have come. A witness to the end of time.
I don't know what direction it's supposed to go, that he was kind of interested in cult stuff and the drugs made it, exaggerated it to this point, or if the drugs got him into the Norse stuff because Valkyr has to, and Valkyr has to do with Norse stuff. I don't know. It's kind of left up to whichever direction you want.
Hold it.
Well, gosh darn. Save the Ingrams from Lupino. Well, except when I can't. I think after this level they take everything from you, but I don't remember now. God damn it. shit! I should have reloaded. Oh, I couldn't have reloaded. I was out of ammo anyway. God damn. Stop. Okay, there we go.
I had known there'd have to
Look
be
at
a
this
catch in it
nerd.
somewhere, and this one was the Empire State Building of catches. Lupino was pumped up and dying to go 15 rounds with a mutant alligator. And then he started this spooky monkey talk, straight from a bad dream. Mine.
I have tasted the flesh of fallen angels.
Gross.
I've tasted the devil's green blood. It runs in my veins. I've seen beyond a world of skin, the architecture of blood and bow and arrow. Death is coming!
Oh, he's half right.
She is coming, and hell follows with her. This is the twilight winter.
Where's Markwell?
I am ready to be her son.
He was out of the Funky Bunch by this point, right?
Her time is
2001?
now, and all who stand in her way must die!
He's having a ball. We're all having so much
Die! You'll die! You'll die! Now! All die!
Okay, problem. We suddenly have a bit of a problem. Thank God. The Max Payne movie is just really, really, really,
Lupino finally
really
went
boring.
down. I wanted to make real sure he'd stay that way. V was a bad monster. Turned them into friggin'
I don't think Max kills anybody until an hour plus in.
I think he's
and
dead already.
he like quickly shotguns two
And that's when
guys
it
and then
happened.
does like a slow motion
But dead or
Pilates
not,
that goes on
you've
for
got the wrong
45 seconds
guy.
to kill
In
one
stepped
guy.
this knockout femme fatale holding a gun to my face. I returned the favor. Lisa Punchinello. Lisa Punchinello was the Don's wife.
Mona Sachs, Lisa's evil twin.
Your safety's off, evil twin.
I like that
You
Mona
might hurt
looks
someone
like
with
an
that gun of
18-year-old
yours.
playing dress up,
Lisa's the
but you
damsel
know.
in distress. I'm the professional. I'd blow
Charming.
you away
It's
without
charming.
batting an eye.
Sure, and you can check out my credentials splattered all over this joint.
Jack couldn't have framed you. Not the state he was in. We're after the same slime bag. Angelo Punchinello's the one who murdered your friend and framed you with it.
You know this for a fact.
I've got my sources.
I don't have a clue these days. I just shoot them as they come. Who put a contract on the Archfiend?
This one's mine. I hate the guts of that sadistic wife beater.
Oh my God, what is the
Why
name of the
not
actress?
pool our bullets for
Hold
this
on,
one?
not her,
you'd never ask.
but there's an actress she looks
finger
like
was
if she
starting
was
to
a
twitch.
teenager.
How do you like your whiskey?
I'm easy, as long as you don't try to slip me a Mickey.
You're a real angel, Max.
It was
She looks
good
like
stuff.
Michelle
It
Monaghan.
tasted sweet as honey going down.
Monaghan?
Nothing personal.
Monaghan?
Can't risk you going.
The girlfriend in Gone Baby Gone if she was 16. Tell me I'm not right. Look up the shit and tell me I'm not right.
The nightmare was always the same. Violent shapes moving in darkness, old and ugly. The killer's mad laughter was a riddle filled with wicked innuendo.
The
Somewhere,
HBO show,
the
the
baby was
HBO Last of
crying.
Us show was fine. The game told that story infinitely better. Pedro Pascal's not a bad choice for Joel. What is the name of the actress who plays Ellie? My point on her is that she kind of, like, she's got a weird face, but irrelevant of that. Half the time I bought her completely as Ellie. Like, the way she delivered her lines, the cadence, the delivery, I was like, that's Ellie. Like, you are saying that in the same way Ellie would, and I believe it. And then other times she just kind of was bland to me. Like, she never quite 100% sold me. She was fine overall. But Bella Ramsey is her name. That's, yes. people hate these dream sequences. I don't mind them that much, though. I don't know, I think they're fine. They don't go on that long. But yeah, I very much think that show didn't need to be made. Like, it's made for people who don't play video games, so they can experience the story, but the story is told better in the video game. Like,
should have known it when we found you snoring next
it's told
to
like
Pino's
40%
corpse.
better.
A comedian, huh?
Like, the show doesn't quite use its time wisely. It's like, some things feel rushed. Joel and Ellie's like father-daughter bond feels rushed. Like, a part of that is episode, was it 3, where it focused on Bill and Frank? Like, yes, well-made episode, but
Michelle looked
like,
at me from the photo.
But ultimately, like, you're kind of wasting time when we should be spending more time with Joel and Ellie and developing their relationship. But like, that's why episode 6 was my favorite, because it slowed the fuck down and gave the actors time to act and develop their characters, which is when he meets Tommy.
It could never happen. But I had broken my own rule. The thought had already slipped in. Fear was rusty needles poking at my brain. Cold and scaly, it slithered down my chest. The pictures were filled with good old times.
Yes, in terms of video game adaptions, The Last of Us is one of the best ones ever made. Got HBO's backing.
Alex and I had a few moments of glory between us. Crime-fighting comrades.
The
best
game
in
does
NYPD
it so much better.
Collaborative team. Good-hearted macho bullshit like that. I would have given anything to have him here as my backup. No such luck. No luck at all.
You guys are the best video game movies. I guess we could throw the Sonic ones in there just because they're easy family movies. Like, they're pretty by-the-numbers family movies. They do that fine. I still really like that first Hitman movie, despite all of its problems. I have a soft spot for. I have a legitimate soft spot for the first Resident Evil movie. It has barely anything to do with the games, but it's a fun movie. I could watch that right now.
I really love to watch cartoons. Captain Baseball Bat Boy's my favorite.
No, it's the other way. Yeah, the Tomb Raider movies are fun, specifically the first one. The second one's more of a mess, but in terms of capturing the spirit of those games at the time...
No, please God, no.
They spell out dead.
Slice them, dice them, shoot them full of holes, blow them to bits, vaporize them, disintegrate them. No matter what you do, they'll still be back, good as new.
That Street Fighter movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme is like a really fun, like, window into the 80s, early 90s. I forget which one it was. I think it was early 90s.
Michelle's diary lay on the table.
Way better than the second Street Fighter movie they made.
Michelle was working part-time in the district attorney's office. Her diary was open on today's entry.
Beer, mix
Her
a drink.
handwriting
It's
all
up to you,
pretty
Tay.
curves.
I didn't think you were a beer
An
drinker.
dossier found its way to my desk yesterday. Valhalla? Isn't that a Norse myth? Something about Vikings? I tried to tell Max about it, but he was busy, that cute frown on his brow. Guess it's nothing, just a mix-up at the courier service.
From now on, I would always find time for her. It was a hollow promise. Too little, too late.
Isn't it crazy to think that that was Raul Julia's last movie?
Max, no, please, Max. Why? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Murderer! You killed her! Nothing like that ever happens in the real world.
I woke up in a bad dream. My head felt 2 sizes too small for my brain.
Max Payne. I envy your name.
And the killer was smiling.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Frankie the Bat Niagara.
Niagara, as in you cry a lot? He had a baseball bat and I was tied to a chair. Pissing him off was the smart thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with a little laugh now and then. Take me, for example. I love to watch cartoons.
Dude, me too. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic.
Let's take a break. I need to take a leak and maybe grab a cold one at the bar.
I'm gonna go. There's 9 seasons. You wanna go watch? We can see the movie.
I'll be back to finish this off.
Twilight Sparkle,
And
fan
then
theory.
It's checkout time.
You play, you pay, you bastard. He swaggered out, and the door clanged shut behind him, locks clicking into place. Everyone makes mistakes. Mine hadn't been to crack jokes about the goon with the bat. He'd have cracked my skull regardless. It hadn't even been to trust a girl with a gun. I had blindly gone after the first bad guy on my hit list when I should have been aiming further up the ladder, at the head of the Punchinello family. I couldn't bring myself to be pissed at Mom.
Tay, you've got way too much to
I had a
catch up
soft
on.
spot for a pretty face. But when somebody
Look at
decides
that.
to play
Look at that
baseball
smug
with
face.
their head, you tend to get sore. They had dragged me back to the basement of Lupino's hotel. I was beaten, bruised, and blue. I felt like the chair I had broken to get free. All I had was Niagara's bat, sticky with my own blood.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
Without a gun, I'd be no match for Frankie's men. I'd have to play hide and seek with them.
No, you wouldn't.
Frankie's tough. We'll take care of it. Damn!
No, no! Sam? I mean, well, you are Sam, but... Okay, I gotta turn off auto-switch weapons. I gotta turn that off right now. Because that fucks me here. Okay, let's try that again. But smart this time.
Hold it!
Hide and seek, you say? Can you stealth your way? I think you can try and work your way around the bad guys, but why bother? I just always do that. It's just... It is so much more efficient. Oh my god, a bad guy. Don't you want to chase me, bad guy? No? Okay, fine. You're smarter than the others. And more accurate, too. God damn you and your sawed-off bullshit. This is kind of the greatest animation I've ever seen in my life, but...
Max Payne?
I didn't think anyone would be in here. It worked out, don't worry. Being Assassin's Creed, used to really enjoy the series, fell off so hard after they became RPGs.
Another newspaper caption for a murder scene.
I would have probably fallen off anyway, because I got real sick of open world stuff anyway, so.
Frankie had left his calling card. A Captain Baseball Bat Boy strip next to a sewer passage filled with
Black
bodies.
Flag or Brotherhood are my
Better not
favorites,
mess with Captain Baseball,
but I haven't
boy.
played either in a very
Even
long
my arch
time.
enemy, Bicycle Helmet Girl, swoons at the sight of me. Aha!
There were enough corpses to put a mass murderer to shame.
I saw that clip of GTA 4 being shared around, and I'm not really sure what the context was of like why it was, because people like he was like showing, he was saying something about like GTA 6 having that level of detail, if I remember right. And then some people I saw on Twitter being like, oh my god, the violence. And people were like, GTA 4 is a game about being a criminal. What the fuck are you freaking out about? I don't actually know what the fucking controversy was of that clip. I just saw it shared around all over Twitter. But I scrolled by it because there's no controversy there. You want more buildings to enter, okay.
There he is!
And it was controversial because he showed a GTA game where someone killed a bunch of innocent people for no reason, which is like one of the things you do in Grand Theft Auto. Well, someone killed themselves. I'm not feeling great about this. Fuck! Well, and thankfully I didn't save before. Alright. I don't recall G-Man pulling it. I saw G-Man quote-ate, but I didn't remember it being, like, anything damning, but maybe I just don't remember. Maybe I didn't read it closely. I don't know. I don't care. This is not a thing. There's nothing controversial. You should be on a watch list. Could it have been something joking or sarcastic that was just... It just didn't come across in text? I'm dead. God damn it. Whatever, man. I don't know. Regardless, I don't see it as a big deal, but whatever. I beat Alan Wake, yeah. Alan Wake 2. I don't know if I'd have the patience for a full Dishonored run. Dishonored is a game that I get tired of before it's over. I recognize its quality, I just get tired. I just get tired of it before it's over. Are the docks after this? I think maybe. Yeah, Vlad comes and the lead singer of Poets of the Falls. Poets of the Fall. Comes and picks me up here, right? I think so.
Things were fast going from bad to worse. The men in blue had come and gone. They had decorated the place with
My
chalk
favorite
outlines and tied it
Final
together with
Destination
yellow
is actually
tape.
the third one.
The cops who had stayed behind were
I
dead.
enjoy that series.
Frankie, his boys, and I.
You
had
name
the
a
place
death,
all
I can
for
tell you what
ourselves.
movie it's from. Man, the fourth one is bad, but it was also trying to be a 3D thing, so.
Just forget about it. Just forget about it. Hey, just forget about it.
Third one is the roller coaster crash.
That crazy witch, you should have heard her. She was a real scream when the
The
boys
deaths
caught her
in
trying
that
to
are.
cap the Don.
Some of them are ruined by over-reliance on
that's
CG.
freaking bad.
But oh my god, that nail gun.
Trio? That's even worse than what Frankie's doing to that poor
So good.
bastard downstairs. She's gonna take a long time to die.
The mobster muscle on the phone was talking about Mona. Punchinello's trio were nothing but bad news.
The tests keep getting more ridiculous, which is what makes that series entertaining. I don't have slow-mo. Oh no. No slow-mo, no. Fuck.
Things were fast going from bad to worse.
Yeah, shut up. I already saw you. Get about it.
Just forget about
Forget
it.
about it.
Just forget
That's how we
about
talk.
it. Hey, just forget about it. That crazy witch, you should have heard her. She was a...
More evidence that
Which
Punchinello
Final
didn't
Destination is
like
the car
the
crash? That's 2. The first one is a plane crash. The second one's a car crash. Third one's roller coaster. Fourth one's a NASCAR event. Fifth one is a bridge disaster. You name a death from any of those movies, I can tell you which one it's from. I unironically like those are my kind of horror movies where like it's silly. Although I will be honest, Final Destination is one of those movies I will never see one in theaters. Final Destination is a movie franchise where I will watch it at home, or I'll just look up the deaths on YouTube, or I'll watch it at home and I'll be like, oh, God, like I'll see the death coming and be like, oh God, rewind. Okay, now I actually see what's happening because the fucking anticipation, the jump scare of the death makes me look away the first time.
The fact remains that
NASCAR crash just looks so fake and bad, though.
have been known criminals. Many
Sucked
of whom
into a
had large
pool? That's
doses
Final
of B in
Destination
their blood.
4. Sorry,
Reliable sources
the
say
Final
that Max
Destination,
Payne
which is
was
the
also
fourth
among
one, the
those
3D
killed,
one.
although no body has been
Log
recovered
truck
at
scene
this
is the
time.
second one.
Reliable sources.
Go ahead.
That meant somebody
Throw
thought
any
the
of them at me. I'll
mobster
tell you which one it's
didn't
from.
want the cops snooping around anymore.
Test my knowledge of Final
Delivered to them
Destination,
barely
motherfuckers.
recognizable. Case closed. Don Punchinello had the power to be that reliable source, which was no news.
I don't
His
know if
news
we need
was
another
old
one because the
news.
fifth one was actually a solid movie that ended with a really good
Framing me hadn't been
license
enough.
plate.
Don Punchinello had put a hit on me.
Do you mean the piece
He
of
wanted
metal
me
that
dead.
flew through the air and
It
hit
had been
someone in the
important
face?
enough
Because
for
that's
him
the
to give
first
written
one.
Instructions to Frankie about it.
With Sean William Scott. Cut his head
Payne
off.
should die like a dog for the trouble he's caused. Frankie,
Electricity
I know I
wire
can
where
trust
guy
you to
gets
give
flown
this
back.
matter the dedication it needs.
Do you mean I gets flown back from the electricity? Electricity wire where guy gets flown back. Well, at the end of the first movie, he's dealing with a car with an electric cable on it. You could be referencing that. Second one doesn't have anything like that. Third one doesn't have anything like that. Fourth one has... No, he doesn't get flown back by electricity. He gets flown back by a tank. Or you're thinking of the climax of the first one? Okay. Because he sacrificed himself to have the death skip them, and then, you know.
What the?
Laser Eye is the fifth one. Wait a second. Yes, Laser Eye is the fifth one. Sorry. Full Scene is the fourth one. Keep going, bitches. Glass Plane is the second one. Because here's what's funny about the Glass Plane scene where the teenager gets crushed is that character was very clearly written to be like a little kid, like an 8 or 9-year-old, and then someone somewhere went, we can't crush a 9-year-old. So instead they have like a 16, 17-year-old run through a bunch of pigeons going hee 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 hee, and then he gets turned into Jiffy. Or not Jiffy, Skippy. Jif and Skippy. Peanut butter is what I was trying to reference there. Brick is an off-screen death between the first and second movies that explains why Devon Sawa is not in the second movie. Keep coming. I dare you, motherfucker. I don't know much, but I know about this thing. I could know stuff about mortgages, or how to talk to girls, or what it's like to live on your own. But no, I know Final Destination trivia. That's my wheelhouse. My brain power was spent in the right places. Water getting dropped into the teacher's computer from her mug, which cracked because of the temperature difference. That's the first movie.
Jesus Christ. How the hell did you get loose?
Got bored waiting. Thought, what the hell, we could just as well
Isn't the
finish
protagonist
this
of
here.
the second one the only one? The love interest in the second one, who was also Claire Redfield in the Resident Evil movies, she is spending time in a mental asylum in order to stay away from death. And she's the only survivor of the second movie that appears in the second movie. Everyone else died either in the first movie or off screen. Hair salon? Do you mean tanning salon? Because that was the third one. If you mean the hair salon where the woman gets a rock through her eye, that's the fourth one. I actually haven't watched Death Island yet. I meant to, but didn't.
The hotel bar was fast developing quite a history. True to his words, Frankie was there, having a beer.
Jesus Christ.
PC specs do you have? A 40...
Got bored waiting. Thought, what the
something.
hell, we could just as well
70 or 80,
here.
I don't remember now. 32 gigs of RAM, a couple SSDs.
Works out just as well.
We've talked about the pool death scene. That's the fourth one. The first Hostel freaked me the fuck out as a kid. And then the other ones I know because of Dead Meat, basically. God damn it. God damn it. God damn. Thoughts on Saw? Saw is also one of those franchises that, like...
Thank you,
when those movies started, the first one is like legitimately trying to be a horror movie, and then the rest are gore porn, and I also kind of like and respect those. So I could also probably tell you the Traps deaths from the Saw franchise just fine.
A big black Mercedes.
Yeah, I could totally do that, actually.
I'd seen the car before.
Everyone say hello to the lead singer of Poets of the Fall.
Vladimir was back.
Hi, lead singer of Poets of the Fall.
You're dead, Max Payne.
I might have laughed if I remembered how.
That's Vlad in the live action stand-in.
What's this supposed to be?
Not
Cops
the
and
voice
robbers?
actor.
Look, you want something with me? Get in line.
Peace,
Ice Block
man,
Crush Head, Saw 4.
relax.
That was
You know
Donnie
you're a
Wahlberg's
real
head getting
news
crushed.
item, armed and dangerous. I am going to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah, I could probably name the Saw Traps just fine as well,
I
actually.
always wanted to say that.
It's a bum rap.
Like who, like how, like the deaths.
That's a
Yeah,
moot
I could
point.
almost certainly do that.
Whatever you did or did not do,
90%
I'm sure you
accuracy,
had
I'll
good
give Saw.
reason
Final
for
Destination, I
doing
can
it. Want to hear me out?
every time.
I'm listening.
But I might get something wrong.
Punchinello messing with V is bad for business all around. But that's not all.
Giant
There's this
bathroom
guy,
where guys
Boris
get locked
Stein,
up.
used to pull jobs for me.
Well, that's the first
He's the
movie.
captain of the
The
cargo
end
ship
of the
Charon.
second movie.
Now the bastard turncoat
The
has gone
end
over
of
to
the
other
seventh
side,
movie.
Punchinello's.
Although I will
The
say I
ship's
haven't seen
loaded
Saw.
with high-res
I haven't seen
hardware,
Saw 10
guns, my
because I don't see
business.
horror movies in
If
theaters.
Punchinello gets
so.
hold of that cargo, he's won and I have lost. And you
Hot
have your
wax,
work cut out
hot
for you.
wax poured on face, I believe, was Jigsaw from the
You want to
not
get to
Jigsaw,
Punchinello?
sorry, the other
You
one,
need
Spiral
heavy-duty
from the Book of Saw.
persuaders. I am just the man to get them for you. Change the ship back under my flag, maybe pop 2 in the
This is
Traitor
Vlad.
Times
Yes,
head
hello,
while you're at
lead
it.
singer of Poets of the
You'll get
Fall.
enough guns to start the
There he
apocalypse.
is, lead
You
singer
in?
of Poets of the
All right.
Fall,
Let's
the
get
band
this
that
show on
stands
the
in
road.
for Old Gods of
Vladimir was
Asgard.
one of those old-time bad guys with honor and
Alan
morals,
Wake.
which made him almost one of the good guys. None of us was a saint.
Guy who has chains
Brooklyn
locked through
riverfront
his
was a
jaw and
maze of rusty
skin, and is
containers,
locked in a room with a
sharp-boned
bomb.
cranes looming up from the
I
snowstorm.
believe
On a night
that's
like
the
this, you
start of
couldn't
Saw
help but
3
think of the
because
dark army of
it
dead men
establishes
sleeping
that
with the fishes,
it
cement
establishes
shoes in
that
line.
what's her face.
No Minotaur lurked in this labyrinth.
Amanda
But somewhere
makes
out there,
inescapable
on the
traps.
clanking deck of his cargo freighter, the skipper
Only
of the
successful
K-Ron
bear
was
trap.
waiting, like the
Final
ferry
chapter
into
with
the river
Saw's
Styx.
wife, Jigsaw's wife. What a fun game we're at.
What the hell?
What a fun game this has become. Where you just throw out traps and I tell you, and you test my knowledge. But like, it's not like this is seriously. My brain power could be used for like writing scripts, you know, making videos, going to see the doctor, learning what a mortgage is and how to do it, getting a real job. There were 2 Saw games. I played the first one. The first Saw game is just kind of like. I didn't play the second one, but the first Saw game, it's way too long for its own good. But it's okay for what it is. It's okay. Scalp Trap is 4. Come on, don't even. Like, what are you doing?
What the?
I mean, 4 is the worst Saw movie, based on the ones I've seen, but... Killing the beaker with blood. End of Saw 5.
Both of them beat to a pulp. Eyes swollen.
Seriously, don't even try with me.
Swaying on their feet.
I had a whole rant about the completionist controversy earlier. I would recommend just going back and trying to find that. I paused the game for an extended period, so just look for when that happens.
They couldn't
Well, if you want to say the worst is Spiral because they had to censor a bunch of stuff and it was based off like a script idea that Chris Rock had, sure, but also... Oh. To be fair, I haven't sat down and actually watched Spiral. Or Jigsaw, I just watch videos of them online. But I have the knowledge. Don't let that discount my knowledge. You read fucking Spark Notes, you still get it. Motherfucker! Jigsaw versus the Riddler. I mean, you have to catch the Riddler. From what I've heard, Saw 10 is like a great return to form. It's not like a masterpiece of cinema, but like it understands what makes that series entertaining. Also, man, Jigsaw's philosophy is so stupid. It is so broken and flawed, but whatever. It lets people get stuck in traps. I know. Is Dead Silence the movie with the puppet where if you scream, he rips out your tongue? Because yes, I have. That was the movie that the Saw writer and director made after Saw. He then went on to make The Invisible Man, which, as I understand, is a great movie. A great job of like taking advantage of that premise and building tension. Yeah, I know about you. I remember you. I used you specifically as an example in my video, you fucker. Saw 3D has the worst death in the series. 3D? Well, 3D has the jaw trap. It has Hoffman stabbing so many people in the neck. It has Chester from Linkin Park getting his back ripped off and all of his white supremacist friends dying. It has the girl getting cut in half at the beginning in the public display case. What else? What am I missing? What's the worst death in this in Saw? I would say that the one in Saw 3, not 3D, but 3, where the guy's arms and legs and the neck get twisted 180 degrees. Like, it depends what you mean by worst. Oh, yeah, the wife dying, the wife who did nothing wrong dying at the end. Like, that's very much, I guess, a Hoffman trap, because she's completely innocent, and she gets burned alive for no reason. Lawnmower trap in 3D? Am I forgetting what the lawnmower trap is? There's the dream sequence where wife gets ran over by, like, a spinning death car. That's not a lawnmower. There's the one where, you know what, actually, the most painful one from Saw 3D is when he, the girl has the key with the hook in her throat, and he has to pull it up, and she can't scream without getting stabbed to death. I'm drawing a blank on the lawnmower trap, actually. Two people hang off a ledge and have to knock each other off into lawnmowers. Was that just like a random cutaway trap? That, like, didn't tie into the plot at all? Are you sure that was 3D? Hold on. Well, now I'm gonna check your work. This is important. No, he's right. It's from Saw 3D. Oh, it's the... Wait, is that the first trap the guy finds himself in? No, it's not. It's a different trap. Is that the opening trap? No, the opening trap is the display case trap. So, okay, is that just a cutaway? Like, cutaway to this horrible trap that has nothing to do with anything? You know the funny part about the Saw video game is that it implies that Jigsaw has somehow managed to capture, like, hundreds of people and lock them all in one room. Or one building. It's like when your serial killer is proficient enough and known enough that he requires a support group, Excuse me. There should probably, like, be more to it than that. You should call on, like, the National Guard. The CIA should probably be looking into this. I remember the sculpting scene where he had to wait. Thing is, he waits for her ponytail to get he waits for her scalp to get, because her ponytail is in the gears. He has to wait for the gears to turn, and it's like, dude, like, shoot through her ponytail. Get her out. You win. You have a gun. Shoot through her hair. Alright, guys run through that door, don't they? No, that door. Damn it. Dan's favorite, like, video game series of all time is No More Heroes. I played the first one, but never actually quite finished it. I liked it when I played it, and this was on the Wii. But I never quite got to the end. And then I actually haven't played the other ones. Well, yes, in Saw 3, Jeff sucks, but whether the protagonist sucks and is slow and dumb is not the most relevant. I prefer 2 over 3, because at least in 2, we're moving. And despite what you think of the characters and the writing and the philosophy and all that, Donnie Wahlberg and Jigsaw's dialogue is really entertaining. Their conversation. You know how weird it is to see Tobin Bell in stuff that's not the Saw movies? No, I'm not saying 3 is good. I'm saying, but there is entertaining traps in it at least, which is what you come to Saw for, really. Like, when Tobin Bell shows up in an episode of West Wing, like, what are you doing here, sir? I know that was long before Saw, but it's still weird. By the way, does anyone recognize Jeff in the third movie? Because I recognized him and I couldn't place where, but then I finally did. There was a movie from like the 90s called Warriors of Virtue with a bunch of karate kangaroos. He's the villain in that movie. He was significantly skinnier back then. But once you make that connection, you can never unsee it. Yep. The guy who goes like, what's the point of power if you can't abuse people? That's Jeff from Saw 3, everyone. Not that Warriors, that's the wrong Warriors. I mean, let me say, like, only because in the last couple weeks I've had friends on the mind because of Matthew Perry's death on my birthday. There are a couple dramatic roles where Matthew Perry shows up, and he does really, really good. He shows up in, like, 3 or 4 episodes of The West Wing, and he's great. God damn it, he's so good. And it really is a shame that his Aaron Sorkin TV show got canceled after 1 season. He was also very good in that. He was able to flex both his comedic and dramatic chops. Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. Okay. Goddamn shotguns. Goddamn shotguns. I've only played the first Siphon Filter, and I didn't quite finish it, but that's because I was like playing through in one sitting on a stream years back. Still has the greatest running animation in all the video games. Personal favorites of the year. A lot of people's favorite Saw is 6. Very well made, entertaining traps. Well acted. The lead in that, like the guy who's running through all the traps, I know him from an episode of Flashpoint, where he was also really, really good. But it's not easy to watch Flashpoint anymore, which is annoying. So, see what I mean about the inaccuracy being bullshit in my review, by the way? I hate everybody. Fucking Jesus Christ. All the Resident Evil movies, which you like most? Probably the first one, unless you're talking about the CG ones as well. I haven't watched it in many years, but like Damnation is like legitimately really entertaining and like fun. And Vendetta has some excellent action scenes, but is bogged down by bad pacing, and you could argue that its action scenes jump so many sharks. The one between Chris and the villain at the end, specifically, is what people will reference, but they're still fun to watch. I don't know, the first live-action one will forever have a soft spot in my head. Heart, I meant to say. Vendetta does have that goofy... It has a lot of goofy fights, but they're fun goofy. I actually think the stupidest, goofiest, worst fight in Vendetta is when Leon is on his motorcycle running away from the dogs, who are somehow running at 70 miles an hour, and we just forget that part. And for some reason chasing only Leon. I'll always say, in terms of the live-action movies, in terms of, like, having fun watching them, the odd-numbered ones. The first one, the third one, which is Extinction, the fifth one, which is Retribution. They are fun movies to sit down and watch. All the other ones are kind of just bad. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, Mila Kunis, aside from like what, Fifth Element, she doesn't really get to. She just does stuff in her husband's dumbass action movies. That's pretty much all she does now. She's married to Paul W.S. Anderson, the director of the Resident Evil movie. Fuck my life. Did I say Mila Kunis? Did I say that, or... Because I meant Jovovich if I said Kunis, but if not, then I apologize for nothing. God damn it. Okay, I said the... Well, whatever. Look, one of them is significantly more famous. What was the last thing Mila Jovovich was in besides Resident Evil, the final chapter? Which was a fucking disaster to sit through. Oh my god, they did make a Monster Hunter movie. I forgot about that. That's unfortunate.
I doubted the letter was a receipt. Rico Muerte had come to town to do more than just sort out family troubles. Exhibits number 1, 2, and 3. A briefcase of money, a sniper rifle, and an envelope with one word neatly printed on a folded piece of expensive paper.
Mayor.
It didn't sound like a mafia contract at all. It was too cold and too to the point.
I mean, yes, Mila Jovovich is great in Fifth Element. Granted, she's not really speaking English at any point during it, but... By the way, did you know... Like, Gary Oldman in The Fifth Element is so good. He is hamming it up. I love his accent. I love his delivery. That scene where he accidentally chokes on the cherry, the monologue, it's all great. He fucking hates that movie. He did that movie as a favor to the director, what was it, Luc Besson or whatever, and he absolutely hates that movie. And look, it speaks to his professionalism, because goddamn, he gave it his all. He didn't half-ass his performance. Good for him. But also, like, come on, man, that movie's so much fun. Why you gotta be mean about it? Why you gotta hate that movie? His character is nothing. He does nothing. I mean, he's the villain until he's not. Like, he's kind of a... What's her... Red herring's not maybe the right word. But it's like, he's this evil guy who, like, ultimately doesn't matter, which, I don't know, that's fine. Secret room? In here? I thought the secret room was in... I know it's a secret room in Woden's... Oh, you're right! There is a secret room here. My bad. I'm dumb. I did know this was here, and I just got distracted talking about Gary Oldman in The Fifth Element. Thank you. My bad. Great game by many that's overrated too. Well, recently, Alan Wake 2. It's not a 10. The only reason why I can clarify that game is overrated is because everyone called it a 10, and it's not. Oh, you gotta start naming great games, and then I have to... And, like, I'm terrible. If you ask me, like, hey, name an overrated game, Craig? It's very hard for my brain to fucking categorize and reach. So, like, you gotta name games that are great and loved and fantastic to everyone, and then I'll have to tell you whether or not I think they're overrated. I mean, if you name something recent, you're more likely to get there. Last of Us Part 2 probably would definitely. Although that was overrated by critics, but, you know, normal people seem to understand that that game was flawed as fuck. But... Elden, so I can't personally say that Elden Ring is overrated, and that's simply because I'm just tired of open world games, and and that Souls formula has gotten old to me. So like God damn it, I gave Elden Ring my best shot. I put like what 30 some odd hours into it, and then I just stepped away from it at some point. And Elden Ring is not a game you can just casually jump back into. Like, oh, yeah, I'm a third into it or whatever. I'll just jump back into it and start nope, can't do that. No, I love Ocarina of Time. Final Fantasy I didn't play back in the day, so I can't comment on. Last was 2,000%. Metroid Prime I didn't play back in the day. Spider-Man 2, I'd say is... I've said it during this stream already. It's about on par with the first game in overall quality. It's you know, it doesn't have the same impact as the first game, because the first game was like probably one of the best, if not the best, Spider-Man game. And then 2 was just more of that, with slight gameplay improvements, but worse writing and sloppier overall polish. So, Why the hell am I seeing, only because, so you brought up Broken Arrow, right? Why am I seeing Christmas ads with John Travolta as Santa Claus? Like, first off, isn't he a Scientologist? Which, whatever, who cares who plays Santa Claus? He's not real. But, why? Like, how fucking random. Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon, I fell off of about, I want to say 20 hours in, because, hey, we're making Yakuza into a turn-based, you know, a turn-based RPG action game. Like, hey, that's novel and cool, until you realize that it makes battles take 15 times longer, and boy, it gets really old. Yes, I did bind bullet time and bullet dodging to a separate key because I'm a smart boy. That's what I recommended I did in my video as well. God damn. What do you have each key binded to? Bullet time is on shift, or bullet dodge, sorry, is on shift. Bullet time is on right mouse button, because you don't aim down sights in this game. I played Stranglehold. Stranglehold is a game that goes on a little too long for its own good. Like, it's fun, over-the-top action that overstays its welcome. But I like Stranglehold. I've never watched Hard Boiled, though. I'm sorry. I know how much everyone loves Hard Boiled. I know how legendary it is. I just haven't actually sat down and ever watched it. I know that hospital scene is done in one take. Boy, that seems cool. I feel like I would probably be into Hard Boiled, right? Love John Wick. Love The Matrix. I know it's not different. It's different styles of action, but everyone was inspired by fucking John Woo and Hard Boiled, so I'd probably be cool with it. Twin Towers in the background, you say? Twin Towers in the background, you say? Did you know they had to rewrite an episode of Friends because of the 9/11 attacks. I found that out recently because I've been watching Friends because of Matthew Perry's passing. I'm using the widescreen mod. I didn't download any kind of texture pack, though. If you watch my review of the Max Payne trilogy, I did not use the the widescreen patch for 1 and 2, and a couple people got mad at me. Most people didn't notice because, let's be honest, most of you didn't care. But I know plenty of stuff. But specifically in Friends, it was in season 8. That's the season where Monica and Chandler go on their honeymoon, and the episode that was released has a couple in front of them also going on their honeymoon, and that couple keeps getting special treatment, keeps getting all the perks, and Monica keeps getting annoyed. In the original script, Chandler makes a bomb joke, and they get detained by the TSA. And then 9/11 happened, and they went, "Oh, we can't do that." So they had to quickly get everyone in and reshoot a bunch of scenes in 2 weeks. No, it's not that Matthew Perry didn't care about Friends, but he hoped to. But it's hard. Of course, I'm going to associate with Friends. Everyone's going to associate with Friends. It's the show that like made him a household name. The main issue he had with Friends was that he couldn't watch it because it reminded him of being intoxicated, because he was so high or drunk recording or while making some parts of Friends that he doesn't remember 3 years of it. 3 years of it completely are a blank to him. Were a blank to him. Friends is totally worth watching, yeah. I mean, there is some old parts of it. It started in like 94, I think. So there are some parts of it that, you'll be like, what's a pager? Or that haven't aged great or whatever. But Friends, I think, is one of the best sitcoms ever made. Most people would agree with that. It's on HBO. The problem is that, so I didn't actually realize that Matthew Perry, I thought like he had a hard time, then went to rehab, maybe fell off the wagon like a couple times. He apparently had fallen off the wagon dozens of times over the years. Like, he fell off the wagon like in 2020. I don't think his death was directly related to drugs. I don't think he overdosed and died. I think he exerted himself and then got in a hot tub, and his body just gave up as a result of... And his body was in, not the best state given the years of drug abuse he had put it through. It is really just, it's such, like, why on my birthday? Like, I know, like, I'm making it about me. Like, I put such a damper on my birthday. Who the fuck didn't love Matthew Perry, man? It's such a bummer.
I found Boris Dime's ship.
Am I doing Max Payne speed run? No. You know there's a secret in this room as well? Oh! I bet it involves the explosives that are under my feet. Huh! I never noticed that before. I've played this game like 20 times. Not a big secret, but... I did research to this game months ago. Why? How random. Unless you just went down like an IMDb rabbit hole. Did you play the Thing game? I did. No, Max, no!
Rusted crept over the sides of the
When did I
cargo
save
steamer
last?
a
When did
long
I save
time
last?
ago.
No. When did I? Oh, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. I was worried for nothing. I thought that was gonna lock me out. Of course, who doesn't like the movie The Thing, the John Carpenter thing? Of course, who doesn't like that movie? Fucking that he didn't like the Thing movie. I have one... Well, okay, I like that Thing game. I have two problems with it. Is that one, which is well known, is that a lot of its ideas are like, oh, the trust and who's who and who's the thing and who's that. That stuff is all scripted. It doesn't matter, ultimately, and it kind of sucks. But... you don't know that the first time, but you can very easily, like... You know where the lines are. No, there's one movie. You know where the lines are, where people are going to turn, even if they've been confirmed as completely fine. My big problem with the Thing game is that they wrote it in a way that turns the Thing into like a T-virus equivalent, and that's not what it is. That is in no way what it is. But yeah. Overrated movie. You'd have to give much like overrated games, you'd have to give me examples, but I have one because someone said it earlier in the chat. I don't get... Okay. I have no feelings toward The Shining. I watched it on TV when I was a kid, and I understand that that's not the best way to watch it, but I watched it on TV, and it's like, where's the scares? Where's the horror? Where's the anything? But, I'm not even saying it's necessarily a bad or poorly made movie. It's just, I don't understand why it's considered a terrifying movie, because it did nothing for me.
Right the first time. You sure you're not confusing me with Boris here? But you are right, of course. Pretty soon we should get together and have a talk. Pissing Punchinello off was a dangerous
I know there's
game,
3 Thing
when
movies,
people
but
get
the
mad,
80s one
they
is the
make
only one worth
mistakes.
watching.
I should know. That's where I wanted Punchinello, mad enough to trip over his own feet. Preferably into a grave.
I know the miniseries. I watch a lot of internet reviews of things. I know about the miniseries. You need to... John Carpenter's 1980-something The Thing is fantastic movie. Holds up beautifully. The practical effects are generally still really good. You can tell in some spots, like, that looks like a puppet, or, ooh, that looks like a dummy. But for the most part, it holds up beautifully. You don't like The Thing 2011? The Thing 2011, while being a prequel, is a complete rehash of the first movie that is completely reliant on CGI. And boy, it looks fucking fake as fuck the whole time. Which is a shame, because they made a ton of practical effects for that movie, and then the higher-ups went, no, put CGI over all of it. And so they made that movie dated as fuck immediately. As opposed to the original, which 90% of the time holds up really well.
Time! Time!
Oh no. Ugh. I actually have never sat down and watched Goodfellas or the Godfather trilogy. I have played the Godfather. I know the story of Godfather from the video game. I didn't hear what you said because the audio is a little weird. Not in the original release of the game, but specifically, you know, in this instance. No, I didn't get him. No! I do like Max Payne 3. It's a very good game. It is the weakest of the trilogy. I will understand any argument anyone makes for why it's their favorite. This is not a case where... There are times where if you tell me you like a certain thing, I'm like, no, you're wrong, you're stupid, and what the fuck is wrong with you? If you tell me, like, oh, Max Payne 3 is my favorite, I understand. I get it.
Anybody who says different is calling me a liar. Vladimir here. Collect all the guns and ammo you want. Meet me on the bridge afterwards.
God bless him for letting me have a cult commando. What is you are stupid for liking this thing? Depending on who you ask, My Little Pony friendship is magic. But past that, you'd have to... Coconut? Yeah, Max Payne 3 is a good game. I will never say anything different. I have my criticisms of Max Payne 3. You can watch in my video called Reviewing Every Max Payne. But Atomic Heart I don't like at all. Atomic Heart is kind of a bad game. Atomic Heart is one of those games that's really weird and janky in a charming way for about 2 hours, and then boy, it gets really goddamn old, and then it becomes bad. Yeah. I like Control. My opinions of Control are colored by the fact that I first played it on PS4 and haven't played it since. But Control ran at like 5 frames a second whenever anything happened on screen at first, when it first launched on console. But no, I like Control. I think saying Control sucks, I think that's way too far. Are you gonna buy the Modernist of Warfare 3? No, because I have taste. Why have you done MGS reviewing every video? Because I suck. Before it was, I haven't done any videos in like forever, man. Like I am in a space right now where I just cannot get myself to care or do work or find motivation. I have started and not finished 3 different scripts in the last few months. I got a lot of stuff in my head going on. I can't, but in terms of reviewing MGS, it was always just an intimidation thing. MGS is a very intimidating franchise to cover. And it's just the pressure has just mounted as time has gone, and I can't get myself to get anything done lately. So, yeah.
Did you get everything you need?
Check.
I have no nostalgia for Unreal. Civi covered Unreal. No one else has to cover Unreal
anymore.
Clear as vodka. But anytime you get between a rock and a hard place, just whistle. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
You really get a bang out of this big-time gangster act, don't you?
Bye, lead singer of Poets of the Fall. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming.
Even with all this firepower, I figured I couldn't get to Punchinello at his manor. I could only hope that he wouldn't pass a chance to hear me beg to see he's one.
The hobo beating game you played some times ago. That was one of. Hey, remember when I said? Oh, I accidentally hit the space bar. I'm sorry. No.
Even with all this firepower.
Remember when I said like, oh, hey, there was a game that I thought about starting a script for, and then
I could only hope that he
didn't finish
pass
it.
A chance to hear me
That's
beg
one of them.
To see he's won. This is Max Payne. I want to cut a deal.
dead man.
That's what everybody keeps telling me. I got your ship and her cargo. I want to meet. No pain, no gain. Capiche?
You know my restaurant?
Yeah, I know it.
1 hour.
Punchinello's restaurant had seen better days.
This level is a bit superfluous.
Snow was falling like ashes from
I'm indifferent to Prototype.
skies, but that was outside.
Infamous
Things would
is
soon get
much
hot
better
in the Don's
than
restaurant.
Prototype.
I knew it was a long shot. Angelo Punchinello actually showing up, but there was no crime in hoping.
I wouldn't say Max Payne 1 has aged horribly in any parts. It has just aged less gracefully in a few parts than others. But if you like Max Payne 2, you should watch my video called Reviewing Every Max Payne (PC). God damn it, I forgot the path. This level is kind of just out of place. Well, I'm not clean shaved. I buzzed, or trimmed, however you want to refer to it. Buzzed is top of the head. Trimmed is, you know, where I, oh my god. But I trimmed. I didn't fully like go clean. I know, I look like a fat baby when I don't have a decent amount of facial hair on me. But I knew that going in. Like, Thanksgiving's in a week, so I have to let this grow in a bit. But not, I didn't want it as thick as it was, but I have to, it's like, oh, let's grow in for a week. Eh.
Punchinello was burning to get me. The feeling was mutual. He was trying to put out my flames with gasoline.
Let's not waste Occult Commando ammo. Maybe I should waste Occult Commando ammo.
Punchinello was burning to get me. The feeling was mutual. He was trying to put out my flames with gasoline.
June 2016 versus Duke Nukem Forever? Fucking 2016. That's not even a question. Didn't like how flat and monotone Max was in 1. I think that more is like a thing of like rushed development at points, like, and Max not necessarily knowing, or James McCaffrey, I should say, not knowing the context of scenes. That's why in my review I say, like, his performance is good and better than a lot of games of the time, but 2 is when he really came into it, in my opinion.
The mobsters have been guarding a real treasure. The way out of this disco inferno.
There he is.
Yes, in 2, you are an overpowered Avengers tier badass, but... Oh, it's great. Fucking love it. If you want my scripted opinions on the Max Payne series, then I recommend watching the review. Reviewing Every Max Payne. Parentheses PC, because I don't cover the Game Boy Advance version, because I didn't want to.
Vlad had seen my smoke signals.
Oh, it's not the
Mercedes
last time we
was
see
letting
him.
it go, almost
Hi,
driving
lead
off the
singer
road
of
too
Poets
loud
of the
for
Fall
sirens.
again.
You coming?
It's a late goodbye.
We'll drop you off at the Punchinello Manor.
Sounds good to me.
Carnival
When
of
this is
Rust.
over, look me up.
Or-
I could use a professional like you.
I'll keep that in mind. The night groaned with cold. The garden lights flickered nervously. In their light, the falling snow was dead white before the darkness ate it up. I had heard the stories. The trio were mad dogs. They
I almost
hung
feel
the
like I
heads of their enemies
recognize
over
that
the manor gates if
manor.
the capo would only let them. Punchinello wanted Payne. He'd see the pain.
Did they use
The trick in
did
my
they use the
situation
same
was
manner
that
in
there
Max
was no
Payne 2,
trick.
or at least
No
maybe
matter
some
what
of the
the
graphic
movies tell
novel
you.
shots?
No rules,
I almost
no
feel like I
secret
recognize
mantra,
that
no
front of the
roadmap.
building.
It wasn't about how smart or how good you were. It was chaos and luck. And anyone who thought different was a fool. All you could do was to hang on madly, as long and as hard as you could. Someone had graciously left the back door open for me and killed the guards. My money was on Mona. I knew the trio would be standing between me and Punchinello. I had read their rap sheets, thick as phone books. No one would be walking out of here alive. The numbing cold of the broken night had followed me in. Upstairs, the trio tangoed down the manor halls to the silent rhythm of their murderous hearts, the blood of their victims rust on their lips. Vince Mignano, Pilot Providence, a.k.a. Big Brother, and Joe Deadpan Salem. The pistol was a frozen lump in my hand, piercing the skin.
I
gnawing
checked
me
Twitter
to
and
the
I see that
bone.
Sphere Hunter has platinumed Alan Wake 2, and it's like, well, I can't platinum Alan Wake 2 because one of the fucking achievements is bugged for me, but, you know, just brag about it on Twitter, why don't you? Also, why it's another reason why it's not a 10 out of 10.
In death, the thug had been promoted to messenger. Someone hadn't enjoyed the Don's hospitality. Someone with a flair for the dramatic. Someone who had let herself out of a locked cell and past a couple of armed guards. My thoughts were on Mona again. I could only hope she was a good enough gambler to walk away while she was still winning, before she'd run into the trio.
I don't know if I'd agree with that statement that I just read about Alan Wake 2 on so many levels, but I just don't think, like, the biggest problem for me with Alan Wake 2 was just expectation. Like, I was expecting to enjoy it because it's Remedy. No matter what Remedy makes, it's going to be interesting, it's going to be entertaining. And then all of the reviews were like, 10 out of 10, it's the greatest fucking thing you've ever seen. And then I played it and no, it's not. I don't understand how you get there. But, the only way I understand that you get there is you're like, wow, look at this meta stuff. Look at this multimedia live action versus... and Remedy universe crossovers and yada, yada, yada. And like, yeah, that stuff is cool. That stuff is interesting. It doesn't automatically make a goddamn game a 10 out of 10. I don't understand how you get there. Gotta make a review about... Well, no. I don't make any videos these days, if you've been paying attention. I fucking suck. There is literally an achievement in Alan Wake 2 I cannot get because it is bugged. That doesn't get a 10. There are multiple soft locks that I think might have been patched by now. But there are soft locks that you can achieve in that game that are easy to achieve, or were, I should say, easy to achieve. And multiple people ran into them. That's not a 10. The cheap-ass reliance on jump scares. That's not a 10 out of 10. The fact that this 13-year... This sequel we've been waiting for 13 years does not actually wrap up the story. It's not a 10 out of 10. I like Alan Wake 2. I do. But it's one of those things where, like, the expectation of, like, this is going to change your life is just wrong.
No one's going anyplace. Too late for that. He walks in, we waste him. Benny and Dave.
Anything else people want to talk about? Anyone want to, I don't know, fucking give me money? That'd be pretty cool. I don't expect it. I just, it's one of those things where, I know how this sounds, but it's one of those things where if I don't get a donation for a while, there's part of me that's like, should I say something about it? Even though I know it's probably sounds bad, but, you know, I don't expect it. Don't give me money because I'm asking for it, but if you wanna, I'll accept it and be happy about it. Opinion on Last of Us 2? Hey, I made an entire video about it that I recommend you don't watch, and instead watch Nakey Jakey's video, because that is such a better breakdown of The Last of Us 2 and my thoughts on it. There are things in The Last of Us 2 video I made that I would change.
Pilot, he's here. It didn't take me long to run into the trio.
My overall opinion on the game wouldn't change at all, but there are, like, things I didn't
Lisa Punchinello was
think through or could have worded better.
The tarot cards on the kitchen table fit the picture. They weren't my kind of cards, but I was willing to take a crack at the hand Mrs. Punchinello had dealt. The first card was the tower. Maybe that was supposed to be the manor. It got easy after that. The devil was the master of the house, and death was me, coming for him.
Good job, you did it. You win. Well, yeah, the main problems with
It didn't take me long to run into the trio.
With whatchamacallit, Last of Us 2 are pacing and story, pacing, writing, story. That's, yeah, those are the biggest problems. And its gameplay is fine, but not 25 hours worth fine.
One
I did
down,
not review
two to go.
Payne. I know what that is, but I haven't played it. Whoa, you got the drop on me, motherfucker! You fucking fuck it up! Last of Us 2 is a 6 out of 10 overall game. It has elements that are, like, technically, 10 out of 10. Acting, 10 out of 10. Motion capture work, 10 out of 10. Gameplay, 7, but goes on too long. Writing, 5, 6. Yeah. I don't know. There's a reason I don't give numbers anymore. I used to give numbers for my quickie reviews, and then that's all people focus. In my Splinter Cell, reviewing every Splinter Cell video, I gave numbers, because I thought it was like, oh, this would be a good way to, like, rank them, and, like, people concentrated way too fucking hard on them. So. Uncharted 4 is fantastic. In terms of best of Uncharted, it's either 2 or 4. I could argue either one. I'm not married, look at me. Cruelty Squad is not a game I can play. Not that I can't, I own it, I think. But That game is a headache to me. I recognize that that's the point. It's like kind of a troll game with actually a lot of depth, but I can't. Ghost of Tsushima was great. The only real thing holding back Ghost of Tsushima was that its story was fine, but kind of bland in the grand scheme, and that it's another open world game, and while it doesn't force you to engage with its open world elements, its open world design is just kind of... I'm so fucking sick of it by this point. But that's... Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was great. I put it on my Game of the Year list the year it came out. God damn shotguns! Oh. I didn't even throw that. I didn't actually play Agents of Mayhem. Because I heard it was pretty brutal. Max Payne is going just fine. Japan lives. No, my favorite part about Ghost of Tsushima was when it came out, a lot of Western journalists and websites tried to be like, this cultural appropriation is harmful and bad, and how dare a non-Japanese developer make a samurai game. Meanwhile, in the East, they were all like, this is great, we love this, thank you. I played the demo for Sly Cooper 1 over and over again on a PlayStation 2 demo disc that I got once, but I haven't actually played this. I should. I know those aren't... They're like stealth games, sort of, but they're more platformers. But like, there is a part of me that kind of feels like I should at some point play.
Don't stop at him! This will. This will stop anything. Take cover.
That's a grenade launcher. I dodged it. I dodged the initial impact, but not the blasts after the fact.
This will. This will stop anything. Take cover.
Battlefield or COD, both have gone downhill so hard. They both offer different... I always preferred, during like the COD 4 Modern Warfare Black Ops days, I preferred COD's faster Twitch gameplay style to Battlefield, but I also liked Battlefield. I was fine with both of them, and they both fucking plummeted off a cliff as time went on. So, like, Battlefield 1 was great. And then what came out the same year as Battlefield 1? Like, Battlefield 1 stole some of COD's thunder, but what game came out that year? Was it World War II? Was it Infinite Warfare? Oh, yeah. In that case, yeah. That was when Call of Duty's multiplayer fucking fell off a cliff to me. So, yeah, Battlefield 1 was great. Well, wait, the campaign for what? Infinite Warfare was actually really solid. If you're talking about Battlefield 1, it was just a bunch of mini-stories, but... Favorite Rainbow Six? I mean, I'll always have love and nostalgia for the original, and I liked Vegas 1 and 2. I played them a lot, but in terms of the stories, like the campaigns, I can tell you shit about Vegas 1 and 2. Played so much Vegas 1 and 2.
It was too late for her.
You're a real angel, Max.
I couldn't tell whether it was Mona or her sister. The body was a mess. The sick bastard had really gotten a kick out of it. Seeing her lying there got me thinking about another woman's body on another bed. Got me thinking about a fallen cradle.
God, get over it, Max. It's been 3 years. I'm not surprised the new Modern Warfare 3 is crap. I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was. I haven't played it, but that's based on, like, you know, what I've heard. From everyone else. But
talk to me.
Alfred Woden, you've got company. An armed helicopter just landed on the manor.
I did not do a Spec Ops: The Line.
You must hurry.
The more, the merrier.
I'm gonna lose all my weapons anyway, so.
Vince Mugliano.
Oh, fuck, I'm out of bolt ammo. Well. Uh-oh. Well. The video game seems to have crashed. So. I did save, to be fair. Hey, I haven't had a problem in 4 hours. So. I don't remember having any crashes when I played this last time. An old game, you know, it's bound to happen, maybe, sorta, kinda, shut up. You have to go through some hoops. You have to download patches, edit INI files, re-download sound files, etc., 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 in order to make it. It takes, like, I don't know, less than 30 minutes of work. It's not like some crazy thing to get it working, but there's definitely stuff you have to do to get it working right. Like minor inconvenience.
Punchinello's trio was done for.
Outside my door. Hurry. He's coming for me. You gotta hurry. Please.
I could hear Punchinello on the phone begging for help. He should have been saying his goodbyes.
I like DMC, although I am admittedly not the best at it.
The moment I stepped into the room,
I play those games on their like default difficulty. I don't play it through 15 times on hard.
I was just
and
doing what I was told. I couldn't
all
refuse.
that stuff.
She's someone high up, government maybe. I don't know.
He was trying to buy more sand for his hourglass. I wasn't selling any.
No, I told him not to.
Missing games that you quick save me too. I mean, I'm gonna lose my weapons the second I walk out of this door. So I saw Nobody like last year. Yeah, solid movie, entertaining movie. Not this door, the next door.
Drop it. Don't move.
Game over, Max Payne.
Everyone say hello to Sam Lake's mother.
I could tell when I was outgunned. It was time to take another beating. The mystery witch was a real barracuda. Trouble on dagger heels, a smoking assault rifle in her hand, and an army of killer suits behind her.
That's not an assault rifle, Max. That is an
Sweet.
SMG.
I get to kill two birds with one stone.
Hi, Sam Lake's mother.
Sooner or later, it was going to catch up with you.
Mr. Payne, it's time to show you the benefits of my brew. Be a good boy now.
You'd find that Lady Luck was really a hooker. You were fresh out of cash.
What game do you think will do a review? Trust me, I've had plenty of ideas. I've even recorded footage for one, and then that was one of the many scripts that has been started and not finished in the last several months.
She had just given me an OD of Valkyr. I could feel green fire eating my brains. They turned to steam.
I really need to go to a
fade
doctor.
on me. I'd never had a chance.
And a psychiatrist, psychologist,
The witch had
whichever
got me
one can
just
give
as
you
sure as
medication.
if she put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger.
Like this.
The shadows rushed me. Bruised mugshot faces hungry for revenge.
When I see
They knew
this
my
screen,
weak
I
spots
think
and
of
closed in for the
I
kill.
think of
The floor turned into a vortex of green
Hades from Hercules, the
I
Disney
fell.
one. Like that soul well.
Angels.
Oh, is it not in this first room? Guess not. The camera's all. I'm high. I'm ODing on drugs. That's what the fish eye lens camera comes from.
No, please, Max, no. I'm sorry. Please don't, Max, no.
Now, there are people who hate these dream sequences. I don't mind them. They don't go on that
Max?
long.
Where are you, Max? Please.
The letter was staring at me. There was something disturbingly familiar about the letter before me. The handwriting was all pretty curves.
You're in a graphic novel.
The truth split my skull open, a glaring green light washing the lies away. All of my past was just fragmented still shots, words hanging in the air like balloons. I was in a graphic novel. Funny as hell. It was the most horrible thing I could think of. Bartender is shiny stuff, and dreams are made of stooped necromancers. He sings like a banana wrist, having strayed too close to the constellations on their shaved skulls. There was a bad line in a prank call. Someone spouting insane babble. I couldn't make sense of it. But I had an overwhelming sense of deja vu. The caller's voice sounded oddly familiar.
I don't know what I'll stream next. If I'm streaming something on YouTube, it's usually because it's either relevant to the channel or it's something like, oh, like if I stream this, I'll get a decent chunk of viewers. I don't stream everything on YouTube. I'll also stream on Twitch, but I don't know. This was very much like a I decided this last night kind of game.
The weird piece of paper looked dangerous.
Thoughts on Postal? God bless Running with Scissors for doing whatever the fuck they want.
There was something
I have fond
disturbingly
memories
familiar
of
about the letter before
Postal
me.
2.
The handwriting was all pretty curves.
You're in a computer game, Max.
The truth was a burning green crack through my brain, weapon statistics hanging in the air, glimpsed out of the corner of my eye, endless repetition of the act of shooting, time slowing down to show off my moves, the paranoid feel of someone controlling my every step. I was in a computer game. Funny as hell, it was the most horrible thing I could think of.
Aha! Hey Craig, where'd your stream title come from? One of the most famous fourth wall breaks.
The drug, snap out of it. Try to remember. It was a bad line in a prank call. Someone spouting insane babble. I couldn't make sense of it. But I had an overwhelming sense of deja vu, and the caller's voice sounded oddly familiar.
Mm-hmm. I do not remember the Running with Scissors old website now. I haven't played Postal 4. I always kind of meant to once it was fully out. I know it's fully out, but I kind of just watched Civi play. I like that in reality, these are, oh my. These are black, like pitch black, narrow platforms with red on them. Uh-oh, well, I just died. We.
Max! No! Max!
Murderer! You killed her!
I don't. These parts are fine. They're fine. Like the God of War games. So I only ever played the first of the original games,
Max,
and I didn't actually finish it. I
something
got
happened
close,
at the
but never
office
did.
Today. A strange memo. Something about Vikings.
And then I played the new
Honey,
ones.
I gotta run. You can tell me all about it this evening.
I like the new
Have a nice
ones.
day, darling.
The bullet holes were rubies on her chest, blood glowing on her ivory skin. She was so beautiful. The killer was smiling.
The flesh of fallen angels.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly, the green nightmare faded, leaving dark stains on my soul that would never come off. I felt like flatlining. I was all shook up. I woke up in a cold sweat, sick and tired to the bone, lying in a puddle of my own puke. The hag had said take me to Cold Steel before it had all gone crazy. It was a clue. The only one I had. It took me forever to crawl back to my feet and hit the road, but when I did, I drove straight to Cold Steel Foundry outside the city. There was a whole lot of action around the place for a freezing winter night. Trucks coming and going, men running. I had the drop on the mystery witch. She thought I was dead. I was on her blind side. I was going in. The bad trip had put me in a crazy mood, adrenaline pumping through my aching veins. Staggering on the mill roof in ice and snow and wild wind, I was a ninja. My kung fu was strong. I wasn't kidding anybody. At best, I was Superman on Kryptonite about to fall through a skylight, down to where it was all going down.
I've played Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2.
Industrial area in the middle of nowhere.
Kiwami 2 is
the
my
factory
favorite
was a perfect front for any number of illegal activities.
I know at some point I should like play through the new Yakuza games come out every goddamn year.
In the belly of the plant, molten metal boiled and bubbled like a witch's brew.
I feel like I should play them, but also I feel like I should catch up on them. So I'm just stuck in a rut, right? But they're also like long and take a while to get through. So.
Life-threatening weather conditions. A record-breaking killer storm. In the city's history, vehicles stuck in snow.
Apologies for the yawning.
Heavy snowfall. Forecast shows severe weather is expected to continue.
Out in the night, snow fell like confetti over the Devil's Parade. The storm was anything but over.
You ever played Darksiders games? I played the first Darksiders on I saw it show up. I worked at GameStop at the time. I saw it arrive in the box, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Then reviews came out, and they were really positive, so I was like, screw it, let's give it a chance. And it was, gothic, dark Zelda. And I really liked Darksiders 1. And it ends with this, holy shit, things are about to pop off. And then they were like, hey, let's make individual games based on all of the Horsemen and not actually follow through on that amazing plot development. Played through Darksiders 2, really enjoyed it until the end where I saved and hit a game-breaking bug that completely broke the entire game. I could never continue. I didn't get to see how it ended, and I never played it again because, boy, that ruined it. That just ruined, all momentum dies. You don't... Sorry, we didn't play test this enough. You don't get to play the last act of the game. Get out. So I never continued. And then I played 10 or 12 hours of Darksiders 3, which was fine, a little janky, going for a more Dark Souls thing. And yeah, but I didn't finish it. Of course, Redfall fell off. It was terrible. From here on out is where the Cult Commando becomes the thing you use. God damn it. Ow. That was surprisingly far. I don't know, I haven't watched a lot of found footage movies. Like, a couple of them jumped on the trend. God damn it. I mean, I liked Cloverfield back in the day, but I've also had no desire to play it in forever. Postal did have a movie directed by Uwe Boll. It's probably one of his best movies, which is not a high bar. Whew. Ah! Seriously? Oh. Oh my god, I might have fucked myself. Oh my god. I might have fucked myself. I might have fucked myself so hard. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Whew. That almost went real bad for me. Okay, stop. Stop. Oh no. I ain't hitting F5. We're gonna keep going. Wait for that to say. Okay, good. Where'd he go? There he is. I know, never save after a door, but shut up.
Can you believe it? I bet they sleep with their rifles. I bet they've given them names.
I guess. So, you don't have a name for your gun?
Hello? Hell no. You do?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Hey, let's hear it.
Well, I call it Dick Justice.
I rest my case.
God bless that grenade for going off when it did. I played origami. I fell off of it. I hate a checkpoint system.
The walkie-talkie military lingo could mean only one thing. They were getting ready to destroy the evidence and vanish into the night. I was so close. The hidden truths were just around the corner.
Like, I played and I streamed some origami. I think I played it for like 4 hours. And I had one of those times where like, oh, there's this huge open area. Okay, I'm gonna meticulously go around and I'm gonna stealth everyone in here, stealth kill everybody. And then if I remember right, like on the second to last guy, the game bugged and I ended up falling through the world. And it's like, oh, well, okay. The game bugged out, fucked me over, so I guess reset. Oh, I have to do the whole area again? We're done. That's the end of this game. I think I continued for a little while longer, and I was just like, boy, that just killed all momentum I had. Like, that's why checkpoint systems are garbage, because... even in stealth games, especially in stealth games, is because, like, once you go through an area, if you fail on the second to last guy, there's no more tension anymore, you're just doing chores. But but the big problem with a checkpoint system like that is if the game fucks you, you're punished for not doing anything wrong, and so I'm out. I quit. I should play PsyOps. Is PsyOps what I'm thinking is, or is it the other one? I have 2 box hearts in my head. What's the other one? They came out around the same exact time. I played one of them, but not the other one. Can anyone tell me there were two PS2 era games that came out around the same time where you had psychic powers? I played one of them and gave up on it because I didn't think it held up, and I haven't touched the other one. What was the other one called? I don't think it was PsyOps. Second Sight, thank you. I played Second Sight and gave up on it because I didn't think it held up.
Folder on the table told a grim tale. The mercenaries were running a tight operation, paperwork and all.
Merchandise missing again. A chemist had tried to smuggle it out for his own private party. Locked him up in cell B7 in D6's old test facility to wait for proper processing.
I was close enough to hear the secrets, just beyond the next doorway.
Played both games. Like, well, like I tried to play Second Sight like 2 years ago, I think. And it's one of those things where, granted, I played it on PC, so it's not going to feel as good to play as playing on a console because that game was very clearly developed for console. But it's just I just got so its gameplay just didn't appeal to me at a certain point. Like I fell off really hard. I looked at the plot. Plot seems interesting. But it just I just didn't. I gave up on playing it. That almost went real poorly. This, run out of the room. My God. No, I've never cared about FNAF. Also, I'm a giant pussy when it comes to jump scares, so... It's one of the reasons why I find Alan Wake 2 to be incredibly obnoxious. Jump scares are all that game has. Outlast 1, also, yes, it relies entirely on jump scares. It works as like a haunted house thing, but the jump scares do get old, and also once you kind of figure out the formula of how that game works and its AI and all that, I don't know, Outlast gets kind of old before you finish it. I thought its DLC worked a little better. Not that it didn't have jump scares too, but it just was paced better. And I never bothered with the second one because, you know, I heard about the second one. Bought Trials, but no one I know wants to play Trials, so... Trials will just sit in my library and never get touched is my prediction. Fear is really good, yes. Fear 1, you have to do, much like Max Payne 1, you have to do some work to get it, like, make it functional, you know, nowadays, but... Yes, Fear 1 is fantastic. Well. God damn it, that would work. God damn it! I heard about the TMT thing, but that's the extent of my knowledge on it. I know that it's a thing.
The monitor showed me the way. Processing diagrams fill the control room screens, all but one. An elevator titled D6 on one of the screens, somewhere onwards, past rows of ovens, in the core of the plant.
Moved in a bad spot again. Wow, that's aggressive. Wow, that's improbable. Even more improbable. How is this happening? Better. Jesus Christ. Almost got killed anyway.
Repeat, oven controls have been destroyed. Repeat, oven controls have been...
Why did I do this? I'm a fool. I got myself. The fuck out of the thing, Max! Why are you like this? Great. Far Cry, boy, it used to be cool, and then they made the same game 15 times. And then they called it Avatar, and they're making it again. Even though it's, again, the same fucking game. Eh. Oh no. I could do that better. Well, I planned that out well. I just fucked up the timing. Okay. Anywho. Beyond Good and Evil, I didn't play it when it came out.
I had taken on the role of the mythic detective.
And I tried to play it when it came to
Marlowe,
Xbox Live
or Sam
Arcade.
Spade going after
It
the
didn't
Maltese
really do
Falcon
anything
to
for me.
unravel all the mysteries. Following a path of clues to that final revelation, even if it would take me down to the cold, cavernous
I have a
depths
video
of
about that.
grave.
IO Interactive's other games. Kane Lynch is dog shit. Anyway.
Do you have any idea why this is called Operation Deadeyes?
The one bullet probably was enough. The one was enough. The one was enough.
I think he's dead already.
Let's do it.
Dog Days is better than the first one.
Attention all personnel. The self-destruction sequence has been initiated. Evacuate the complex immediately. Repeat. The self-destruction sequence has been initiated. Proceed to the nearest exit immediately.
Oh yeah, right.
I had seen the logo on the floor before. There was an old army bunker under the steel mill. I knew the military plaque on the floor. I had seen 1,000 variations of the insignia on crumbling brick walls everywhere in the city. The sword replaced by a syringe. Project Valhalla, V for Valkyr, V for Valhalla. All of a sudden it read like a crackpot conspiracy theory.
Alright, in fairness, I think what I might do now, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Might make a cup of coffee while I'm gone. It won't take that long, but I'll be gone longer than like the 2 to 3 minutes a normal bathroom break takes. So if everyone is fine with that and is willing to just hang out and listen to Max Payne's great menu music, yeah, I will be back in, let's say, in the ballpark of like 6 to 8 minutes. So, you know, if you need to run to the bathroom yourself, now's the time. Grab a snack. Do that. Okay. Now, keep in mind that while I have come back, I have a cup of coffee here to drink. I will drink it relatively quickly. We're still just gonna hang out on this menu for a hot minute. Told people I was gonna go make a cup of coffee, and people just seem to ignore that part. But I will drink this coffee in a relatively quick manner. Well, we're at the point of late night where, like, there's only, like, 4 people regularly talking. No, I was paying attention to chat, don't you worry. There are only, like, 4 people in chat talking to each other, and the rest are either just lurking or have fallen asleep. So that's where we're at. It's been 5 hours, so... I mean, while I slurp this coffee down in an expedient manner, people want to throw out things. I mean, I kind of just talk and shoot the shit and answer questions while playing anyway, but if anyone wants to do it now specifically, while I coffee... Yep, it's 11 p.m. here. Officer Pancakes. You know, I guess pancakes. I haven't, like, sought out a waffle in a long time, but I also haven't been to IHOP in a hot minute either, so... How would you feel if the next Splinter Cell was 99% radio towers? I wouldn't be shocked because Ubisoft, but I'd also be a little upset. Do anything about your ancestry? As far as I know, I'm Danish, Dutch, French, and Irish. I am every failed, mediocre white race that has ever existed. Although I'm not 100% sure that I'm correct in my heritage, because, you know, you find out things about your past. Find out things about your ancestry that make it so that maybe you can't track your line as far back as you think. Anyway. God bless this mug. I missed this mug when I went to Colorado for a wedding. When I had a time limit to drink my coffee out of a regular, normal mug. Still have the electric heating mug? I sure do. This is it. The Emperor mug is beautiful. I do not drink my coffee black. I'm not a monster. I don't understand. One of my best friends drinks his coffee black. I don't understand. I don't know how you do that. Everyone's flavor palette is different, of course, but, like, Jesus Christ. I used to put creamer and sweetener, like a Splenda, in here, but at a certain point I was like, that seems like probably too much. So let's just try the creamer. Yeah, flavored creamer's fine. Sorry, I was going to answer this question. I forgot. I played KOTOR and didn't finish it. Of course, I know the twist because, you know, I'm on the internet. But yeah, I played KOTOR as a kid, but never finished it. I got to, I believe, Tatooine. There were sand people, and I believe they had staffs, so I'm pretty sure I got to Tatooine. Windows, I don't know if you're joking when you ask if I enjoy Splinter Cell. And that's only because I don't expect anyone to be here that hasn't watched my content. Maybe I'm almost certainly assuming too much, because that video now is what, 4 years old? 5 years? God, has it been that long? And I still am not successful. Anywho, okay, last little bit. All right, so instead of enjoying my coffee over like a period of 10+ minutes. Slammed that down at about 4. All right. I'm not successful. Don't mistake. Successful would be like having my own place and living off of YouTube without and paying bills and all that. Anyway, where are we? Yeah, we're in here. And successful would be putting out regular content. I've been at 150,000 subs for like a year plus right now. That's not successful. Oh, this is where I came from. Just being realistic here.
Abort! Abort! The self-destruction sequence has been initiated! Go!
If I remember right, it's this parking garage, Woden Manor, Acer. What's your opinion on the SWAT franchise that was abandoned for no good reason other than the devs don't... I mean, like, I made a video, my last video involves the SWAT franchise. Activision now owns SWAT, so you'll never see another one ever again. The elevator door opened when you rescue the scientist, but many other places... It might just be a bug.
The chemist had been using the workstation when he died. The half-life
Like,
of the lab rat
don't know
had
if I've had
ended
that
online.
problem,
His
but
password blinking
I've
on the
played
screen.
this game like 20 plus times
665.
over the course of many, many, many years, so... Neighbor of the Beast. The Uncharted movie isn't terrible, it's just kind of forgettable. Which on the pantheon of video game movies isn't that bad.
Hey, in here! Hey! Get me out of here! I'm innocent! There! Let me out! Thanks. I thought I was gonna die in there for sure.
I need you to get me through the decontamination chamber airlock.
You're crazy! No way! The place is blowing up for Christ's sake!
Either that or back to the cell. Your choice.
Okay, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
I do hope that Ready or Not does fully come out. Okay. Alright, legitimately, this is not meant to be a slight or an insult or anything. When someone asks me my opinion on Splinter Cell or Hitman, I don't know if you're joking. I don't know if you're fucking with me. So, for you, did he, like, not close the door? Did he, like, not hit the elevator button? Or did he do it and just nothing happened? Okay, you're fucking with me, alright. Alright, good night, Tay. Hopefully you're not too drunk. Although you don't tend to drink to excess, from my experience. You didn't press the door.
Get in! I'll punch you through.
After this, you can go. You're a free man.
Bad.
No, that's bullshit! That happens like every time I play this level. I think it's safe glass, and it's not. Ha 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 ha.
I was caught in the middle of the deadly web that was the Valkyr case.
I was looking at chat when I pressed forward. So we're gonna hit quick save now. And then we're gonna hit F9 where that didn't happen. We're gonna pretend that never happened. Who are you? What are you talking about? That didn't happen. Shut up. And we're gonna go. And a hip. A hop.
One of the lab
Okay.
Top secret. Project Valhalla. U.S. Army. Yggdrasil Network. Valhalla. The otherworldly place in Norse mythology where the bravest heroes spent their afterlife feasting and fighting forever.
I didn't
Their
blow up.
wounds
That didn't happen.
miraculously healed
T-Max is
night
alive right
after
there.
night. Valkyr. The maidens who chose the most courageous Viking warriors and carried them to Valhalla. 1991. The research objective is to create a chemical substance to enhance the stamina and morale of infantry troops.
Prime.
1995.
We came up with
Results
Prime.
unsatisfactory.
We've contacted
Project
influencers to
canceled.
market
Someone
it.
had decided to continue the sick experiment unauthorized.
Project compromised. Data leak. Fix the damage by any means necessary. Security clearance red. Authorized by the project lead. Field test. Double the dosage for all the remaining test subjects. Observe and record the subject's behavior in an urban setting.
The drop-off point was my old address in New Jersey. The file dated 3 years ago. Just when you thought you had reached the deepest depths of horror, it suddenly got worse. How to turn off that small voice inside your head that started to whisper that you should be glad that now, if not before, your revenge was justifiable on any conceivable moral scale. That small voice proved, beyond any doubt, that I was damned. Project logo on the screen. The dagger-heeled woman had come and gone a long time ago. There was nothing more for me here. The bunker's name was acting as a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I believe this is the grate that's a beginner's trap. Because you would naturally want to... No, not here, not here, not here.
Decontamination. Self-destruction imminent. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26.
I forget what to do.
24, 23.
Oh, right, I just have to shoot the thing. My bad.
17, 16, 15.
This elevator is a beginner's trap. The Matrix game did not come out before Max Payne. You are crazy. The Matrix movie came out before Max Payne, but Enter the Matrix came out after. You're thinking about Enter the Matrix, a game from my childhood that I really liked, and probably doesn't hold up at all if I were to play it
The final
now.
picture is you
Because
finishing
it was
that same
jank as
puzzle.
fuck then, and I
A
liked it
mad,
anyway.
green-eyed killer standing behind you. An urban legend come true. The Project Valhalla test subjects had been the mad junkies who had murdered my loved ones. The rest was simple body count math. It all pointed to her. Ms. Valkyr.
There is a game that had a
Went up in
slow motion
fiery
mechanic
inferno
before
behind
Max
me.
Payne.
All my leads were dead, turned to smoke and dust. I lost my way.
I just don't know what it
I hadn't
was.
slept
But
in
Max
a
Payne
million
popularized it, which is what I said in my video. I also said in my video, like, oh, that the term bullet time was coined in the
I felt
Matrix.
thin as
It
death.
was in the
I've
script
been
of the
living on an endless
Matrix.
supply of weak old donuts.
And a lot of people
There
were,
were
no, it
fuel
wasn't.
for
It was
this crazy
it
furnace
slow-mo
inside my
exists.
head.
Yes, but the term
I
bullet
couldn't
time.
remember when I had last seen the sun.
One of those
I
things
was
that
on a
annoys me.
permanent graveyard shift.
Were like,
when the darkness fell, New York City became something else. Any old Sinatra song.
in my Resident Evil
notwithstanding.
1 remake review
Bad
video,
things happened in the night.
I said,
on
like,
the streets of that other
Resident
city.
Evil is
Noir
coined the
York City.
term survival horror, and people were like, no, Glow in the Dark was first. Like,
I was in an
I didn't
all-night
say it
diner,
wasn't. I
downing
said
cup
that the
after cup of coffee
term
that tasted like
survival
engine oil,
horror.
when a new message from
Resident
BB
Evil
got
came
me
up with
back on the
that.
killer
That was
track.
part of their marketing. The term survival horror didn't exist before that. God damn it. I'm right. I'm always right.
Come up with a plan. 2:30 a.m. The Choir Communications Garage.
The more I thought about Alex's murder and the frame-up, the more it felt like an inside job. I should have seen it coming. BB had
You guys
sold
just gotta
me
trust
out,
me.
and now he wanted to finish what he'd started.
I didn't play Path of Neo, but I know that the end of Path of Neo
The
is
garage was dead.
ridiculous. I think
BB
if you
showed up in
go
his
against the
tailor-made
movie.
suit, gold watch, and cufflinks to match. All way beyond a cop's pay.
Maxie.
Oozing suave charm, he He was guilty as hell. What the hell does BB stand for anyway? Backstabbing bastard?
I'll get the Easter egg in this level
Have a
too.
cigar.
I don't smoke.
Maxie, you have no idea how big this is. It's huge. You have no idea.
I think I do. You're a bribe-taking bent cop who sold out his partner. Those mobsters in the subway were a dead giveaway. Hard to miss. Bet it was exactly like this with Alex. Up close and personal.
You can't win this one, Max.
No, he was like
No,
behind him.
But I can make
to
damn
the
sure
right.
none of you do either. BB turned out to be another cardboard cutout bad guy.
Whee! Now I remember buying Enter the Matrix. I saw, so I didn't see the first Matrix in theaters. My dad did, because he was an adult.
Bad cop on the take. A cowardly right-hand man fleeing from the scene, leaving his
But
paid thugs
we
to do
rented
his
it like on
dirty work.
VHS or would DVD have been a thing yet? We rented it and watched it at home, and it was fucking awesome. The first Matrix is an excellent movie. Then my dad and I went and saw The Matrix 2 Reloaded in theaters. And then, like, we walk out of the theater, right? We're in a mall. We walk out of the theater, and we have to walk by a GameStop. And I like, went to him, and I turned to him, and I saw, like, an advertisement for Enter the Matrix, like, on one of the kiosks, like, one of the standees outside of the store. And I was like, well, Dad, in order to fully understand the movie that we just watched, you got to buy me the game. And he had that thing of, like, okay, that was a clever way to try and sell me, so I will reward you. My dad would do that. If I did something clever or that made him laugh, he'd be like, "Okay, fine, I'll spoil the shit out of you." Like, I distinctly remember after my dad retired, he would go on these like really early morning walks with his friends around a lake somewhere around here, and he would invite me to go with him, which was at 6 or 7 in the morning. And if I either had a terrible sleep schedule or I was like, "Okay, yeah, sure, wake me up, it's fine," he would take me on the walk. And sometimes we'd go to McDonald's after the walk, and one day he was like, "No, we're not getting McDonald's. That's not happening today." And we were listening to the radio. Remember the radio? That used to be a thing back then. We're in the car listening to the radio, and we're listening to it on like a low, medium volume. And absentmindedly, we're just listening to it, and then all of a sudden McDonald's ad plays on the radio, and I reached over and just cranked up the volume, and he was like, "Okay, let's go to McDonald's." like as a like, yeah, that was good. that was smart of you. Let's go get McDonald's. Anyway, the Easter egg is in Mya. I almost broke the game.
Hello to everyone at Remedy. This is Jamie and Renault. Hello. Hey, how you doing? And this is hopefully the last session we've done for you, or we're going to do for you. It's been a pleasure working on this game. We hope you like the audio. Good luck with bringing it home. And we're with you on it all the way. And again, thank you very much. And the game rocks.
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure meeting you guys at E3, and we hope that this is everything you need, and we're there for you, and we can't wait to see it come out.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Not a fan of ladies, are you, Trebek? I'll take famous titties for 200. Okay, and take it easy.
Mm-hmm. I like those. I feel like those kind of Easter eggs really aren't in games anymore. Like, yeah, they might reference another game or whatever off to the side, like in an open world somewhere. Like, I feel like those kind of like behind-the-scenes references or dedications to someone, I feel like they're not in games nearly as much now. Max Payne 2, one of the most memorable Easter eggs in my opinion ever, is that in the apartment level when you can find that dedication to that one guy. Off to the side, which is an Easter egg I naturally found all on my own, just by exploring. No one had to tell me about it. I found that when I was like, 12, 13, whenever the game came out. Jesus Christ. Alright, good night, Platinums. I'll be honest, this stream has gone on longer than I thought it would, but I've also, like, stopped to wax poetic about whatever. Maybe it's not that weird. Yeah, fair enough. Son of a bitch, kill each other again. Whoever was in here is dead now. God damn, that does a lot of damage. Nothing. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. Hey. Closer than I should have been, though. I gotta stop saving while I'm running towards something. Case in point. Well, DSP is more infamous than, like, big and famous. I prefer not to... I prefer not to be, you know... I have to start wearing a vest during my streams. Oh god, I'm dead. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, 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 saved it. It is legitimately a miracle I'm not dead. Stop. Stop! Closer than it should have been. I played the multiplayer for Max Payne 3 when it was new, and it was fine. Like, yes, it's better than you would expect it to be, but it was not like a thing that you, like, played for months on end. You played it for, like, on and off for, like, a month as a novelty, and then you never touched it again. If you want further opinions on my what I think of the Max Payne series, look up my video reviewing every Max Payne on the Critical... God damn it, on the Critical Nobody channel. Channel you are currently watching.
Reports of a fire at the Punchinello Manor in Westchester. The manor is the home of Angelo Punchinello, the alleged head of the Punchinello crime family. The police are now saying, contrary to their earlier statements, that Max Payne is still alive and at large. He continues his vendetta against the Mafia, of which this last act of arson is attributed to.
I had no recollection of setting any fires, but I did remember the flames.
Oh, okay. Yep, mm-hmm. God fucking damn it. I didn't realize I was that low. Land and shoot, please. Jesus Christ. Okay, good. Isn't he up top? No. Shit, my bad. Thought the van that crashed was his, but I was mistaken. Oh god, we had the same idea. But mine worked, fuck you. Oh, hello. Yes, please. Hey, dude. It's a good thing named antagonists have godlike abilities. Well, he did anyway.
The payphone started to ring.
Back that in just a second after I look around for stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Max Payne?
Whatever does it for you.
Two more levels, if memory serves, right?
Give you the name of your enemy. Come to the Asgard building presently. We are expecting you.
Mm-hmm.
Woden was waiting for me on the steps of the old building.
Mr. Payne, let's go inside. The others are anxious to begin.
The others?
Despite the general misconception,
Say hello to Sam Lake's father, everybody.
Predates the city hall by 2 years, thus being the oldest municipal building still in use here at the foot of the Brooklyn Bridge.
No kidding. The old man played tour guide as he
So
led me
Sam
through
Lake
dark
wrote a
domed
game where
hall.
he, as the
answers I was
hero,
after
is
loomed large
told by
ahead.
his father to go kill his mother.
Mr. Payne, I would like to introduce you to my colleagues in what we call the Inner Circle.
You've been watching too much X-Files.
You have seen the files on Project Valhalla. We can fill the gaps, provide you with the information missing from those files. We were all involved in the early stages of the project during the Gulf War.
What's the catch?
We would very much like to blow this thing wide open, but our hands are tied.
Hopefully I remember to
Her name
find
is
his
Nicole
secret
Horn.
sex room.
She was the key figure in Project Valhalla. When the funding was discontinued, she simply refused to quit. She knew exactly what she had in her hands. Nicole Horn is the president of Acer Corporation. She has more than half the city in her pocket. This must be kept under wraps. If you try to go public with this, we will deny any knowledge. We need you to take her out. Afterwards, we can protect you. Make all the charges go away.
That was the cue for the killer suits to kick in the doors and swarm inside. It was an impressive floor show, but I decided to leave early anyway. It was only a one-story fall. Lucky me.
Not the best secret society I've ever seen. I feel like there was ways to prevent that. Maybe some guards, bring a gun yourself. I always did love this music. Who didn't? Shit. That was closer than it should have been.
One of the monitors showed what was left of the inner circle. On screen, the so-called corpse of Alfred Woden stood up, miraculously waking from his dirt nap, looking smug among his dead pals. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I didn't know how he pulled it off, but it was a pretty slick way to get out of all his promises. Most of what he had said fit too well to be a load of crap.
At this point, I'm assuming all the, murder, violence, bullets is all just background noise to a bunch of people who are sleeping. As it should be. Who needs a white noise machine when you have murder? Don't fall into the violence, the fire, Max. Jesus. I never interpreted it as Woden getting the Inner Circle killed as him just playing dead and getting lucky, but maybe I'm wrong. Woden is ultimately responsible for Max's family getting killed, which is a guilt thing.
In pursuit of the intruder.
Oh, right, there's just a grenade in there? Yeah. Oh, fuck you! I mean, maybe. Maybe I'll stream Max Payne 2. It generally is a shorter game because it's much easier. It's not like Max Payne 2 is insurmountably difficult or anything, but there's so much more fucking powerful in Max Payne 2. I mean, they're all 8s or higher, I would say. Just how high they go above 8 more depends on personal preference.
And what is your answer to those saying that he's actually providing a service long overdue to the city?
This crusade nonsense has gone too far. He's out of control. It must stop. He will be stopped.
That was Deputy Chief Jim
I think
Rivera
2
from
is
the
the
New
best,
York
but I
City
have a whole
Police
video that
Department.
explains why. My ranking of the series goes 2, 1, 3. But they're all good games.
A videotape lay on the desk. Nicole Horn had blackmailed the inner circle into silence. The tape came with a curt extortion note on a piece of expensive paper. I remembered Candy Dawn taping her clients in action on the side, selling the tapes to the highest bidder. I was sure that kinky sex was nowhere near Alfred Woden's worst sin. But I had a feeling that when this was over, any collateral would come in handy.
Provided it doesn't get hit with a bullet.
Woden had left me a present.
If you're gonna do another playthrough of the Max Payne trilogy, yeah, no problem with that.
Woden had taken care of my mission preps with military
There are
precision.
so many worse
The
ways to
critical
spend a
areas in the
goddamn
Acer Corporation headquarters
weekend.
blueprints were circled in red. The president's
Incredibly
office was at
dedicated
the top
one
of the
day.
building, right below her penthouse suite. The elevators were controlled by a security computer, part of the mainframe located underground below the building. The high-rise was sealed as tight as a sci-fi fortress.
I honestly didn't expect this to go on for over 6
Nothing
hours,
seems to
but
stop
here
Acer
we are.
Corporation's phenomenal victory march. Incredibly, the stocks are still rocketing. Worried experts already see a danger in the company's success. Some have gone as far as to say that Acer Corporation is about to become an even bigger monopoly than Microsoft ever was.
Ha! Good cover. I still clearly heard what you said, but good cover. What settings? So, in-game settings aren't going to fix it. You need to go to the PC Gaming Wiki and download patches, widescreen mod. You have to find a batch of sound files that, sorry, you can put back into the game folder to fix the sound problem. Yeah, you gotta do some work. You have to go to the PC Gaming Wiki page and do some work. It will not work just by launching it vanilla and going to the settings and messing with stuff. There's more you gotta do. Old game, modern computer, etc., etc. Think of their video now, just Delta. I feel like I can't cover that unless I've covered the other Metal Gears, which who the fuck knows if I'll ever get to. I'm in such a mental rut and have been all year. I can't get myself to get anything done, let alone a Metal Gear video, so... I never leave anything off the table. Well, depending. If it's like a genre. If you ask me to review an RTS game, I'm going to say no, because I have no real interest in the series, but... I did play Rockstar Table Tennis earlier this year. I recorded a bunch of footage of Rockstar Table Tennis. That was going to be one of the videos I was going to make. That its script got one page completed, and then I fucking moved on and didn't do anything else. But yeah, I have played Rockstar Table Tennis. I rubbed my thumb raw playing Rockstar Table Tennis for like a 6-hour session.
Move, move, move! Moving to the danger area.
Wow, that timed out well. Is it just burnout from being a content creator or personal stuff? Combination. I don't know. I think a lot of mental hurdles I've had have all caught up with me all at the same time in 1 year. I had something happen earlier this year that put me in a shitty place, which is not... I'm not going to go into detail about it. But also, like, earlier this year when I played, when I made my review on RE4, RE4 Remake, for some reason, as I was making that video, I just got hit with this overwhelming feeling of just, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, stress. And it wasn't because, oh, you're criticizing RE4 Remake. Like, I've criticized fucking popular stuff before. That's never stopped me. Just for some reason, just something hit me all at once that was just, like, I was just overwhelmed with stress. And then I took a break, a longer break than I intended. I made the Ready or Not video, and I was like, okay, I could finally get over it. And then, clearly it didn't take, so... I don't know what it is. I gotta see people, but I have too much social anxiety to see people to fix my problem of concentration and ADD and social anxiety. I have to, I need to, if I don't want to just be stuck in a rut for my entire life. But... Who the hell fired a grenade launcher at me? What a dick! What a dick! This existential anxiety? I'm not going to say yes because I actually don't. I very much have social anxiety disorder. I've just never been diagnosed with it. I need to go. The problem with having a social anxiety disorder is that it requires you to go talk to someone to get medication for the social anxiety disorder, but talking to someone is hard, therefore you don't get treatment for the social anxiety disorder. It's a fucking loop, man. I also have to go to a doctor and find out why part of my leg has been numb for a year. I think I know why. But I also haven't gone to a doctor because I'm scared of, like, I traveled to Colorado a couple weeks ago because I went to a wedding. You don't understand how terrified I was of, like, the concept of an airport and airport security. I'd been to an airport and gone through airport security, but not for many, many years. So I had this idea in my head, like, oh my god, it's gonna be a nightmare. They might pull you aside, yada, yada, yada. Turns out it's the easiest fucking process in the goddamn world. It takes 10 minutes. It's not a problem. But I built it up so much in my head, and once I get through it, I realize, wow, that wasn't a big deal. But getting over the hurdle that is that mental barrier is such a fucking nightmare to me. Yes, I get stressed. I'm stressed, and then the stress leads to me being more stressed and feeling guilty for not doing, I'm stressed, I don't do work, and then I get more stressed because I'm not doing work, and I should be doing work, and I feel like a failure, and then I get more stressed about that, and yeah. Yeah. Like, that's why streaming comes much easier to me, because I can just sit here and shoot the shit, and I'm basically talking to myself. I'm talking to text on a screen. No offense, but I am talking to text on a screen. So streaming, like, comes so much easier, and is also so much easier to do, so there's a lot less stress, there's a lot less panic or fear that comes from it, so... But yeah. But, yeah. At a certain point, the excuses aren't... The excuses...
Best movie.
The excuses are like that. They're not valid anymore. At a certain point, I can't just keep moving the goalposts, and that's yeah. By the way, this isn't the first time I've had this. I've said this publicly. This isn't the first time I've had this eternal debate or this cycle. It just, yeah. This is just one of the worst, most prolonged cycles I've ever had.
The best movie ending ever? Gotta be Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. A hero's end, going out with guns blazing.
Never heard of it.
No? Okay, newer stuff then. The Usual Suspects, where Spacey walks out of the police station and suddenly loses his limb. Or hey, Seven, where Brad Pitt gets to that head-sized blood-soaked cardboard box.
Now I know. Freaking zombie demons from outer space. Drowning in blood was cool.
Oh, why do I even bother?
Did that not get any of you? Are you fucking kidding me?
The best movie ending ever? Gotta be Butch Cassidy and the Sundance.
Mm-hmm. Like, for the past, since making that Ready or Not video, which I kind of made because, like, I was playing a lot of it and I felt like I needed to justify the time I was spending. Again, I have had three or four? Let's say 4. I've had 4 video ideas where, like, recorded a bunch of footage. All right, got my notes taken. Let's start a script. And then I just can't... I've always had a problem getting myself to sit down and write a script and, like, actually get myself to write. That's always been a hurdle for me. But now it's not so much a hurdle as a wall. So, like, I'll write something. I've written half a page of one script, page and a half of another, and then but I just procrastinate and procrastinate and procrastinate and procrastinate to the point where I'm like, well, I don't feel like doing this anymore, and then I move on to something else, and then that just kind of happens again. That cycle just repeats over and over and over. Fucking sucks, man. Should have talked to someone about this a decade ago, but plus, I'm getting too personal at a certain point. Fuck it. Plus, I've also been drinking more. I've never seen alcohol as a crutch, but in the last year, it has become more of a crutch. Not to the point where I'm getting blackout drunk every night and fucking stumbling and fucking falling into stuff, but, like, I have been drinking more. I used to rely on drinking as, like, oh, I'll go to a party and I'll drink at the party, or I'll stream and I'll have a couple drinks and everything's fine. In the last year, I have been drinking more just on my own, and that's not okay, and I know it's not okay, but yeah, this ain't just water, is what I'm saying. Terminate. Fuck. Granted, it's not like I've hidden that fact, but yeah, you might not be judging me. I'm judging me constantly, and that's the problem. Tito's vodka. Like, so here's the thing. Here's kind of an issue I've had, is that I don't like going to stores. I don't like going and talking to a retail person, because again, I have this idea of, like, ooh, they're judging me, they remember me, they're thinking about any faux pas that I do. I am like I'm thinking about everything that could go wrong, every awkward interaction I could have, etc. Because I will remember an awkward interaction for a decade, right? So, anytime I've ordered alcohol in the last 4 years, 5 years, I've bought it online, has to get delivered to the house, you know. So it's very sporadic, and there's a delivery charge. Like like it's more expensive that way. So alcohol was something that like I had on hand if I needed it or wanted it. Needed it sounds terrible, but it was always something I ordered, you know, sporadically. You know, it wasn't something I relied on. And then just one day I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't have alcohol. I've got a social thing. I've got a social like gaming session. I'll just go to a liquor store and see how it goes. And I went there and it was fine. And that has developed a pattern where I'm like, oh, it's fine. I can go there. I'm comfortable going there. And that's a problem. That's. Anyway, sorry. I know there's nothing wrong with getting personal in my own goddamn stream because it's up to me how personal I get. But people who are just joining in are hearing bad things. Anyway, this game is not about the Soviet Union. Are you pumped for the Max? Pumped isn't the word. I don't think that remakes of the first Max Paynes are necessary. I think all Remedy has to do is patch very specifically this first game. To make it like work without having to patch a bunch of shit yourself. But fine, Remedy will make the first 2 games. I'm sure they'll do fine, but I don't get pumped for remakes really because I'm like, why? I don't need that.
I dreamed of revenge. Those dreams were always nightmares, of coming close and then failing. Now I was close. I had a name to guide me, Nicole Horn. I had nothing to lose.
On the one hand, man, thank God I was born in the internet age where so much stuff is online and impersonal and contactless and etc., etc. Because for someone like me, that's a godsend. But at the same time, if I was born like a decade earlier, I would have had to force myself to learn how to be not a piece of shit. Anyway, I answer the thief question like every time I stream. That's not on you, but to give you a rundown, I have played 1 1/4 of the Thief series. I played Thief Gold as a kid, but never finished it. I played the first level over and over and over and over and over and over again because it was so cool. And the second level had zombies, and they scared the shit out of me, and I never continued. I never played the second game, never played the third game, and the one that I have beaten is the reboot. I'm sorry. Well, years after, I did go back and I played the first level.
The Inner Circle had quite a track record.
Played the second. I think I got 3 levels in, but Thief Gold also has like that gambling den level and a different level, and they're not good, but they were like inserted into the game as extra levels.
The only thing the Inner Circle
after the fact, and
there were rows.
They kind of fucked the facing of that game up.
The Serpentine Secret Society went back a long way, always pulling strings from the shadows. I couldn't say I was sorry.
I streamed once and got over my fear and beat the second level of Thief Gold.
The old man wanted me on cleanup duty. It was my
I think the third level is the gambling den in the gold version. And then there's another level where you have to like rob 2 different homes at once, and you go through the sewer and you go to like 2 different mansions, and that level is way too goddamn long, and it's another gold level. It's another level that is inserted just in the middle of the campaign. And it's not a great level. There's a reason it was cut. I know the story of Thief 1 because there's a level skip combo, like key combo you can do. And so I watched all the cutscenes. Goddamn, they're great. But yeah. That's the reason I've never reviewed every Thief, because I feel like in order to properly review every Thief, you can't just play each game level once. You have to, there's like different ways to approach shit, and so if you do it just once, like, you're doing it wrong. I mean, that was kind of the beauty of reviewing every Splinter Cell and every Hitman, is because I know those games pretty goddamn well, backwards and forwards. So, like, I could hit a save point and go this way, that way, that way, see the different things, record all that footage, and great. Shit. It's weird that Dishonored has come up like a dozen times this stream. Dishonored the first one. I like Dishonored the first one, and I beat it once, but I was very much over it before I even finished it, and I have no desire to ever play it again. And then I never played 2, and I never played Death of the Outsider. I just like, Dishonored is a game that could stand being a third as long as it, or a third less. A third shorter. What I'm trying to say. Uh-oh. Problems. Ooh, lucky, lucky, lucky. Now, the way they came from is not the way to go, but just in case, I always want to check if there's like a painkiller or something here. Okay, there's stuff here. I always wonder how I compare to other streamers, because, like, I'm kind of just playing games and shooting the shit. I don't, like, given how I stream, I don't understand how people like XQC or Hassan or anyone like that. Like, they seem the most insufferable pricks on the planet. Which I guess that's maybe why you're here instead of there. But, I don't know, man. I don't, man. Imagine if I was just a piece of shit, then I would be so much more famous. Anywho. Like, I mean, well, like a outward piece of shit, as opposed to just having a bunch of mental hurdles. That's different. Little nightmares. Played the first one, liked it, played it once, and then I never actually played the second one. You prick! You prick! No, I mean, like, XQC, I think, is an outward piece of shit. I don't understand why he has his fan base. Hassan is a piece of shit. I don't understand why he has his fan base. That's what I mean by outward. When I say I'm a piece of shit, like, I mean, like, internally, mentally, yada, yada, yada. I guess little kids is the reason they're popular, but I don't even understand how a little kid could listen to XQC for more than 5 minutes and not want to smash their head against the wall. Like, first off, how do you understand what he's saying? And second, how are you not just constantly just, like, nails on a chalkboard, that guy? I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, half of what he does is he sits there and just watches other people's content silently anyway. Fuck, like, why? Yeah, it's easy to talk, but it's not like they're not talking constantly about bullshit. But how often does, it's more of being entertained. Sure, but I don't understand how they're entertaining, unless you, I guess, maybe like the train wreck? Not the guy called train, I mean, like, watching a bus crash, like a fiery bus crash, like, maybe that's why people tune in, but I just don't get it. I mean, if you like being entertained, I don't know why you're here. If you got a lot of games for playing games being young, you probably grew up immature. I guess, but I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand how there are people that think it's okay to just, like, put on someone's YouTube video, stand up, and walk away for 15 minutes. How do you not process that that's not cool? Like, and then you're told that's not cool, and you're like, fuck you. It is cool, you piece of shit. Like, no, it's not. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Anyway. I'm screaming into the void. God damn it. God damn it! I was in the YouTube comment section to find a horrible thing I could think of. Yeah, I've been there. Nope. Well, no one to blame for that but myself. There he is. I mean, yes, I understand the concept of parasocial relationships, but I don't understand how you watch something like XQC and think like, oh yes, buddies. Can we talk about something nicer like Sniper? Fuck Sniper Wolf. She shouldn't be on this platform anymore, but that's the world we live in.
CIA, FBI, you've seen one, you've seen them all. Sure, good for a practice run. But this, working for her, oh, this is the real thing. The money's astronomical. And best of all, you get to kill any scumbag who gets in your way. License to kill.
Max Payne is very much available on Steam.
Bond. Request
Well, that just happened to work out beautifully.
CIA, FBI, you've seen one, you've seen them
I haven't played the Android version. Why would I play this on a phone?
Good for a practice run. But this, working for her, oh, this is the real thing. The money's astronomical.
Okay, that was my own goddamn fault.
CIA, FBI, you've seen one, you've seen them all. Sure.
There we go. Sam Lake's mother.
Take him down. Shoot to kill. Let's finish this.
Goddamn.
Take him down. Shoot to kill. Let's finish this.
Well. Well, his mom and dad are both in this game. So. Alright. I finished Alan Wake 2, yeah. Partly the reason why I'm playing this.
Mine wasn't the most original approach to the problem. It wasn't as if it hadn't all been done before. An eye for an eye, the first principle of revenge. Old as dirt, still going strong. The cardinal rule in going after someone with an intention.
Yeah, in the U.S., Max Payne is still very much on Steam.
Always ended up being anyway. It did with me. I took my time cruising around the city in the snow. There was no hurry. I knew what I had to do now. I took my time, thinking about it, building up the rage. When I was ready, I parked the stolen wheels at the front entrance of the Acer Corporation headquarters. Got out, got in, got cracking. I had a bullet with Nicole Horn's name on it. I had 10,000 bullets with the Hag's name on them. She had ultra-high-tech security systems, enough mercenaries and weaponry to start World War III. There was no fear. New York disappeared behind a veil of snow. I had crossed the threshold. This was her domain, sleek and sexy and soulless, all glass and steel. A place of color-coded security key cards, metal detectors, and surveillance systems.
Alan Wake 2 is good. Pretty good. Not super.
Colder than a walk-in fridge.
10.
Cold as a gun.
Really wish I hadn't seen all those 10 out of 10 reviews. It really fucking colored my expectations of Alan Wake. Is Alan Wake 2 basically the same gameplay? No, it's Resident Evil 2 remake gameplay, but slower. Would you say Alan Wake 2 is worth full price? I mean, I got 25 hours out of it, or... Also, I basically 100%ed it. It's not even the hype of it. It's real. I wish I hadn't seen the 10 out of 10 review scores from, like, so many major outlets. They were all like, oh my god, this game will change the way that you look at games. No, it won't. I've played Remedy shit before. I played Alan Wake 1. I played Control. I didn't play the DLC, but I looked it up before the game came out. Even so, like, I don't... A game that soft locks the player that easily, even if they've patched it by now, that's not the version I played. I played the version that was that had all the soft locks in it. That pretty much automatically disqualifies the 10 right off the bat, but outside of that, I do think that a lot of game journalists like looked at all the meta stuff and was like, "Oh, this is so interesting." 10 out of 10, so different. Like, I've played Remedy stuff. I would bet money that Baldur's Gate 3 wins Game of the Year at the Game Awards. It's not the real game of the year. The real game of the year at the Game Awards wasn't actually nominated because Jeff Keighley's a hack. But, man, game of the year for me, I'm pretty sure is Hi-Fi Rush. The real game of the year. Ah! God fucking damn it, man. I always have trouble on this part. We're gonna run past everybody. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run right past everybody. We're gonna run right past everybody. Sick. Now we're gonna hit save, and now we're gonna gradually kill each and every one of these motherfuckers. Oh, they all left? Pussies. I've sniped them before, but I just can't, shut up. Okay. No, they did not change this. In the first game, the reason why he's modeled after Sam Lake is budget. No. Don't believe chat. In the first game, Max is modeled after writer Sam Lake, who, and that's because of budget. They got and voice actor is James McCaffrey. In the second game, it is still James McCaffrey doing the voice, but now he is modeled after a professional, like, model, Timothy Gibbs. Like, they had a much bigger budget for the second game, so they decided to go for a more professional route with more professional looking models and stuff instead of just whoever. All of the actors, not the voice actors, but all of the graphic novel and model actors in the first game are based off of the development team, friends of the development team, family, fucking people they found on the street. Like, I made an entire video going over my opinions on the Max Payne trilogy that I recommend you watch. Max Payne 3 is the weakest of the three, but it's a quality game. McCaffrey has been Max the whole series, although they were talking about replacing him in the third game, and then James McCaffrey got wind of it and went, the fuck? And then they backed off that concept. Sam Lake's mom is Nicole Horn, and Sam Lake's father is Alfred Woden. In terms of, you know, budget stuff. No, well, Sam in the third game is more modeled after James McCaffrey. I think they might have used Timothy Gibbs as sort of like his model from 2 as like sort of a baseline, but in Max Payne 3 he is more modeled after James McCaffrey, the actual actor who voices Sam. Max. Is there any streaming schedule? Not really. On YouTube specifically, it's a lot more sporadic. I will generally stream stuff on YouTube when I feel like either it is somewhat appropriate for the channel, given that I've covered it before or talked about it before, or because I feel like it and I think it'll get attention and views. And then I also stream on Twitch because I've been doing that for like a decade, and that's one more just kind of off-the-cuff stuff. That's called a trap. I almost saved. I'm about to die. Like I said, the term overrated is fine. It describes your opinion on something pretty well. I'm a fucking fool. I knew I was making a mistake as I was pressing forward. What time is it right now? It is 1:15 midnight. Finland? Do you work at Remedy? If this was Half-Life, would they be a head crab coming to jump the lasers? Well, that happened in the... That happened in the warehouse where all the trip mines are. That absolutely happens in Half-Life. They have a head crab appear to trip all the lasers and kill you. So, yes. Yes, it would. God.
Mona, looking good.
She still looks like
we gotta
the
stop
girlfriend
like
from
this.
Gone Baby Gone, who is a famous actress. But it's her if she was 16.
Relax, Max. You're a nice guy. I don't kill nice guys.
You're not bad yourself.
It was different when Horn wanted Punchinello dead. To cut her ties to the Mafia, he deserved to die.
The same goes with her. She's the bad guy here.
I
Her
do work
sister
in
was
it? Well,
whispering to her
that's
in my favor.
interesting.
I knew the
If
appetites
true.
of ghosts intimately.
No,
They
three
hungered for
is
revenge.
three is the weakest of the three Max Payne solely because its tone and its writing are not as strong. Character is they're not as
Gunshot
strong.
boomed and she fell down in slow motion.
And there are gameplay things
She was a nice
that
girl.
are annoying. But
Not really a stone
three is
cold killer.
a damn fine
And now she
game.
was stone
Weakest
cold
of the
dead.
three.
Like religious
Okay,
fanatics
I
and
do.
loyal
Okay,
samurai,
good.
Horn's private army was coming at me.
Working IT. That's very different. As opposed to working at Remedy. Those are very different meanings.
When the elevator came back down, Mona was gone. There was a lot of blood, but no body. Something clicked for the final time. My mind had never been so clear.
What is
as
the
if
flashlight?
somewhere
That's
high
me
above
using
the
a
storm
painkiller.
clouds were already gone.
That's visual
Cold
feedback
stars
to indicate
blazing
that
from
you
the
have
black
used a
skies.
painkiller. So like I'll save, but like if I hit painkiller button tab right now, that's what that is. Now, the problem I have is that because I have a light on my screen, it is a little hard to tell. That's the wrong side. Nice. Yeah, I'm streaming this, one, because Alan Wake 2, and secondly because I was, because I got a new computer, like, this year, and I hadn't gone through the trouble of, like, getting old games back up to snuff, because the problem with getting a new computer is that you have to, like, re-download patches and INI files and yada yada yada. So I decided to do that with Max Payne, and, figured why the hell not, let's stream it. The worst thing about getting a new computer and trying out old games to see if they work. Pandora Tomorrow doesn't work on this fucking computer anymore. I am so bummed about that. I could play Pandora Tomorrow on console, but I've been playing it on PC for like 2 years and it was wonderful, and I just can't get the goddamn thing to work. It doesn't even launch anymore. It is such a bummer. God damn it. Anyway.
Movies, and I'm talking about the coolest of the cool. It always seems like time slows down in the middle of the action. You know, you can see the bullets flying through the air, the hero dodging in slow motion. Oh man, it would be so cool to be able to do that. Bullet time, that's what they call it. Bullet time.
Welcome to grenade time. I got neither of you with that? That is disappointing and sad. Well, no, the version I had on ModDB, the version that is on ModDB is like the single player at Pandora Tomorrow with all fixes applied. So I re-downloaded that entire game. Doesn't work. I tried what I already had, didn't work. I deleted everything, re-downloaded that entire game, didn't work. Went to PC Gaming and tried to install whatever patch I could, doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work on Windows 11. For me, I'm sure there's something, somewhere, some magical combination of things I could do to fix it, but I've done everything I can think of, and it just doesn't work. And God damn it. I'm kind of hoping that the guy who put the single-player game with all patches applied on ModDB, like, updates it. He won't. He popped in the chat once years ago when I first mentioned it, but God, I need him to fix it. I need him to make it work for me, specifically. God damn it. Other games work 100% out of the box with no problem. Like I literally transferred files from one PC to the next. Works perfectly, no problems. Like Freedom Fighters, Prey 2006 works, no problem. What were some of the other ones? Oni, like all that stuff runs fine. It's just Pandora Tomorrow just nope, doesn't work anymore. Doesn't launch. No Pandora Tomorrow for me.
Hey,
It is such a bummer.
I had elevator access to the mainframe. From there, I'd be able to override the security locks and get to her office.
Plenty of things about Windows 11. Like little things that I've gotten used to that annoy the shit out of me from Windows 10. Like, I don't know why they decided to elongate stuff, make stuff take more button presses than it used to. Like, But Pandora Tomorrow on PC, it was beautiful to have a perfectly working version, access to quick saves, widescreen, everything about it was good. And then get a new PC with an updated OS. No, that doesn't work anymore. Darn, it sucks. We're Ubisoft and we're not ever gonna fix it and make it available through a digital service. No, why would we do that? Fuck, who cares about Splinter Cell? Not us, clearly.
The unmarked chopper was Horn's pet guardian, inhuman and flawless. It was stalking me.
Boys I'm very proud of. You just have to make the ends meet. And if that means I have to shoot someone now and then, hey, it's just my job from 9 to 5.
Well, not quite from 9 to 5, but I hear you. What the hell?
Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard!
Well.
I'm not a cold-blooded killer.
What?
Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! Ah!
I just don't understand, like, so Ubisoft, apparently the game they developed, or the engine they developed Pandora Tomorrow on, just has a problem when it comes to shadows. The game fucking breaks on newer machines. But fans have figured out patches and workarounds and things that make it work. Like, Ubisoft, just look up what they're doing. Do it yourself. Take an afternoon to do it yourself. Put it on fucking Ubisoft Connect for $10. Like, why? Why can't you? Why don't you? Fucking come on. Anyway, it's your franchise, motherfucker. Oh, yeah.
All Horn's locks were now offline. All bets were off. The elevator would take me all the way up.
Well, there goes all my painkillers. Well, never mind, that all worked out. I didn't mean to do that. I made a quick save, but we'll roll with it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, fucking Epic. It's removing Unreal. Like, I hate that game companies and the industry as a whole just doesn't give a shit about preservation.
Seen from this height, the night seemed to stretch on to eternity. A hint of desperation had crept into the snowstorm, as if it was trying to get it all out before the end.
Goddamn shame. Like, I want you to think about how crazy this is, right? God damn it. Ubisoft ported the PC version of Pandora Tomorrow to PS3. Fix the PC version and sell it. The fuck is the problem?
Horn's personal computer was on. Next to the printer was a neat stack of expensive paper. Hacking through Horn's computer would have unearthed files of criminal plans, strategies for world domination, spy helicopter reports.
Does it really make me a legend
recordings, internet
to
porno,
replay a game
all
I've
of the
played
above.
like
Take your pick.
20, 30 times in my lifetime?
I had seen too much of it already.
You know, game I made a video on and didn't use the widescreen mod, which a couple people got mad at me for.
Valkyr had been meant to be a white-winged maiden that would lift you to a warrior's heaven, but it turned out to be a one-way demon ride to hell. The devil was in the drug. I knew. I had met him. And now I was gonna kill her. The queen of the underworld who had tried to lift herself a bit closer to heaven with her drug money.
I mean, there's, yeah, old games
No
I can...
begging,
New
no
games I don't
bribes.
really
She knew better.
play
Honor among killers.
more than once,
We were
generally.
about to die. Both of us knew how this
Old
would
games,
end. In
I can
pain and
replay
suffering.
kind of endlessly.
All this because your wife stuck her nose into things that were none of her business.
The cops were coming to take
Fuck,
me
I didn't
away.
find the secret room in
sirens were like
Woden's
a
Manor,
bad
I just
conscience
remembered.
I couldn't
Whatever, it's fine.
shake.
It's ridiculous you've made it this far. You won't be alive when they get here.
Stop him!
Oh yeah, the movie's terrible. No, I'm under no illusions that the movie's good. If you guys just didn't open this door, I'd have no way of getting in. And you would win. See? What? You don't want to fucking come around the corner now? Oh, well, there you go. Well, not the greatest. Yeah, that's an ass. That is 2001 butt.
Max Payne, this is futile. A waste of time. The deaths of your wife and daughter were necessary. Inevitable. It is done. You cannot bring them back. Nothing you do will make it any better.
I think I have to shoot at him. Maybe not, actually. Okay.
Max Payne, you are fighting a losing battle. You cannot survive this. You will die.
I have quick saves, whore. Uh-oh. See?
Max Payne, you are fighting a losing battle. You cannot survive this. You will die. Stop fighting. Make it easy for yourself. Accept your fate. You will die here.
You know, this research into Valkyr when I have slow-mo powers. You should have researched my ass. I can't believe this stream has gone as long as it has, if I'm honest. I thought I'd be done with this game in less than 5 hours, but I guess, you know, I'm slow. We need to make you leave? I always forget I have to shoot at the chopper to make him leave. I'm a fan of Metal Gear. I think I would have covered it at some point, but I suck, so that still hasn't happened.
Max Payne, face it. You are up against an unbeatable force. You have already lost. You have lost. Only death will set you free from your pain. Accept it.
I haven't played Classic Fallout. I tried to play Classic Fallout 1 once years ago, and I was like, ooh, this seems insurmountable, so I did not... Yeah. I got like 10 minutes past the character creation screen. But I played Fallout 3 in New Vegas, and 4, and like an hour of 76 before going, no. Drank the Max Payne games. 213, if you want to find out why, watch my video reviewing every Max Payne. Available on the Critical Nobody channel that you are currently watching. I'm gonna die. See. God damn it. If I try to play PC, you gotta do. I don't know if it'll crash, but there will be issues. You have to go through patches and dragging files and et cetera to make Max Payne 1 work properly. Max Payne 2 is pretty painless, if I remember right. The only issue is whether or not you want it to be widescreen, or to not be stretched while in widescreen, I should say. But that's it. I did play Separate Ways. It was worth $10, totally fine. Enjoyed it for what it was, and yeah. Originally, when I played this and made my video, I had to use a third-party program to lock the frame rate. But now there's just a patch that in the INI file you just like change a digit and that's all fine. We don't talk about that. No, if it was a DSP moment, I'd be like, the grenade mechanic is bugged. That's... If this was a DSP moment, that's what I would say.
Not a step further. End it here.
Oh my god, you suck. I am right there. I mean, I can beg for donations. I'd like donations. I like money. If you want to give me money, I'll take money. I just won't. Just, you know. In the words of a girl whose career I think ended not long after this, it's just $5. I have seen the movie. It's really bad. It's boring as shit. Of course, I would appreciate donations or super chats or fucking whatever, but I'm not... Like, there's a part of me that almost feels like every couple hours there's a part of me that feels like maybe I should mention them, but then I feel like I shouldn't mention them because that seems shitty, but... Eh. Whatevs, man. Aren't ads playing on this stream? Like, when you launch this stream, does it play an ad? I think so. In which case, you're giving me like half a cent. You did something. Oh god. He's gonna shoot at me and kill me. No, the movie's bad. Don't say you liked it, you're wrong. I'm having a time. I could use a painkiller. I'm just gonna roll with it, man. Hey, he hit her a couple times.
Roger that. Attempting to land now. It's gonna be tricky.
Thank you, Curtis, for the $5 that I get 70% of because YouTube. I appreciate it. Sometimes super chats are just easiest for people. I'm not going to blame anyone for that. Yeah, YouTube takes a super chat is 70% goes to. Sorry, no, they don't take 70. Did I say that? I get 70. Did I completely fucking screw that up? Because they take 30. I get 70. It's a 70-30 split for a super chat between me and YouTube. I get 70. Anywho. Oh, I'm dead the second I stand up. Oh, shit. Yeah. Saw the writing on the wall there. Yeah, the direct dono is just, it goes all to me. There might be a PayPal or a whatever processing fee, but it's cents. It's whatever, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I won't trash YouTube further. To be fair, I am not Sniper Wolf. But thank you, Curtis. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay.
The cables were too thick for bullets. I'd have to find their weak spot to cut them.
Yeah, that's why I'm not shooting the cable, Max. There you go. Can't believe this has almost gone on for 7 hours.
As soon as the wind dies down, don't like the look of that mast.
Fuck me! Alright. Not using a recorder for someone else playing my game. Oh my god, he shot that guy! Wow! Oh, let me be sniper roll for a second. She's running. He's shooting at her.
Roger that. Attempting to land now.
Helicopter, go whiz. Cable. Oh yeah, right. You're here. Chopper! Woman run to chopper! This is so easy, you guys.
As soon as the wind dies down, don't like the look of that mast.
I did not select the jackhammer.
Lift off in 1 minute.
But I'll take it. No, 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 no. I want to die. This is the worst without a painkiller.
Don't like the look of that mast. Out of here as soon as the wind dies down. Don't like the look of that mast.
Me die a lot. Let me put on some glasses and fucking whip my tits out.
Don't like the look of that mast.
I wanna die.
Out of here as soon as the wind dies down. Don't like the look of that mast.
Hey, that was better. He sniped me through the fucking gap. No, it's because I have no painkillers. Like, I've saved myself in not a great spot. Who rushes someone with a grenade launcher, you fucker? Save! Oh, right. Okay, we're good. I know, I didn't expect this to take me 7 hours. I legitimately did not expect it to take me 7 hours. I thought this would be like 5 hours. Granted, I haven't played Max Payne 1 in a while since my video, but even still, god damn it. Thank you for the $3. Was that direct? I assume? Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. They were all dead. Final gunshot was an exclamation mark to everything that had led to that point. I released my finger from the trigger. And then she got panini pressed. She could still be alive, you guys. And panini pressed. I didn't expect... I thought this was going to be a 5-hour stream. I did not expect it to take 7. I wonder, was it... Because I downloaded a patch, and I downloaded a file that fixed the adaptive difficulty for Fugitive. No, that wouldn't make it worse, unless it didn't do anything. But, fuck, man.
They were all dead. The final gunshot was an exclamation mark to everything that had led to this point. I released my finger from the trigger. And then it was all over. The storm seemed to lose its frenzy. The ragged clouds gave way to the stars above.
Max Payne, this is Deputy Chief Jim Bravura from the NYPD. We've got the building surrounded. Throw down your weapons and lie down with your hands behind your head.
A bit closer to heaven. The cops' voices were distant and muted.
Freeze! NYPD! Hold it right there!
My ghosts released me from their haunting. Down below, New York City glittered like diamonds on black velvet.
You gave us one hell of a ride.
That
Take him down to
does
Central
not
Booking.
look like an aged...
You
yeah.
heard the man.
Woden was there in the crowd, standing by the sidelines. It wouldn't be over till the man with the patch would say so. He'd say the right words. I knew he would. He'd better. Woden grinned smugly. It was the
I know,
grin
it's
of
low
the
budget.
winner.
It's charming. I'm just saying. Look, it's better than Ludicrous.
That made 2 of us.
It's better than Ludicrous, okay? Yay. Because, you know, new PC and my saves didn't carry over, which is fine. I was actually surprised to see that my Resident Evil 4 saves all were fine and intact. All the dozens and dozens of playthroughs I've had of that game were saved on PC. So the thing is, as I understand it, the Fugitive mode is the only one that has adaptive difficulty on PC, and so, you know, it's changing depending on how you're doing. The other modes are just set at their difficulty levels. Which, the file I downloaded that's supposed to fix the difficulty, I don't know if it worked. I wouldn't be able to tell if it did. There is a separate file you can download that makes Fugitive a set difficulty like all the others, which is how it is on mobile. The mobile version got rid of the adaptive difficulty for Fugitive and instead just made it its own, just, you know, normal. The difficulty. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize that Rockstar actually helped with the first game, in terms of at least funding, at least, but... Wow, they actually got brothers to play the 2 brothers. It's really funny to think, like... I don't know if Sam, like, tried to write anything, tried to write a book, tried to write anything before this. Because you don't just fall into writing a video game like this. He had to have, like, been practicing writing or had an interest in writing his whole life. But for someone's first, like, real crack at writing, like a script for a project, like, he did a very good job. And then between this and Max Payne 2, he went to, like, a writing school, I guess. But, and got better at it. GTA 6 will be worth the wait. I imagine the single player for GTA 6 will be a quality Rockstar experience, and the online will be compromised to hell and back. Like I said in my video, which I recommend you watch, if somehow you're stumbling upon this stream and you haven't watched my Max Payne trilogy review called Reviewing Every Max Payne, it is available on the channel that you are currently watching right this second, because we're on YouTube. Like 30-something minutes long, I think. That sounds right. this first game does have a first-time writer throwing all his ideas that he's had at the wall with the cult and the secret society and the conspiracies and the government cover-ups and all of that. But like he makes it all work pretty well together. They are correct. More did follow. All right, new game, Hardball. And then this is like, you have 1 minute to clear each level with time added for every kill, so you just have to rush. I'm gonna stream Max Payne 2? I mean, maybe I will. Not in the instant, immediate future, but I don't know, maybe. No, I was playing on Fugitive, where the adaptive difficulty might have swayed things to be a pain in the ass, but also at that end there, I did not have a painkiller. I did not expect that to take me 7 hours. Granted, there were times where I was just standing still and just shooting the shit as the stream goes, but I was not expecting that to take me that long, if I'm honest. I thought I'd be done by like 11, and it's almost 1 in the morning. I never played the GBA port of Max Payne. From what I understand, it's totally fine. I forget who reviewed it. Was that Mini-Me, maybe? He might have reviewed it. Somebody reviewed that game, and and has a video on it that's popular. I don't remember who it was. I already had a coffee at like 10:30. I don't know. The remaster of Max Payne 1 and 2, I don't know what direction it'll take. If maybe they'll take inspiration from Rockstar's game design for 3 and go with that route, or if they'll try and find some kind of balance between 1 and 2. Who knows? Why is RoboCop patching itself? What patch notes are available on? I don't know what any of this is, but okay. And if I finish RoboCop, I'll either do it on my own or I'll do it on Twitch. That's where I've played it up to. Man, that was a stream. That was the thing that happened. I'm willing. The new RoboCop game is totally fine if you're a super mega fan who watches that movie constantly, multiple times a year. $50 is totally worth the price tag. If you're more of a casual RoboCop fan, I got it for $33 through cdkeys.com. Maybe consider waiting for a price drop or finding it cheaper. But RoboCop is a great like double A game. We need more games like RoboCop. Like a game that is aiming for this AAA polish and ambition and production value. They don't have the budget, they don't have the team, they can't quite get there, but like they're trying, and that forces them to be more creative, and their passion comes through more. Like RoboCop is a great one of those. Ubisoft games now are very bleh. They're all the same goddamn game. What are the odds I launch Twitter and I'm seeing a video from... They officially released a music video for the song in Alan Wake 2, and if you've played Alan Wake 2, you know what I mean by that. I know what Mark Echo's getting up under pressure is. The problem with that game is that it's one of those old games that was like forgotten about and abandoned. So I own it on Steam actually. I didn't play it as a kid, but I do own it on Steam because it was like dirt cheap at some point. And I don't think it likes modern machines. I think it's another one of those games. Maybe I haven't looked at the PC Gaming Wiki page in many, many years, so maybe it can work okay, just fine now with some fan patches and updates, etc., etc. But I know what that game is. I don't know who Mark Echo is. I don't know if he's a designer or a graffiti artist or whatever. I know what that game is, though. I remember hearing about it when it was new. Okay, I think that is my longest YouTube stream to date. By like a couple hours, which I wasn't expecting it to be. But yeah, Max Payne still fun. There are still times where that adaptive difficulty fucks you, and there are still times where the what do you call it? The lack of Max Payne 2 innovations, like being able to shoot on the ground, also kind of screws you over. But still, I don't know what I'll be streaming next. I don't know, and whether it'll be here or on Twitch is also up in the air. I kind of play it all by ear. Apparently, I lost like 40 subs in the time since I started the stream. I don't know. I don't. Whatever. I'm just glancing at analytics because I have to open YouTube anyway. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in, hanging out. Thank you to Matthew Picard for throwing me $7 Canadian, which amounts to like 7,000 American, I'm sure, something like that. Thank you to Curtis for throwing me $8 in total. And I'm going to go ahead and lay down now because it's 1 in the goddamn morning. Very much thank you all for hanging out. Whether you used me as background noise, you were participating in the chat the whole time, thanks for stopping by. Man, imagine if I like made videos, I'd probably be popular or successful. Anywho, while I continue to figure out my own mental hurdles and blocks that prevents me from doing anything productive, thank you all for your patience and sticking with me for as long as you have been. And until the next time I stream, whether it be here, whether it be on Twitch, or where else would I Rumble? TikTok? No. I won't be doing either of those. If I stream, it'll be on YouTube or Twitch. But yeah, until then, thank you all for hanging out. Have sweet dreams, or if you are in the Europe region, I guess, go to bed or go to work, whatever. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Bye-bye, everyone.